just on another level. He is still that guy!
No introductions. No warm-up. Kickoff is now. The Rainbow Six North American League season kickoff.
That is crazy work.
10 teams, new rosters,
Stuck there. Oh, my Lord.
new stories. We don't call ourselves legends. We earn it. Who will set the tone before the season even begins?
That was a nasty shot.
Will they prove they belong? Will they shock the world and earn their spot at the main major? Only one way to find out. Group stage begins April 1st. Earned here, not given. Welcome to the North American League season kickoff.
It is already day 3 of the North American League kickoff. By the end of the day, we are going to be more than halfway through the group stage. Welcome back, everybody. So glad to have you with us. I'm Jonas Rillinger, joined as always by Foxe and Laxing. Lax, it's wild how quick things have developed here. I mean, 2 days in, we're already starting to get a feel for which teams fall where in the overall power rankings. And for a lot of these new teams, we're seeing some of these new identities take shape.
Yeah, but that's also the beauty of this accelerated league and this accelerated format, and also just even having groups, is we really get to see these games kind of go by very quickly. I mean, we're used to the NAL just only being 2 days a week. We're getting 3 days a week, and we're seeing these matches back to back to back, which is really exciting because, as we all know, and as all Siege enjoyers, that's just more Siege to digest and enjoy. And so far, it's really been fun to watch everything unfold.
And we're seeing a lot of these teams progress very quickly because they have to. They got to play back to back to back in this first week. There's no time to let up. You don't want to find yourself in that final spot of the groups. So there's a lot of pressure on all of their shoulders, but we always talk about it. Pressure makes diamonds, and we're seeing some teams just rise amongst the rest.
Well, yesterday we had a chance to see the final 2 teams who we didn't see on that first day. M80 and Cloud9 made their debut, starting with Cloud9 taking on the fiery DarkZero. Fox, yesterday was quite a start to the afternoon.
It really was. I like this version of Cloud9. I mean, any team that Kickstro and Eddie have been a part of hasn't really found success or impressed me as much as this roster have. The rookie players really came to play. Center was one of the standout players that showed up big, and it was nice to see him have a good time. The rest of the team felt empowered with this new life on the team, and I feel like Cloud9 was in the right direction. It's just unfortunate they're playing a team like DarkZero, which really feels like they hit the ground running. Everything's been clicking for them, Lax.
Yeah, it certainly has. And again, this is what we want to see from these newer teams, though, is to be able to fight against these upper echelon, these top tier players, these historical players. And they did put up a good fight. Unfortunately, DZ does end up taking that win there. But then even transition into game 2. Again, we weren't really sure what we were going to expect from the side of SSG. We already knew what was going to unfold from the side of Wildcard. And even in those first 3 rounds, it was looking really dicey. It was like, okay, sure, SSG really isn't fixing the mistakes we saw in their previous game against DarkZero the day before. But that's when everything kind of switched on its head. We started to see this new shape, this new vision of what this SSG roster can really look like. And to even more put that into perspective, the attacking half was phenomenal. I mean, it was 5 straight, to say the least.
To do it on attack, to be able to close out on Clubhouse, a favorite map for Wildcard, it's a very difficult task. But Dream leading the team and the new bloods on the team, they played amazing. Everybody, you know, raid bullies at the top, Aiden at the top, they really shut it down. And then we bounced into a game, another heartbreaking defeat for 100 Thieves. They looked so good coming out of the gate, constantly getting those opening kills against Shopify Rebellion. It really seemed like it was their series to win. But once they got to that match point, the pressure got too heavy. It they started to crumble, and Shopify Rebellion won 4 rounds in a row to be able to bring it back. And it's another resilience win from Shopify Rebellion, making it go to the distance. Those individual players, everybody coming alive. Ambi's second game back-to-back, dropping over 10 kills, and they just individually were better. They didn't let being down so much affect them, and that's why they were able to mount an amazing comeback and crush 100 Thieves.
I mean, resilience really is always the name of the game when it comes to that SR roster. I think with just a little more time, a quicker, little faster pacing, we'll see even more from them. But to push that aside, let's focus on the last game of the day. Honestly, I was really impressed with how 1 of 30 went into this matchup. I mean, you're going against M80, one of the biggest heavy hitters out of NAL, and they had a great strategy in the early half of early aggression. Take those gunfights, get those picks, play back into your layers, and as much as I want to give them praise for that, as it's deserved, what we tend to notice and what we've talked about time and time again with these newer teams is they're always going to have the upper hand because they're unknown entities. But once these upper tier echelon teams figure out what their course of action is going to be and how they're going to handle these attacks, these defenses, that's when they are going to pick you apart. And that's exactly what we saw through and through once that side swap happened, is M80 completely understood how they were going to address any single engagement that was going to be in front of them, any bit of obstacle, and they would then just dominate. So we need to see a lot more adaptation from these newer teams if we really want to start putting them up with the upper tier teams.
It's clear that Group A is going to be a battle as a result of Shopify Rebellion's dicey 2 overtime wins, only 1 point ahead of M80 in second, 5 Fears just behind them in third. Fox, this is the parity we like to talk about, right? When we come into a new season, do we see these teams being competitive with one another? In Group A, we're absolutely seeing that. In Group B, things are a little bit more strung out because DarkZero sits on top, but it's very clear that we've got a very competitive start to 2026.
And it's funny that this is how it turns out, because on day 1 we said Group A is probably going to have the 2 runners leading the charge, but no, it's actually the more close group, whereas Group B, it seems like DarkZero is on an island of their own. There's still a couple more games to be played, but that being said, DarkZero is sitting very comfortably, but I'm very worried for the teams at the bottom. Both groups have 2 teams that are really stuck on the bottom 4-5 spot, and eventually they're going to have to play each other, and one of those pairs is actually playing each other today.
Right, as you mentioned, Outlast, one of the teams stuck on the bottom, will have an opportunity in our very first game of the day to try to get out of trouble, but we've got quite a slate of games ahead, Lax. We talked about it, DarkZero, Outlast to open things up. We get to see if the newest T1 team can try to make an impact against the team that looks to be the strongest. But overall, I mean, quite a few good games, including SSG and Cloud9 to round things out in our third matchup.
I mean, everyone should be a good game just of everything that we've seen so far. But again, I'm not going to change my answer from yesterday. I am looking forward to this first matchup just to see what Outlast really took from their match versus Wildcard, since they did have the day off for day 2. So I am curious to see what we're going to see from the side of them, because so far we've seen all these rookie teams really have a great debut. This is now Outlast's chance to really show something here.
For me, I'm looking at the second game because I was talking about those 2 pairs, 100 Thieves and 1 of 30, both sitting on 1 point currently, and they've played some tough teams. Now, one of these 2 teams is going to get a good amount of points, whether they win, and be able to jump over the other, and it feels like it'll solidify the loser of this matchup being stuck in that 5th place, because the teams in the rest of the bracket only are that much better than currently what we've seen from 100 Thieves and 1 of 30.
Well, something we have seen from DarkZero is that they have come out of the gate swinging, trying to say that, okay, maybe we put the Rebellion at #1 power rankings, that should absolutely be changed. DarkZero and this SSG core have been on fire. Lax back-to-back 7-4 wins to start things off, and today against Outlast, this is a team that shows no signs of slowing down.
No, not by any means. But again, it really comes down to DarkZero. They haven't really had to show their hand in any of the maps. They've got to play Lair twice, and I think that's been very important for them to be able to do, because, again, if you can just make it through group stage of only playing a couple maps and not have to show your hand once you get into the later half, that's perfect. And we've seen that time and time again. Even in the SAL, we saw Furia only play Clubhouse, and they played it 4 or 5 times, and then that put themselves in playoffs, and then they showed their hand and showed their map pool. So if it's for DarkZero, if they can continue to show that same, not show anything actually, then that will set them up for a lot more success.
Well, we've talked a lot about Kino and NJR, right? The additions to this lineup. Gotta point out the real success that this team has been having has been on the shoulders of almost everybody, including J90 and Fultz, who have continued to play incredibly well, especially coming into this season. Some great numbers and great performances throughout the day yesterday.
Yeah, and that's who I really want to focus on here, because I think this big change with obviously NJR and Kino joining the team is impacting these two players the most, because they aren't stuck to playing supportive roles. I mean, even when you just look at their numbers, J90 going 11-7, Fultz going 11-7 as well, and then just even the operator pools that they're playing, usually Fultz is stuck on a hard reach or having to play a shield. He can flex off of that. He can play the Capitao, he can play the Ram, he can move around. It's the flexibility that we're highlighting time and time again, and it really is turning back the clock for these players that we aren't used to seeing them in this light of getting aggressive, having these aggressive plays and being able to make these moves, because now they weren't free before. Now they're free, and it's really why we're being able to get behind these two even more and talk about these two even more. And specifically for Fultz being the IGL, I've said this time and time again, if your IGL is at the top of the leaderboard by the end of the game or any point of the game, that just fires up everyone else to play even better than what we've already seen. So again, I am really getting behind this roster change. I'm really liking the adaptations. I'm liking the flexibility and versatility that we're seeing from these guys. It's really been a fun show, and I'm curious to see where Outlast is going to try to battle these guys.
Yeah, it's a weight off their shoulders, absolutely, because now they can play so many operators. And these two players, in the past, we've talked about them about being some of the best in North America, but they were on that SSG roster with so much talent. Now they still have a lot of talent, but they have a lot more flexibility, and it makes things that much easier, especially for Fultz in the IGLing department. There's a lot more tools that he's able to position wherever he needs.
Right, there's not a lot of unknowns when it comes to this DarkZero roster. The opposite has to be said for Outlast, right? All 5 players who have never played in the pro scene before Kickoff. They made their debut the other day, and it wasn't necessarily the most fun for them, but Fox, they've been able to shake off those jitters, hopefully, and they can come into this match against another powerhouse team a little more level-headed.
I mean, we can only hope that they've shaken off the jitters. For Outlast, there wasn't too much to take away from their loss in day one. They didn't really get to play yesterday. They had a little bit of time to be able to dwell on it and figure out what they want to do. One thing that I just hope that they've been able to make sure is correct is just letting go of losses. That's one of the earliest, quickest, important rules that you need to be able to learn with a team with no experience on how to just let go. They lost it, they need to move on. There was a couple of good rounds, good individual plays here and there. The experience gap between all of the teams in the league is absolutely going to hurt, but the faster that they learn that one loss doesn't really matter, just like we talked about it when we had the interview yesterday with SR, and they were saying, at the end of the day, nothing's really going to change whether you win or lose. That's the mentality that they need to have, is just maintaining that confidence that we earned our spot into the NAL and that they deserve to be here. And hopefully that confidence can slowly trickle down and focus on getting opening kills and not losing those opening kills in the first place. Making sure that they're focusing on the baby steps, on getting trades, basics, back to basics for Outlast. That's what we want to see today.
Well, DarkZero have played just one map so far, and it's been Lair. Have to imagine that with those back-to-back 7-4 victories lax, that maybe Outlast will want to avoid heading to a territory like that.
Yeah, I mean, you can only hope that's going to be the case. I mean, sure, there is 2 VODs of them, so I mean, there's always a room for possibility to play it 3 times in a row, and we're playing it 3 times in a row. I mean, again, you know, maybe they saw something that, you know, the others didn't, and that they're going to exploit DZ here. And something, you know, I don't want to count them out. We only got to see 1 game from them, but it really is, it's a big question mark for me.
All right, Lair to start off the 3rd day of the NAL kickoff. It is DarkZero and Outlast, and welcoming us here, joining us here in the NAL, we've got Guz and Xenex here on the cast. Guys, take it away.
Oh, you can welcome us in all you like. It's so good to be here from APL to NAL, from the big stages to what is one of the best regions in the world, Gus. Excited for this. Obviously an important play day, as we kind of already have had 2 play days happen for NAL, getting through the group stage. Now is the important time. If you haven't started well, pick up form. If you have started well, you want to kick things going, and that's the case for DarkZero.
Yeah, I mean, Outlast, though, on the other side, of course, a bit of a rough debut for them at the top level of Siege. We'll see if they can maybe bounce back. As Lex is kind of alluding to on the desk, though, a very bold decision to go to Lair. DarkZero have played it twice. They've looked really strong on both occasions, but perhaps they have something up their sleeve to take them down.
Yeah, 7-4 wins on both occasions on Lair, puts them in a good position for Outlast. Of course, they lost their opening match 7-1, absolute beatdown from Wildcard. So obviously looking to bounce back, currently at the bottom of the group. And for those unfamiliar, if you are at the bottom of the group, by the end of group stage, well, that's it. Your chance to go to the major is done. So a very important game where for both teams, they've got two different objectives here. For DarkZero to keep the good times going, top the group. And if you do top the group, well, you get that better placed position when it comes playoff time, where you're only then one best of 3 away from qualifying for Salt Lake. Obviously for Outlast, got to win this game, got to try and get something going.
Yeah, they'll be looking for a momentum starter, but it is going to be rough going up against arguably one of, if not even the most stacked roster here in Group B for the NAL Kickoff. So we'll see what they've got up their sleeve. I'm hoping for a competitive matchup, but I think this fairly needs to be framed as a David v Goliath style matchup.
David v Goliath, guys, really? I don't know. I mean, DarkZero are absolutely the favorites, but it's a best of one. This is the thing.
True.
We've obviously been doing best of threes over in APL for, well, the better part of maybe 6 months now. So it's been a while since you and I have been able to cover a best of one. And as we know, historically, funny things can happen, right? The downside is probably the case that Outlast are starting on attack. And as we've spoken about, the desk has spoken about, DZ have looked really good on Lair. They've played it twice so far. They get to go defense to begin in the first half. You think about like top floor, even basement at times can be difficult to crack depending on how the defense is roaming around the map. Ultimately, this is going to be a difficult first half for Outlast, but if they can pinch a few rounds, and certainly important ones like top floor, they could definitely give DZ a run for their money.
Yeah, it could certainly be the case. DZ have looked fairly strong, though, defensively in those two Lair matchups that we aforementioned. Of course, SSG play day 1, and then C9 in play day 2. They got 4 defensive rounds in those respective matchups and set themselves with a strong foundation. And I think they'll go into this style of matchup, at least on paper, with the expectation that 4 is an absolute minimum for them. They will want to probably try and compound that into maybe a 5th round and really establish dominance in a matchup that, sure, Outlast have the VODs that they've been able to look at and prepare and counter-strat into this matchup, but DZ are by far the more experienced team, and they should be able to beat them on that pure ability. Now, interestingly enough, DZ actually electing to go to the tertiary site. So the opening round, they're looking to flex their muscles and try to make a statement here against Outlast. The bans as well have played out: Kaid, Bandit, Ying, and Grim.
Yeah, that is actually quite interesting. Don't typically see that. I mean, at least from what I've watched of Lair, which is predominantly APL, but even really on the international level. This is interesting, though. Aggression early from DZ. Nua's trying to make early contact from Ops. Falls back, doesn't really get what he wants, but it does already kind of put the doubt in the minds of Outlast. Even just entering the building is not going to be easy. DarkZero are going to play this on the more roam side top floor. Try and put pressure at the entry positions. Make this really annoying for Outlast, who probably still want to clear top down.
Yeah, top down the name of the game. Double flank watch, of course, for Outlast. So once they, or if they are able to establish that control, they can prevent retake from defense. Vertical is really important in flushing out the side and then opening up routes for any plant potential. Going direct to objective is very, very tough, as DZ will be looking to hold up above. And they're layering utility quite aggressively here, trying to slow down this attack as much as possible from upside across, not wanting to peel too early. And I think that's a great strategy. They want to try and layer as much pressure as possible and not give away anything for free.
I mean, I like the way the DarkZero are playing this, but Outlast are kind of also playing into their hands. I mean, it's Bunk's briefing. You can get some pressure on that first floor. So far, not the case from Outlast. It's Millie, though, that hits the opening headshot. Nuas goes down. Big kill onto the Azami, so no more keeper barriers. Can very much hinder this delay of DarkZero. But to be fair, when you look at the time remaining in this round, minute 20, so far DZ have been able to at least stall out this top floor push. But as we start to then head into that final minute, Outlast now have the extra player, so they can start to push into these positions with numbers and play the trade game.
Yeah, the question will be, can they crunch into R6 room with the big stack from JNO and NJR, but Kino also, the shotgun does net 1. So a minute on the clock, 4v4, and it is shaping up still to be quite an even round, provided DZ are able to peel out. It looks like they've been given that reprieve.
And Kino's still 3 gas babes. NJR can use that Shamiko launcher later in the round if need be. More importantly, J9O with that Nitro Cell, 40 seconds. A lot of utility still available for the defense of DarkZero. Outlast have finally been able to get decent control on this second floor, but you've still got 3 players pushed back other side horizontally on the top floor for DZ. If they want, they can easily push back in, as Outlast will eventually want to drop and go for plant.
J9O is still lurking inside of storage. He'll be the first to pounce up above as TrevMac looks to rotate Kit over towards the breach. They'll look to now layer utility and get a plant down.
And JR push back, R6. That's the problem, Outlast. You hadn't been able to fully deal with those roamers up above on the top floor, but what they have been able to do, TrevMac, get that Kit on the floor, puts him in a post plant 2v3, and suddenly puts the onus now back on DarkZero to close this out. They've got the extra player advantage. They've still got pressure on this top floor, but you've now got to go down and actually get the counter defuse. And this is where Outlast, with 27 seconds, could pinch this round.
Potentially. Veronix in a good lurk position, able to net 1. 20 seconds now on the clock. DZ need to move fast.
Yeah, but they got to split up, and this is the problem. And JR was now by himself on that top floor because J9O had to go to bunks. This should be a winnable round now for Outlast. J9O, all he can do is stick it. 2 players up for Outlast. TrevMac finishes it off. Outlast take the opening round.
Well, a solid start then from Outlast, able to grind out that top floor control, and whilst there still were plenty of pieces to the puzzle to try and unlock late, some strong positions from DZ, particularly to disrupt the plant, but then also even in the retake, but unfortunately didn't quite connect. They weren't able to prevent that diffuser from going down, and that is one of the weaknesses of that particular site. Once it goes down, which is very difficult for the attack generally speaking, the ability to retake is challenging with the outside breach, and then the ability which we saw to reload back up above for Outlast. So look, overall, a really strong start, a hard fought round, and ultimately the tertiary selection for DZ does not pay off.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like it was a really well-worked round from Outlast in the sense they didn't panic. At no point in that round they panic in terms of the pressure coming from the defense in denying their ability to take that top floor positioning. They took their time. I think it was about 90 seconds left in the round when they got that opening kill,
10 seconds to insertion.
which was Million to Newers. Then it's 5-on-4. So you get that opening pick, and it just gives you that freedom to kind of push through. Yes, Nesta then lost his life 4v4, and you thought DZ then in a great position. But the problem from DZ's perspective was they kind of just left bunks and briefing completely wide open because they wanted to control that top floor so much. And that might have been their downfall in the end, guys, because the plant goes down even in the 2v3, and they had 3 players still on the top floor. And when everyone had to scramble and run around, and someone has to go for the kit, and then others have to hold, the defense of DarkZero just looked a little bit out of sync.
So into round 2 and the solid snake selection to come out here from Outlast, an operator whose, in terms of ban rate, has not been particularly high globally just yet, but impact has certainly been felt on a map as large as Lair, where you want the ability to lurk into the map and clear it efficiently. Veronix has the perfect operator to do that. The radar is particularly strong at the moment. Really keeps the defense on their toes positionally, and if that can be combined with perhaps the Blackbeard for a bit of map clear, some drone work as well, if Outlast can communicate that correctly, they should be able to ascertain map control pretty quickly, and then they'll be able to get the Ram the Buck to work on Vert.
And Veronix getting some really good information with the radar. And even if you don't find the information, typically Labs is quite roam heavy, especially on that first floor around the stairwell positions, just trying to cut off attackers from being able to get what is essentially one of the more stronger positions on Labs. But
Labs?
Sorry, Lab the site. Labs, well, basement.
Sorry. I think it's about
Not Ninehaven. I was like, no.
I know it's early in the morning.
The opening pick on defaults. It's an opening kill for Outlast. Again, 2 in a row. Great way to start so far on Lair. Yeah, for Lab the site.
Yeah, they're
That's all Snake is really good at just clearing out this, though, in terms of the time as well. There's still over a minute remaining, and what they've been able to do is now force all 4 remaining members of DarkZero actually in basement.
Yeah, Absolutely. I think they'll be pretty pleased with the opening portion of that round, but only a minute on the clock now, and so they have to be efficient from this point onwards, extract value from the vert, try and flush this defense out from sight. It looks like that has been largely successful. Onus now on Kino over towards filtration, but he's pushed back. Newest in a double stack. They're pretty eager to try and hold this position, but will eventually peel, lean back into the utility, the trap utility laid on site. Outlast respond with a big snowball stack.
Yeah, nicely done from Newest over towards filtration. He got a second in that exchange as well. It was a 3-on-1. Trev was able to finally get the trade. Keeps numbers equal going in the last 20 seconds. Trev's he's got 3 kills as well, and Kino's very low on health.
Good vert angle here up above for log up. 14 seconds though on the clock for Outlast. They need to get moving. Good flush, and now the advantage.
They might have to find the kills here. I mean, to be fair, Trev can go for Plant, Logger, and Veronix are going to have the work in covering NJR and J9O. Chess is going to set this. The Razor Bloom not doing enough. He is going to be up. No, doesn't get it down. It's not mine. He's going to push him off. Wonderful use of utility. Saves the round for DarkZero because they were staring down the barrel of a 0-2 start.
Well, the denial didn't quite land back in round number 1 for DZ, but the Hail Mary in round 2 does. I think they'll probably still be a little bit on edge with how the early to mid rounds have been playing out from the limited amount that we've seen so far, but obviously they'll be quite pleased that they were able to conclude that round successfully, tick off basement, and then likely head us to the top floor for the next round.
Oh, I mean, what a start to the game. What a highlight moment, and certainly needed for DarkZero outside of just the individual play itself. The round was shaping up to go the way of Outlast once again. You see NJR, Christmas Mine in the back pocket. The Razor Bloom had gone off as well from J9O. And so ultimately, DarkZero steal it at the death. 1-1. Reminder, of course, best of 1 for the group stages here in NAL. But all important best of 1s. Especially for a team like Outlast, currently in that 5th position, which would not get you a spot in playoffs. And they've started lively, 2 rounds in, and so far, you know, you were saying David versus Goliath. I'm sure many would have expected DarkZero to be the heavy favorites, but we've seen 2 rounds of action, and Outlast have definitely come to the table for this match.
Yeah, again, part of that may be a reflection of their counter-strating efforts into this matchup. I'm sure there would have been some of that.
I am deploying a drone.
As the rounds and the game though develops, the expectation will be that DZ start to get a stronger read on Outlast and then are able to adapt on the fly and not just play into the straight defaults that they have over the last couple of play days. And so again, this match should evolve in their favor, but that's not to discount Outlast so far, who have looked quite competent here on Lair. Quick control over towards Skybridge here in round number 3 from top floor defense. Exterior hard breach also worked nicely here from Outlast. Of course, facilitated by the Kaid and the Bandit bands. Lurk down below as well. So the Buck and the Damos combination here, potentially in an effort to flush out R6. This could be quite intriguing. 3 targets are available to Nesta.
Oh, what a swing though. Millie was not ready for that. Kino gets aggressive. Great way to open up the round. So the Sen's off the board, no RA use. Here comes that pressure from below. Goodbye to the Buck. Headshot from Kino. And while that's not the round, on top floor Lair, 5v3 for the defense, it's going to put Outlast in a very difficult position. Great frag grenade to force back NJR so that Nesta can get to work on the floorboard. But a really big power play from Kino to get the double kill and set this round up now for DarkZero.
Just had that confidence to push forward, try and break up the tempo from this attack, which now is absolutely disrupted.
Oh, he got another one!
Continues his rampage. Oh my goodness!
Maybe the last one was a little overzealous, but 4K from Kino leaves Veronix needing to get 4 himself. Well, Kino with the shotgun, too good on the top floor, and DarkZero are going to make it 2 rounds straight.
Wow. The first 2 were impressive in their own right, but then to go on and get the 3rd and top it off with the 4th, to be fair, at that point, round is essentially over, but still great anchor work. And the green side stack from Outlast, it withers away. A And we walk out now from this third round with Outlast only winning the tertiary side, and maybe it does now just compromise that storyline a little bit, that they can look competitive in this matchup, because the primaries have looked so strong from DZ.
Well, I mean, the basement site was very close, wasn't it? Whereas this one wasn't. That was the most one-sided round we've seen so far, which again goes probably to say it's top floor lair. It's a very difficult site to attack into at the best of times. I actually kind of liked the setup from Outlast with the Buck Deimos combo, because typically you only see the Deimos is the one that maybe puts pressure on that first floor. So much of the fighting and the emphasis on that site is around like mezzanine, for instance, and opening up the reinforced walls and trying to go very direct into sight for what is usually a big heavy stack defensively. But yeah, Kino being able to just swing early, take aggression around Mez, and then that second kill, certainly from top down through the floorboard, was exquisite. Great start from Kino. As DarkZero have won the last 2 rounds, as he said, though, it's the tertiary site where the first round won for Outlast, and that's where we head back to.
Well, here is the Kino highlight package. Aggressive on that initial swing, able to counter the vert from down below on the follow-up. And whilst getting peppered with utility and a 1 HP, not only does he get the third, but backs it up with the fourth. He was very eager for the eighth. But unfortunately, not meant to be.
Yeah, and again, you kind of, in some ways, I don't want to say the word need, but playing in that sort of way is definitely a positive for the defense on that side. Because if you sit too passively, and you've got a Buck and you've got a Deimos down below, eventually over time, if there's zero pressure on them, they're going to put a lot of pressure back on you through the floorboards being opened up. And then the death marks that start to go out, and you've got the sends with the ROUs, and then suddenly the attack is just kind of swarming into side, and nowhere's really safe because all the floorboards are opened up and the Deimos is probably sitting down below. So you do need to find some level of aggression. It's not just fully sit back, throw out gas babes, use the Shamika launcher from the Tachanka. And so that's a really good play from Kino to be able to try and get some aggression for the defense. But this is going to be now where Outlast need to respond in a best of 1 in this attacking half. 2 might be fine. If you're going to find that second round, it's probably going to be bunks and briefing.
Yeah, as I mentioned before, the benchmark for DZ throughout Kickoff thus far has been on their 2 layer appearances, 4 defensive rounds per half. So to break that drought and to extend that to a potential 5th, they will need to bounce back here on the tertiary side. It was pretty close last time out. Their low potential top floor was quite strong, but unable to deny plan, and then the post was played really well by Outlast. So I'm sure there'll be an emphasis from DZ this time around, and maybe being a little more aggressive on this top floor, trying to disrupt this clear. Well, first initial attempt there from Faults, but he'll fall back, almost gets caught. Long angle there from Millie, but doesn't quite land the shots required.
And there's a small change up this time for DarkZero. So they got NJR playing towards briefing. Last time on this side, it was a 5-stack top floor. So now they've kind of gone with a 4-1 split. And they've also brought more Nitro Cells too. So they got 3 Nitro Cells with J90, Newas, and Faults. So I wouldn't be surprised if DarkZero try and play a little bit further back. Keep in mind the late game, defending the site probably in the last minute of the round. Well, hang on, Nesta had a lurk here on the Nook over towards Bridge, but almost is not going to be enough as he doesn't land his shots, and Millie elsewhere goes down to NJR over towards Bunks on that side. Nesta headshot onto Kino. Veronix gets through to Newas. So now we're starting to get a decent clear on this top floor from Outlast. Pistol will not work though against J90. Confirms the kill, but Trev comes in, gets the trade. Advantage still with Outlast as they get the revive. Never mind. Ooh. NJR with the impact, and certainly makes an impact getting that kill onto Logger. 2v2 into the final 40 seconds. Still anyone's round to win.
We've seen some really good util usage from NJR, and that does throw a spanner in the works. One less body to throw in towards side here for Outlast, and if it does come down to it, the plan will essentially transform into a 1 versus 2. Now, limited util for DZ, but the extra gun up is going to make this tough, and Faults has lurked back to Skybridge, and there's the shotgun. Again, devastating over towards Green, and Trevmac with no diffuser, no time, and DZ finds success on Bunks.
Very good round from DarkZero. I love the way that they adapted from the first round. They changed up their lineup. They brought different operators. They had a different mentality in terms of where they wanted to position people. More importantly, the change up too with NJR playing sight on the Azami. He finds the kill in that round. middle portion of the round, just when everything was kind of popping off. And so that keeps site control with the defense. Whereas last time out, opening round, 5-stack top floor, they kind of then lost a couple of players and then the site was vulnerable. So a big adaptation from DarkZero nets them that round, win 3 rounds straight, take a 3-1 lead. And now it's nervous times for Outlast because they kind of started well. They won the first round, second round came down to the wire, couldn't get the plant down successfully. Had they done that, may have been able to win basement. The mays and could'ves and should'ves so do not exist. And right now the reality is DarkZero with a 2-round advantage.
Yeah, Outlast probably feeling, to an extent, a little bit hard done by. A lot of these rounds have actually been rather close margins, but it's in the key moments and in some of those 50-50s where we're seeing the experience and the skill from DarkZero really excel and propel them forward in several of these rounds. I mean, right here, minutes ago, they've upped the tempo. They're trading in towards site. They had a man advantage for a moment there, but then we see a big moment from NJR, the impact down below to disrupt the res attempt. Then we see the fight up above from Faults and that retake of the top floor. Little moments like that going the way of DZ, compounding into a round win. And it's really starting to establish this trend now where the early to mid round from Outlast actually, in my opinion, looked quite strong. But DZ, their ability to close out rounds and to bring back a small disadvantage, for instance, has been quite impressive.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the round in a nutshell, right? NJR finds his kill bunks, and then as you mentioned, the impact too to deny the res. Otherwise, it would have been a 3v2 and a 1-1 split for the DZ defenders, and things could have then gone the wrong way. So some big power plays really from a couple of individual highlights of DarkZero, Kino in the previous round, NJR in that round, and then Faults, Newers, and J9O have been very consistent. Outlast gonna know that they've got 2 rounds to probably find one more. That's not gonna work that way. Good aggression again from DarkZero at these entry positions, and this is a slaughter in the 5th. 3 down early. No quick entries allowed as Outlast are gonna fall right into the DarkZero trap. Nesta, the only one left, and there's still 2 minutes and 10 seconds, and the round's done. A 50-second beatdown from DarkZero. Well, if you thought it was close, it certainly isn't now. It's a 4-1 lead.
Well, a quick round's a good round, especially if you're a DarkZero fan. Just leaning into the util, layering on the exterior of the building there. Pretty straightforward battles. Not really much of a contest there from Outlast, who were split on their attack. And that obviously presented no real tradable opportunities for them. And so their woes on the primary sites continue. And if they are to now establish a respectable halftime scoreline of a 2-4, they'll need to try and find success top floor. And we saw that stack against the Kino shotgun was unsuccessful last time out. So perhaps Outlast will go for a different attacking pattern in the next round. I expect the highlight package for round number 5 to be pretty snappy. DZ just so sharp around the map. Outlast not looking close to winning a single battle.
I mean, it's the one real round that we've had that was incredibly one-sided. I think all of the others have been in the contest, and you can see that in the survivability, guys. 2 alive, 2 alive, 2 alive, and then there was a 3 alive, but that was the round that Kino got the 4K. So that round was obviously quite one-sided in itself, courtesy of a big power play from Kino. But that flawless round, within 50 seconds, we hadn't seen something like that in the first half, and that's demoralizing for Outlast. But you get one last chance, one last opportunity. Got to get this second round. They're still going to be in a tricky spot because as much as we've been talking about DarkZero and Lair getting these 4 defensive rounds every single time so far, they've also been getting 3 attacking rounds too. So they've been able to do the job on the attack. It set them up nicely. Now, if Outlast had got 3 attacking rounds, this could have been really game on. That's no longer possible.
So into round 6 then with the Deimos band down. Of course, there's a different approach, but it's Kino on a different part of the map to respond. The jump out, the follow-up, Kino! Absolutely insane right now with the shotgun in hand. This man cannot be stopped.
8 kills down for Kino. 6 of them have come in 2 rounds. And he's not done yet, but this round is almost done. 2v5, Trev and Veronix. They've got 10 kills between them. They've been the best braggers for Outlast. Surely this is going to be too much. Clash on the board. Lots of utility for DarkZero still remaining. Nitro for Kino. The Shamika launcher got 4 Kiva barriers in the pocket for J90. It's looking like a 5-1 half is on the cards for DarkZero. Kino being a big opponent.
Can Outlast produce something special here though? 2v5. The expectation is for DarkZero to be very disciplined, play into the clash, lay a utility with the Tachanka, not take any unnecessary risk, close out this round, and enter the second half with a 5-1 lead and the opportunity to dominate here on Where.
Just under 50 seconds remaining. Trav and Veronix, to be fair, have not been given a chance. DarkZero playing this really nicely in the sense that they're just not giving any free picks, any free looks. It's forcing this push in. Not going to work. Flames at the feet, but J90 gun up as well. Leaves Veronix here as we enter the half. It's a 5-1 beatdown for DZ.
Yep, DZ will be absolutely thrilled with that halftime result as we now enter the role swap timeout.
Well, Laxing, we've seen some round-defining moments so far. What has jumped out to you at this point?
I mean, I will say round one was a great setup. It was a great post plan. It was a great execute from Outlast. But again, this is what we see time and time again with these newer teams is they have the rights to just be able this unknown entity and they just get taken over when a team understands what they're doing. DarkZero's done really good, but I really want to take a look at round two in particular, and I'm immediately following up with another round. That round two with the Ella Grijmod, I mean, that literally saved them. That could have maybe changed, you know, shifts in mental, anything. The fact that this Grijmod comes in at the very last second, I mean, it was a beautiful play from NJR to have this pop and secure this round was insane. And then pushing that past even further into round four. I mean, if there's one player that you don't want to go toe-to-toe with shotgun for shotgun, it's going to be Kino every single time. I don't know how he does it. He makes this shotgun almost feel as if it's a sniper rifle at this point with the way that he plays it. And Kino just looks like he's back to 18-year-old Kino. Granted, he looks like he's 18 and the kid doesn't age a day in his life. But fact of the matter is Kino is looking like a key piece of this DZ transfer.
And we're watching these rounds saying, how can so many highlight plays come from just individual players? And yes, it is great players being put in these positions, but a lot of it comes down to the strategy. And that's what we're seeing happen. It's just a strategy difference. Outlast is coming into it with good game plans. They understand what they want to go for, but DarkZero adapts. They also understand what Outlast is going for. They'll have countermeasures prepared. NJR being able to stay alive. Yes, there's not many scenarios where he can get a Grijmod to be able to stop the plant, but if that case occurs, he's in the position. He's on Ella for that reason. These players are put in situations to thrive, and Outlast hasn't thought past that initial first start. And that is just an experience difference. And I'm sure Outlast, again, is going to go back and be able to understand where their attacks went wrong. Now they're going to defense. I would love to see Outlast adapt a little more. Don't be so hard stuck onto the game plan, because they came into it with a good game plan. But we all know once you're in the server, situations change.
Well, 4 rounds down for Outlast. DarkZero, on the other hand, clearly still thriving. Guz, Xenix, back to you.
Thank you very much, boys. As we head into the second half, it's a big task now set out for Outlast. Essentially, you want to probably get off to a maybe 3-4 round win streak, get that scoreboard back into a repairable position. 5-1 lead for DarkZero, and as spoken before, they've already played this map 2 times prior, guys, and 3 attacking rounds. In both of those instances, they only need 2 now, which puts them in a very solid position and will continue to put them at the top of their group.
Yeah, it's certainly commanding, and it's very tricky to envision an Outlast comeback, barring some big adaptations from them in the mid-round. I think, as Fox was alluding to at the end of his point there, Outlast's fundamental game plan has actually looked pretty decent, and early to mid-rounds have reflected that. But when DZ have thrown a spanner in the works or been in right positions for the clutch, etc., and had strong power positions late round, that's where Outlast have just looked a little short of the mark. And it's only fine margins. Again, I don't think the rift has probably been as big as even I expected heading into this matchup, but small differences at this level. NAL so competitive domestically. They can make a big difference. So hopefully we can see a little bit more of that here defensively on Lair. Perhaps they'll feel a little bit more comfortable. Hopefully, though, they don't feel too demoralized after that first half where, again, they got off to a strong start, but Easy were then able to flex their muscles.
Outlast play Cloud9 and then SSG for their last 2 play days. They'll need to find wins, and most importantly, probably against Cloud9. They've already had their bite. They had that actually for play day 2. So Outlast played, took a day off, and here they are again. They've had that time to find a respawn. Ooh. But it's all DarkZero on Lair. J90 opening pick. Newers to follow up onto Nesta. Oh, sorry, onto Millie. Nesta falling first. And it's a 2-player advantage again. And you have to wonder where the shift has really come from. It seems to be from DarkZero's side. They've gotten far more aggressive as the game has progressed. The first couple of rounds, they were certainly a bit more sitting back and allowing Outlast to take space. 2 picks back, though, for Outlast. On the defense, they, too, look for a bit of counter-aggression. And it works. It pays dividends. They got on the front foot, found 2 picks back after DarkZero wanted to get aggressive early in the first round of this second half. And now suddenly 90 seconds left, 3v3, a good position to be in right now. Outlast have stabilized.
Absolutely, NJR though is in a position to lurk through over towards Mez. Oh, almost caught a timing there. And they do have time on their side. 70 seconds to work with here. Newers with a couple of targets available as well on Deathmark. And now control over towards Mez. Can DarkZero now connect the dots and try and think about positioning potentially for a plant, or maybe even consider flooding deep? They have options.
And they have time as well, like you mentioned. Keep a barrier for Veronix holding deep master. You've still got 2 gas babes of Trev. Those are going to be super important just to be able to try and buy some more time for Outlast. Throw those at the doorway positions. You could save them for a potential plant towards Mask as well. Veronix is moving around nicely. That plant going down inside of Mask. So this is where Trev's going to get those gas babes over it, if possible. So much pressure, though, going out from both. The plant will go down successfully for DarkZero. Trev still not using those gas babes. Not being able to find a good angle to get usage out of that utility. Newers is going to go down.
And now it's a stack over towards Ops and Mez for DZ. NJR with a tight angle, faults a little wider. We'll see if Outlast can hit these trades. They need to push forward as a team, as 3.
Oh, good use of the gas babe actually for the retake. Bolt is going to go down because of it. Now holding by himself is NJR. He just sits inside of the gas. Trevor's played this perfectly. Instead of using those gas babes to deny the plant, he uses it for the retake. He goes 8-4, saves the round for Outlast. A solid close to the round as they are back in the winner position for the first time since the opening round of this match. 2-5, a long way back, but a good sign of life for Outlast.
Yeah, they got themselves in a little bit of a tricky position there. Had it not been for the gas babe, it could have played out quite differently. Sure, they had afforded themselves the man advantage, but those angles would have been quite tricky to clear. And so whilst maybe the smokes could have been used for plant denial, they still provided really good value in that round for the retake, as you mentioned, trapping DZ over towards that ops/Mez position. And akin to the first half, Outlast do claim that first round. It's now about rolling that momentum forward. DZ got off to a decent start, J90 with his particular lurk, and of course they did eventually get that plant down, able to negate the Goyos, for instance, that were on side. They were able to get their hard bridge to work before that. But unfortunately, yeah, that gas babe was very effective in the post.
You're just going to have that one round at a time mentality. If you're Outlast, you've won definitely one of the more comfortable defensive sides on Lair. Now you're going to be pressured elsewhere, though, but so far it's been a really good game for Trevmark. 8-4, but even just outside of the numbers, positioning, utility usage. Go bunks and briefing for the 8th round. Outlast electing to not go basement. Was onto the solid snake. So we didn't get time to talk about the bans, but triple shield ban with the Blackbeard Monty clash, all taken off the board, and the mirror as well.
Yeah, so that does leave the Wards and Isle available here for Outlast, but they've elected not to lean into that route for this particular round. It's rather trap heavy. Then you have the Warden to counteract some of the more common smoke deployments and flash dumps that can occur on this particular site. Can also be layered on the top floor, and that's where the Warden will be situated, at least at the opening portion here of round number 8. As you can see, a lot of blue outlines here on the top floor currently. In fact, every single player from the Outlast defense situated above. But DarkZero will back themselves in to go for this map clear. They have good information gathering potential with the Solid Snake and the Dockerby duo. And double specialist drones here to clear a lot of this utility as well.
Logic Bomb rings out from Kino. It's been a slower paced round. But that's good news if you're Outlast. You're happy with this pace that's being set. DarkZero have not really been able to fully dislodge this top floor. They might now opt to go a little bit more horizontally, put pressure over towards Bugs and Briefing. Kino outside that corridor. It was just opt to slip through from Mazid to Master. NJR now on the move as well, but steps into Griswold Mine, loses his life to Logger. And Kino J9O finding kills elsewhere. DarkZero have just cleaned up. They've just pushed right into Outlast. Wow. Aggression. Best served cold by DarkZero. And they've got multiple match points now.
Now, I think that round as well really demonstrating that Solid Snake isn't just a one-trick pony in terms of solo lurk entry potential. It can be a really effective tool at gathering a lot of information, and provided that your communication skills are good enough, you can relay that really quickly and effectively, essentially live pinging them to the rest of the team. And when you're going for crunch attacks like that, or split pushes where it's two angles looking to meet in the middle, and you have that set information kind of in the middle of the sandwich, it can be really, really effective. We saw that play out there really nicely from DZ. Sure, early round and the pacing and the momentum may have been a little bit slower, but it doesn't matter when you're building up to an attack like that. And with it, they now have 4 opportunities to close this out in regulation.
I mean, being the better team, DarkZero once again look really strong on Lair. I have to wonder at what point teams will just ban this map out. The question mark
Yeah.
would be certainly for Outlast, allowing Lair to be the map that we go to in a best of 1. But we kind of spoke about it before. I think you touched on in terms of counter-stratting, and you know they had the play Evolve. They probably would have hazarded the guess. DarkZero would be obviously more than happy to go to Lair again. You put the work in, you try and figure out how can we stop them on this map, and we'll give it a go. Hasn't quite worked out. 4 rounds down. Been some good highlight moments from Outlast. Overall, the scoreboard very reflective of the game. DarkZero have just had more highlight moments. They've been the better team in terms of teamwork and synergy. Kino's put in a superstar performance, 11-5. He had a 4K back in the 3rd round, and he had a 3K in the previous round.
He's also going 4-0 on entry as well, which is incredibly impressive, and that's put him up currently to a 149 EPS. And Kino hasn't, typically been known as the player to post big numbers. Can have big moments, don't get it twisted. Certainly internationally he has had some, but yeah, to put in a performance like this in a matchup that should on paper be quite one-sided will be a nice little confidence booster for him.
Logger goes down early to J9O, who he himself is having a very good game. 9-3, opening kill. Gives him his 2nd. He's now 2-0 on entry as well, and that's where it's been really dominant. Entries won for DarkZero since round 3, all the way now to this match point 9th round. They've had every opening kill. Double down onto Veronix, walking around the doorway, unsuspecting. J9O losing this battle though to Nesta. Much needed kill from the Thorn. Keeps the round alive, and in the match for Outlast. 3v4, DarkZero still with the extra player advantage. It's a rather split-looking defense right now for Outlast. Miller's just going to fall back, play blue stairs, and hold his position with the keeper barriers.
Yeah, likely to try and play for life, and well, that will help. The Nitro from down below. Trevmac onto Newers, takes the snake off the board, limits some of the info gathering potential now for DZ, which could come into question. They may have a couple of drones still remaining though. Strong vert to play off. 3 Candelas critically. They'll be able to layer utility into site, take space. And I think Millie sensing that has fallen back. Nestor in the meantime though has made himself into bunks. So there is now potential pressure up above with the mid-round retake.
3 flashes too between Folds and NJR. And 2 of those Candelas were just thrown from Kino. 25 seconds, still a decent amount of time. And even with Nestor potentially going up above, and NJR watching beautifully on the flank, has the easy angle onto Millie from above. It's all too easy in the end for DarkZero. It's down to Trev, and he's been sensational for Outlast so far in this match. 8 seconds, the goal to deny Kino from getting this plant down successfully. Gets one onto NJR, can't beat out Faults though, as DarkZero clean house on Lair. 7-2 result against Outlast, which keeps Outlast in that unfortunate 5th place position. For DarkZero though, top spot still theirs.
Yeah, absolutely. They continue their march forward here. And as you alluded to before, I do wonder from this point onwards, how many times do we see DZ play Lair here in Kickoff, because it looks so strong for them, and the adaptation's been really, really clean shake.
It certainly has. Well, the first map of the day goes the way of DZ. For us, we go the way of the break.
Reloading! Cover me! Changing back!
Well, DarkZero, it is very clear that they are content to just keep on rolling through some of these newer teams. No problem at all taking down Outlast, a 7-2 absolute statement that DarkZero are continuing to make. Lax, we talked a lot about Outlast, right? Hoping that they would maybe start to get their feet under them here, but it was clear that DarkZero were just too tall of a task for them to overcome.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, for one, I do have to start being a little more critical of the newer teams and their choices, the decisions that they make. And I think, honestly, going to Lair 3 times in a row, allowing DarkZero to find comfort, I mean, that's really the last thing you want to do as a newer team, is giving these more experienced teams comfort. You know, you shouldn't allow them that opportunity to really get an understanding. Me and Fox already know game days are the best days to work on maps, even if Lair wasn't DZ's one of their best maps. 2 times in a row now, they've shown why they beat these teams, and for it to go to a third and they look even more dominant than they did the others, it really begs the question to me with Outlast, what was the real prep going into this matchup? What did they see differently? I will say I did like the bans that did come from them in comparison to the other 2 teams that challenged DZ, but still it does lead me to question really why was the choice, and was it just because that they had 2 days to go over and try to extract from and then implement, that just ended up again just looking worse than the other 2 opponents previous?
I mean, it gives you confidence when you have that footage to be able to go off of, but you saw it. DZ didn't really change much from what they showed in Lair the previous 2 days. We still saw Kino on those famous stairs where he got his first ace. We saw NJR playing the same spots. They're very comfortable on that map. They know that they didn't need to change too much because Outlast was going to make the mistakes themselves, and that was really all it took. When it came to the late rounds of those halves, Outlast was just dying left, right, and center. The way that DZ would explode onto the site from every angle, Outlast just got overwhelmed, and that was the biggest downfall. The bans were good. I do like the ideology that they came into it, and they had, you know, about 2 decent rounds. It's not much for Outlast, but that being said, it's more than none, and that's one step after the other that they have to keep taking and go back into the lab and focus up on that. And
well, so I think we're reaching
really
for some straws right now.
Yeah, there's really not much to say. DZ beat up on a bad team.
Yes, and I don't want to glaze DZ.
Yeah, DZ did their job. Another day in the office. Outlast also did their job. They lost. They're learning. It's really as simple as that.
There were some bright spots if you really wanted to pick it apart, right? We complimented TrevMac's performance, right? As an IGL, also being able to put up some good numbers, and he was at least present throughout this game. But Lax, like you said, without going overboard on the praise of DarkZero because they are continuing to beat up on these younger teams, I mean, they did play another good Lair, another day, another successful win on the very same map.
Listen, at the end of the day, even for TrevMac's performance, to still have a really good game against a top team, at the end of the day, when push comes to shoves, if teams makes roster changes, it does put Trev in a very good spot of being like, okay, you know, he can go toe-to-toe. Each and every single game, these players should strive to be their best, which I'm sure they are. I'm not discrediting saying that they aren't, but again, it is a learning curve. It is an experience versus inexperience, but things do have to change at a rapid pace, especially more than ever that we are in an accelerated stage now, that everything is going to be faster paced, so it is going to be a lot more pressure, and these players can't succumb to the pressure. So I don't want to harp on them too much. I just want to see what the next day will look like for them and kind of really get behind something that is more tangible than what we've seen from day 1 to day 2 of their play days.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, I do like that we highlighted TrevMac. He is a great player. He's been in the scene for a while. To be having such good performances while also being the IGL of a brand new team to the league, it's a very difficult task to be able to juggle all of these options. So that being said, him just showing up and doing the best, that's the first step in the right direction for Outlast. And if you look at the rest of their schedule, it really does get a little bit easier. They're playing also brand new built teams. They got C9 and SSG coming up, so they had to go through the gauntlet at first and lose those difficult games and learn from it, and now they're in a great position to be able to go up against C9 and SSG. As for DarkZero, again, another day in the office. I'm excited to see them continue their reign of terror as they play. Oh, they look like a weaker wildcard.
Maybe not on Lair either.
Yeah, I mean,
like,
it only helps DarkZero. It only helps DarkZero. If they just keep playing Lair, then they get to the bracket playoffs to be able to make Salt Lake City and you have no information on them, that's a scary DarkZero to go up against.
All right, someone's going to have to start to vary up the map pick, at least against DarkZero. But we were talking about this, Lax. There was a moment you wanted to point out in round 7 of this game to kind of showcase how things were playing out for both of these teams.
Yeah, both myself and Fox really kind of, like I said, let out an audible awe of what was going on here. We really wanted to see how they were going to be able to play this retake. And Trev, again, did a very good job at isolating these players, forcing them out of position, choking them with these smokes, and they played it really well for that post plan and being able to go for that retake. That is stuff that I do like to see. As much as we did say we don't want to glaze DZ too much, we do want to give Outlast some sort of respect. And I really think that round in particular showcased what this team has potential of and what it can, you know, slowly manifest and turn into.
Of course, being able to isolate the 3 remaining DZ players with the smoke canisters, clearly he's got a brain on him. He's able to hit those shots, and that instills confidence. You're able to keep up that performance against these teams. Outlast as a whole can slowly get better, but for Trev Mac, it just shows the sky's the limit, especially when the NAL has a very limited IGL pool, especially rookie IGL pool. So him showing that, it only increases his stock as a player as well.
Well, the second team that made it through the Challenger Series just a couple of weeks ago, 1 of 30, they're going to be playing in our next game as they take on 100 Thieves, a battle of 2 teams that, well, we could see a very competitive matchup. Don't go anywhere. It's 1 of 30, 100 Thieves when we come back.
And I'm wilding out, throw my elbows up and my money out, cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left.
Well, 1 of 30 take on 100 Thieves in our second matchup of the third day of kickoff. I guess this one is technically the last match before we are officially halfway through the group stage. But as we talked about, this 1 of 30 team, maybe we didn't have the highest expectations coming in, but Lax, day 1, match number 1 against Shopify Rebellion, this team impressed us highly, going all the way to overtime and making it look like they are going to be a fierce competitor all stage long.
Yeah, absolutely. They've really been delivering on all fronts. I've been impressed with every single player on this team, especially the newer guys from Mike W, Volsper, and Silo. Even in their match yesterday versus M80, I said in the early bits of this that I was really impressed with the game plan that they had. It was to get aggressive, get those early picks in their favor, fall back onto those layers. And individually, it's always easy to look at these new players and focus on who's getting the most kills, who's making these plays happen. I'm more fixated on the fact of what are these players doing in these moments? What's the decisions that they're making? And I highlighted even that first clutch from Silo, that 3K. It was his split-second decision-making. That's things that I'm looking at whenever I'm watching these new players. Yes, if they frag and get a ton of kills, that's great, but I really want to see the little intricacies that these players bring to the table, and so far, I have been impressed. However, as I said, I do have to be far more critical. I can't just focus on, yes, they're going toe-to-toe with some of these teams. Yes, they're getting some rounds underneath their belt. I need to see adaptation happen. I need to see Bino really fall into his IGL role and lead these players. I need to see mid to late rounds and understanding and a direction of, okay, here's the hurdle, here's the obstacle that's in front of them. What are we doing to put that into our favor? What are we doing to get these rounds underneath our belt so we can close out these games? That's what I want to see going into this game. I can't hold on to 2 or 3 rounds where it looked great and then immediately collapsing the next 5 rounds.
I mean, we can highlight the good individual players, and when they have a brain, that's what sets aside a player that can be in T2 to T1. And clearly, the 1 of 30 players absolutely have it. And we're not holding them in the same light that we're holding Outlast because they have Packer and Bino. They have that experience. They have players that have been in T1 for a little bit, bouncing in and out. So they should be able to get on the right track when it comes to the adaptation, especially when it comes to losing opening kills. You shouldn't have to rely on brand new rookies to be put in these clutch situations, especially when you're having rounds where you win so flawlessly. Consistency is the next target of attack for 1 of 30 that we'd love to see. When it comes to the individuals, we know that they're going to show up, but the strategy and the consistency, and I think it's safe to say that we need to see some type of wins, because I'm sure we're in the same boat, Lax, where regardless of, it doesn't matter how close they keep it. If they lose today, let alone continuously keep losing, we're not going to be seeing them much further, because if they lose against 100 Thieves, I can't imagine them beating any of the other teams left in their way to get some points under their belt.
Nope, completely agree.
Right, as you mentioned, this is kind of that real test, right? They had good games against 2 very good teams, but against 100 Thieves now, a team that has looked a little bit weaker. This is where you really want to see 1 of 30 step it up. But speaking of 100 Thieves, right, this is a team that also needs to step it up. We know they can do it. I mean, all of these guys, Fox, they've got this experience. You have this OXG core that performed pretty well in the back half of 2025, but they still haven't found their stride yet, at least here in Kickoff.
They have not met expectations, but something about 100 Thieves is the potential. We were worried about and had some concerns about Pamba. He's been playing exceptionally well. Adam on the later half of OXG was struggling. He's been waking up on the entry. Everybody from the team individually has been doing really good. And when it comes to their entry magic that was working on OXG that got them all the way to invite, we started to see it in that matchup against SR. They were getting those opening kills, but the biggest issue for 100 Thieves, not only the pressure of getting to match point, but it's losing these rounds that should have so easily been won. When they're in situations where they're in 3v5s, this series, round 3 and round 4 easily could have put 100 Thieves into a 4-0 against SR. They have the 3v5, but look at every single one of these gunfights. Individual fight after individual fight. This is not an 100 Thieves roster, a tournament winning roster that we should expect from 100 Thieves. They have great individual players, and they're doing the hard part first. They're getting not just 1, but 2 picks in both of these rounds, and then they just let it bleed away. Individual pick after individual pick. And these are the 2 most notable rounds that we saw in yesterday's match, but you could see it in every single one of the rounds leading up to match point and an after match point that allowed them to lose to SR. they just hemorrhage individual gunfights. The pressure gets onto their shoulders, and they stop playing like the 100 Thieves at the early round of these games.
Well, and this is... Oh, sorry. No, I was going to say, this isn't just on the IGL either to be able to reel that in. That's on every single player individually, especially on the defensive half, to be able to realize the position that they're in, who they're next to. They know who can play that trade, or to even just fall back and force teams to, go into crossfire. So that's what I really want to see going into this. They did show a lot more improvement from game day 1 to 2. Today, I need to see it even better and more amplified at a faster pace.
Well, hopefully they can go to a map that sets themselves up for success at the very least. We talk a lot about, the shield play from Spirits and the new system that he's going to be running as the IGL of this team. Lax, when you look at the maps, maybe they can head somewhere that leans into that strategy?
Yeah, I think they want to play into their own individual prowess and their strengths. A lot of maps that are very gunfight oriented. We already know a team like the old Oxygen roster, and I'm, speaking of this, an old Oxygen roster, they like taking those gunfights. They like being in those engagements. And looking at a map like Border, this makes perfect sense that they're allowing this to go through. I think it really plays into their style. They're going to be starting on defense. Love that already. But once they transition to the attack, that's where I want to see that teamwork. This is a map where Shields can really excel. You can push through top east. You can push through break. You can push through any of the balconies to get into the site towards Armory or towards Archives. So Spirit should have a field day. And then even for Gomez and Adam, we already highlighted them. They were the spearhead for this team in the early days. Border was the map where we actually started to see a resurgence from this team. So I want to see them take initiative, take charge, and then get these opening picks. So then that way the mid to late round can be a much smoother execute, and we can actually see the coordination and teamwork really come to fruition.
And that's something we know 100 Thieves can do. I mean, they showed it on Chalet, similar playstyle of the map, instantly looked way better than they did on day 1. And getting those opening kills is something they thrived in. They actually dominated yesterday in the opening kills department. So they can continue to do that on Border, especially amplifying Spirits, being able to bring the shield or the Ying, whatever the case may be, to get that first pick on the attack. But it's about slowing down afterwards and maintaining that man advantage. That is the key characteristic that I want to be able to see, because we know 1 of 30, even though they are a brand new team, so to say, they can clutch up in those situations. Do they have the same caliber of players of SR? No, but they have the potential of the individual plays that we've seen them do against a team like M80, which we could agree maybe that M80 is currently playing a little bit better than 100 Thieves. So it's a scary position to find yourself in if you're losing those opening kills for 1 of 30, especially on a map like Border. There's not many areas you can back up to. So I'm hoping to see gunfights very early on that will dictate the rest of the round, and it'll be good practice for 100 Thieves once they get those opening kills to slow it down and focus on the objective. Use Spirits on the entry, and then use his brain for the post plants.
Yeah, and then for the side of for the side of 1 and 30, don't want to keep only talking about 100 Thieves here. What I want to see more than anything is them to have a solid defensive half. But again, on that attacking half, I want to see adaptation. I want to see players moving in and around the map to find an opening, to see where they can push, see where they can go for these executes. Because that, for me, will really show me, okay, from game 1 to game 2, we know where things went wrong. We know what we need to look at. We know how we need to approach it. That's where I'm going to be looking at this 1 of 30 and see if they are really making those adaptations, because there's no more hand holding at this point. It's no more giving praise for the small things. We need to see the big things, because that's what's only going to allow them to make a name for themselves, to make their mark, is being able to adapt and be the better team outside of maybe a team giving you round after round. I want to see something from these guys, more so specifically from Dino.
I couldn't agree more. And let's paint the picture. 100 Thieves looked very good early on in that SR matchup. They get to match point, and the pressure that has always held OXG back, and now the 100 Thieves roster, got onto them. They lose 4 rounds straight. Now they're in a situation where this is quote unquote the easiest team that they could face in Group A, tied with 1 of 30 for 1 point. Next, they have to go up against M80. So again, the pressure has only amounted even greater today, because 100 Thieves has to get some points under their belt, or else they have to go up against a Titan to save their life from that elimination spot. So it's a very, very scary situation for 100 Thieves to be in, given that we know that they struggle under that hidden pressure.
All right, one team from both of these groups will not be making the double elimination bracket, and their chances at making the Salt Lake City Major will end before the playoffs. at the end of the month. So a lot of pressure on both 100 Thieves and one of 30's shoulders. Our players are still trickling into the lobby, so we're going to step aside briefly, but we will have a battle on border between one of 30 and 100 Thieves. Xenox and Guz will have the call when we come back.
Welcome back to NAL Kickoff. We're heading into our second match of the day. One of 30 versus 100 Thieves. Guys, we head to border for this one. Should be fun. Hopefully full of frenetic fighting, as border usually does present. And an important game as well for both of these two teams who have not yet picked up a win through their first two playdays.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately for one of these teams that will walk away as the loser, their path forward, even to make the bracket, looks quite challenging. So this is a big matchup, and I think fairly pitched as potentially the most competitive across all four games this afternoon. So it should be a lot of fun, and I can't think of a better stage than Border, where chaos reigns supreme.
Yeah, both of these two teams only play one more game after today. 100 Thieves will take on M80. 1 of 30 will take on 5 Fears. So they've only got one more chance after this. The winner of this very likely should escape at least that fifth spot in the group, you would imagine, barring other circumstances that can change based on other results. But yeah, you lose this, it's going to be very difficult to get out of that bottom spot. You will pretty much have to win your next game. For 100 Thieves, that might be difficult against the likes of M80. 100 Thieves will begin on the defense first up on Border as we go into the ban phase. It is Azami and Glaz that kick things off.
I must say the sound package here for NAL, I don't know, it's competing against APAC. It's been very chill to listen to. Yeah, eager to jump into this matchup. The bans do play out as you aforementioning. No shields taken off the board for this first half. That, of course, to be a big talking point heading into the second half, where Spirits will likely want to lead the charge on shields for 100 Thieves attacks.
Tertiary again,
major
for the first site selection. What's NAL off the tertiary sites off the bat rather than the primary.
Oh, yeah.
That's fine. We do see it every now and then in APL where teams will flip up the order in which the sites are chosen. There's nothing wrong with starting on the tertiary. If you can pinch one early in the opening round and then fall back to your primary sites, there's a good chance you could start 3-0 on the defense for 100 Thieves, but it does put the test now to 1 of 30. And to be fair, the ways you can look at it is based on preparation. 100 Thieves are prepared and ready to go straight into tertiary site. We go event workshop to begin rather than, you know, Armory Archives, which is typically where you would go for Border. I want 1 of 30 warmed up and ready to go straight into the tertiary site rather than kind of getting the freebie pass, one of the more difficult sites to attack into, you know, getting to warm up. So I don't mind it from the mental side of things as well. But again, putting emphasis on this game for those watching as we, you know, kind of halfway through the group stage, certainly for these two teams who have not had their bye yet, it's a must-win game for both of them.
Yeah. The path forward is very tricky from here. Need to scrap some points. Try to make it into that bracket run where either of these teams could potentially have impact, and who knows, maybe could then go on to make the Salt Lake City Major. 4 spots on offer, of course, here in North America. A lot of drone work early here from 1 of 30, looking to garner information and scout out this top floor hold from 100 Thieves. All 5 defenders on second floor currently, looking to lean heavily into the traps on offer. And nailing the Solace as well. Gomez in this round will play a key role in gaining information and potentially being a threat for Plantanal if he goes undisrupted.
And even though it's Vent Workshop, predominantly 100 Thieves playing this as if it is almost like top floor anyway. A lot of pressure towards security, trying to deny a lot of the entry positions of 1 of 30, force them to maybe go for this top-down clear rather than direct hit. So Volsberg, of course, is on the Solid Snake and help get a little bit of information. But it's somewhat limited use in terms of that radar because you kind of have an idea as to where 100 Thieves are playing on Border anyway. And W through office. And just step through that barbed wire. Is BMC going to be aware of this? He is swinging the corner cautiously, but headshot has been acquired for Mike. And a 2-player kill start for 1 of 30. A Spirit's falling elsewhere. And Gomez gets involved. He's lost another teammate in Adam, and that is a 2-kill start for Mike W. That is a wonderful start for 1 of 30 in the top floor clear. And they've got 50 seconds as well to turn their attention to the site.
Yeah, the Solace above does continue to offer threat if 1 of 30 look to now go straight towards the site, but Gomez is here. Where the plant going down, perhaps, yes, drops down, pushes forward, taken down, Packer, sharp shot, and you're going to 1 versus 4. Well, it's fallen apart at the seams for 100 Thieves. 1 of 30, though, off to a very strong start.
Yeah, the similarities are striking to our first match of the day. Tertiary site choice by the defense, which was DarkZero back on Lair, and the opposing team on the attack taking out the tertiary site. So a good start for 1 of 30. Obviously, Vent Workshop, probably a site, I think, which is far more winnable on Border compared to some others. Tech pause after the first round has played out. But ultimately, though, the battle was won really on that top floor. And that's the best sign for 1 of 30. And the concerning side probably for 100 Thieves is, you know, likely you're going to go, you know, Armory next. And it's going to play out rather similar. And so if 1 of 30 can kind of have the same entry positions, hit the same shots, take space, especially towards the likes of security and clear out east stairs, get office control, that's going to go a long way in being able to win that particular side objective as well. It's a really good start for 1 of 30. 100 Thieves will be disappointed. It couldn't really get the Solar side the late round because at that point you haven't got the numbers anyway. You know, it's essentially a 2v4. The Solars can't just run around freely, try and find that kit, put pressure with the scanner. Yeah, good start. And again, the nerves would probably be there for both teams, but certainly 100 Thieves. A new organization, of course, large remnants of Oxygen, and then for Spirits and Pamazoo from DarkZero days. These are very high quality players joining a high quality organization. You don't want Kickoff to end with being grouped, and they'd potentially be in that position if they lose this game.
Yeah, that would be a remarkable storyline. A team that is looking to crack in and make the top 4 and make it to the major, if they're unable to even take the first step and not even propel themselves into the bracket, that would be a dampener on the beginning of their 2026 campaign. Of course, it is quite a long campaign, and the Kickoff format is incredibly unforgiving. Not to mention, we're only 1 round into border here, and the world is still the world is the oyster. The world is still their oyster. For Thieves. Hey, it's still 9:20 local time for us. Still getting the hang of stringing together sentences early in the morning.
Well, you say the bracket's brutal, and it certainly is. You look at APL though, and they don't even have a group stage. It's just playoffs only. You know, 2 best of 3s and you're out. But even though there is a group stage for NAL here, a best of 1s, you can get grouped. If you finish 4th in your group, you're starting in the lower bracket anyway. So
yeah,
in theory, yes, it's still very brutal though, even with the group stage. A good start for 1 of 30 as we end this tech pause and get back underway into the second round. It will be Armory and Archives. No surprise, selected by 100 Thieves, primary site on border. And they brought essentially the same lineup, guys. The only difference being they've dropped the Warden for the Kaid. So again, expecting 100 Thieves to play this very similar to the previous round, just with a bit of added reinforcement with the Kaid clause.
Well, they built the 2-bra as well, right? So that may be potentially expectation of the Deimos. That can be good counter toolage outside of obviously hard breach denial as well. So I'm intrigued to see how Yoga looks to implement that utility in the round. Util stack over towards east stairs though early here from 1 of 30. This is quite an intriguing belt of utility as they open in through passport wall to try and expose this stairs position. It's Spirits to hold down the lane currently on the smoke. He's looking to hold this Gas Babe util for as long as possible to extract maximum value. Of course, with that util, he can no longer push down the stairs, and escaping will be a challenge. Adam elsewhere, though, will provide support. Clean work from that office position to deny down below, and Gomez with an SMG of his own will find a pick as well. 100 Thieves doing a better job in denying map entry in round number 2.
Yeah, I just think it's that point of the round. I mean, a minute and a half kind of went by really quick. Not much happened. 1 of 30 struggled to really make contact and take some of these fights. 100 Thieves got to a point in the round where they're like, well, we can kind of push back and get aggressive ourselves, as you called before. Mike lies down below. Volsper very low on health. 5v2, 100 Thieves are going to make pretty quick work of this primary site, never even really being tested on the site itself. That's disappointing for 1 of 30 because they did a good job of actually clearing a very similar hold in the previous round. But stringing that back to back proving to be difficult. And the Spirits has already used all of his gas bays, but will hold aggressively with the shotgun, looking to swing over towards top east stairs. He hasn't quite been fully successful until just at the very end. Drop shot will work, gets both of them. And 100 Thieves on the board as they take round 2.
Well, that's 2 rather one-sided rounds so far, 1 apiece. But that can sometimes be the nature, and honestly, it's probably typically the nature of border. Snowball-style rounds are fairly common if you're able to find the entry pick, especially prior to map entry. If you're on the side of defense, it's then incredibly challenging to fight in towards the map from the exterior because of the nature of border structure. And on the flip side of attack, if you get into the building, find the opening kill, you can snowball. We saw that back in round number 1. So I don't think we're seeing too many massive surprises in the opening couple of rounds here, really from either team, outside of, I guess, the quote-unquote tertiary being selected, but even that wasn't too far-fetched. But that's exciting, right? Because it's setting us up for hopefully this to culminate into a really close contest. That's how it looks on paper. You then combine that with the stakes when you consider the position in which these two teams find themselves in, as essentially a must-win position to stay alive here for Kickoff. It just feels like it's building into a big game.
Now, what kind of steak, though? Is it well done or is it medium rare?
5 seconds to insertion.
Depends if you win or lose. If you lose, it's going to be very well done and overcooked.
Oh, Alex will like that then.
Borrow some.
Right. Yeah, I mean, you kind of said it best in the sense that it's 1-1 in both rounds, won convincingly either way. 4 alive in both of the rounds for the respective teams. Opening kill as well. Went the way of Mike in the opening round, Adam in the second round. So it's just gone 2 rounds in and both have kind of landed a blow each. So we head over to custom supply now in the 3rd round. Back onto the Solid Snake for Volspot. Which I think, especially on this particular site, custom supply, there's a little bit more movement around the map for the defense. So having that radar to be able to help facilitate entry will be very valuable for 1 of 30.
A lot of drone work early here from 1 of 30. We saw Mike W as well getting some nice value from the Clutch Drone early and disrupting some of the U2 laid out here by the defensive 100 Thieves. And it's first pick to the attack. Can they now snowball this advantage? It's Gomez on the ground. U2 likely already dispersed, but does snatch that potential nitro away if it wasn't used prior. And of course, it's one player down, 1 less gun inside of the server for the defense.
That's the drone work that you mentioned that found that pick onto Gomez. So they got rewarded for that drone work. Adam does finally kill the Nitrocell onto Silent, gets rid of the Dockerby. At the same time, Mike W able to get rid of Pampazoo, giving still the advantage to 1 of 30, heading closer towards the last minute of the round. We've got Yoga towards Armory still, but he will drop straight into the arms of Packer, waiting patiently for that drop. Yoga completely unaware.
A minute on the clock. Packers under a little bit of pressure here. The Nitro Cell will take him down to 1 HP. Finish off by the shotgun up close, but now Spirits. Well, he's isolated. He's caught. And he's down and out. 1 of 30 with another clean attack.
I mean, really good drone work early on. Good patience. They didn't really worry about trying to just get into positions early, took their time, rewarded them with that opening kill on to Gomez, and then from there just started to kind of sweep around the map. A solid round from 1 of 30. 100 Thieves actually just, as the round opened up and we started to see 1 of 30 infiltrate into the building, 100 Thieves just looked a little bit staggered around the map defensively. And Border can tend to do that, and certainly on these first floor sites where you want to try and have control, second floor and first floor, you do end up kind of spread defensively. Solid Snake gets banned out, so does the Tuber out. We actually discussed this on APL the other day, where, you know, we've kind of looked at the region by region breakdown as to how Solid Snake is being utilized, and it's kind of a region by region preference at the moment in terms of some regions are banning it and certainly playing it. I think they're all playing it, but some regions are banning it way more than others.
Yeah, absolutely been the case. And we'll see what kind of freedom that may now be able to afford this defense, and maybe just enable a little bit more lurk potential for 100 Thieves, not necessarily having to deal with the threat of being pinged out. And it's not just even the early round. We saw it in the last game. We've seen glimpses of it here already on Border, was the ability from the mid to late round transition and finding really specific information, especially for on-site positions late as well. If you have the strong communication skills to relay that for the execute, it makes it so damn tough for the defense to anchor, especially if you're playing a slightly off position. So we'll see what that translates to now as we head into round 4. And we'll see if 100 Thieves can maintain this seesaw between the two teams.
Yeah, and same lineup again on this side for 100 Thieves. It's just the Thorn instead of the Goyo. So trying to keep their lineups as similar as possible, and then maybe just switching out a little bit on the fly based on the info that they're getting from the prior rounds. So electing to not bring the Vulcan canisters of the Goyo. Instead, they want the Razor Bloom shells of the Thorn. There's the drone work right now from 1 of 30 that's really impressed me in this first half. They're getting themselves information and on border. That's so vital, so important. Especially just entering the building can be so difficult at the best of times. The way the defense will typically play, you know, at these window and doorway positions, trying to take fights against those outside on the balcony. Early logic bomb from Silo, so 1 of 30 want to try and get as much space as they possibly can obtain. And this is actually something Mike's done very well. He's 4-1, and he keeps going this east stairs, like into office, lurk position entry, and it's been very successful outside of 1 round, which was the 2nd round. It's his 2nd opening kill of the half so far for Mike.
Looking for intent.
And that now ramps up the pressure quite quickly onto the rest of this defense of 100 Thieves, who will spring into action, try to find some space back, but Yoga now death marked. So he too under the pump and can't push forward now to refill that space that's being created. And Mike W continues his rampage. Yoga needs to win this fight. He does. But unfortunately for him, Pamba drops elsewhere. 3 versus 2 in favor of 1 of 30 as Mike W's rampage continues.
Yeah, it's the classic border where it's just fight after fight. Yoga, nice shot in the back on a Silo. Plank on down from Bino towards server. Nothing Yoga can do about that. He enters the 1v2 post plant. Had the yellow ping intel on Mike W's position, but he's now dropped bathroom. He'll play with Bino. Yoga's got 30 seconds to try and salvage this round for 100 Thieves, otherwise staring down the barrel of a 3-1 deficit. Yoga trying to play quick. Does he see the gun barrel? He did last second. He's played this well in terms of his positioning, but Mike W as well plays it better. And what a round from Mikey Boy. Solid. As 1 of 30 take a 3-1 lead, he's at the head of that. His entries have been really good for 1 of 30.
Yeah, there's no doubt at the moment that DMRs are very strong in Siege, but you need to leverage that correctly. Positioning is critical, and drone work as well to facilitate finding that point of least resistance. And Mike W was able to exploit that really nicely. 100 Thieves call a tactical timeout in response, not particularly pleased with how things have played out thus far. We can now see a definitive lead in this map. And the entry battle, it continues to be defining, as is typically the case on border. It's 4 out of 4 conversions, 3 of those in favor of 1 of 30, and they've been working really hard. Their due diligence on attack entry has looked so strong. The combination of drone work and then finding the point of least resistance for map entry, finding that pocket of space that 100 Thieves are leaving, has been really cool to watch. And so 100 Thieves need to tidy that up and make it more challenging to enter the map.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it is border. Attacks will typically be, at the best of times, quite strong and successful. I don't think 100 Thieves will be sweating just yet. But just yet is is the wording, because it can get ugly really quickly if you don't rectify some of the issues. And this is an issue right now. Stopping Mike W with these entries. He's just kind of doing what he likes. Just a single round where it hasn't worked. And funnily enough, that was actually a round in which 100 Thieves won. So they actually stopped his entry in that second round, and from there went on and won pretty comfortably. And in all the other 3 rounds, he's just been so dominant. 2 out of 3 opening kills for 1 of 30. Parker getting 1 in the 3rd round. He's 7-1, 2-1 on the entry, 183 EPS. He's been the standout for 1 of 30. 2 rounds to go in the half. We'll see if 100 Thieves can bounce back.
So it's the Kali in play for Mike W. He's had enough with the DMRs. He's going to jump onto the sniper for the 5th round, and so maybe that's indicative of some kind of set play formulated here by 1 of 30. I mean, quite intrigued to see if this is potentially for the utility. Is it to be able to fortify longer lines of sight? Probably a combination of both. Maybe indicating something a little bit more archive side, but Kit's on the opposing side of the map currently. I'm quite excited to see what kind of attack they're going to look to formulate here, and then how the 100 Thieves try and formulate a response. It's Gomez initially over towards break room, favoring this position once again. SMG up close, tricky to clear. as the Roteros get sent out. Rubino, drone work elsewhere from the likes of Stylo and Mike W. So very drone heavy again here from the attack. Trying their best to gain information, but that even is being stalled out by the mute of Yoga.
And again, I've spoken about this a couple of times, guys, where the drone work from 1 of 30 has been really successful for them in this first half. It's though going to be the test now against Gomez if they're very much aware of his position. Wolfsburg certainly was aware, but Gomez a bit better. Good trades. They brought numbers to the battle. So they played that trade game early into the round. Silo makes it a third straight now for 1 of 30, and they take the numbers advantage. Nitro miss from Yoga as Adam still has one, but he goes down in archives. It's a 3v1. If they just walk through the front door and taken the firefight straight to 100 Thieves, now into archives, Packer can plant. Yoga can't do anything about it. That plant will be successful and can't even cross top of main stairs. Like, they know exactly where he's going to be coming from, which is over towards office. Oh, great tap though onto Packer. That should force Silo into action. He makes his way up main stairs now to try and shoot Yoga in the back, which may just happen at any moment. Gets on the kit. That will be noise heard from Mike. That's going to force Silo to shoot him in the back, in the head. 4-1.
Wow. 1 of 30 really starting to make a statement here on board up. Good trade out over towards break. But another key moment that we didn't catch on camera necessarily, but we saw it on the kill feed. It was once again Mike W. He got value from the Kali from that long outside position over towards archives. That was a particular position that was near impossible to trade. We saw the trade work elsewhere actually be okay for the most part, 400 Thieves. But just prior to that, or just during that particular fight, Mike W. right there was able to find that kill. So good catch there from the Obs. That rotation over towards top east. There's no world in which that's getting traded. It then gave them a permanent man advantage going forward. Archives plant again, enabled by the Kali, who could sit outside long angle and would have been in a position to help in terms of the counter diffuser denial. So big shout out to the Kali pick there. Worked out really well. And then the drone work and the flood work over towards break was clean as well. 1 of 30. Their game plan at the moment, it's looking really, really clean. 100 Thieves need to step it up and find a way to shut this down.
Camera in position.
Yeah, get info, play off each other, get into tradable positions, and flood.
It's the basics.
And it's working.
That it works.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The fundamentals have been really good. I think this is certainly a game where it's not so much like 100 Thieves doing a whole lot wrong. 1 of 30 is just playing really, really well.
Ooh.
And Spirits over towards Towers is almost dead. Mike has been the MVP so far.
The mental warfare has come out as well.
Gomez, though, gets the opening kill. 4-2-half wouldn't be awful, really, for 100 Thieves, as they would then get to go on the attack themselves in the second half. On map like Border, typically can be the stronger side.
It's Packer to send it forward then on the blitz. Of course, post-nerf requiring the sledge to help facilitate that quick entry, but it is being denied nicely. 100 Thieves come alive for in the final round of the half to potentially set themselves up to post a respectable scoreline, a defendable scoreline heading into the second half. The aggression continues and the attack continues to fall. It's a 2v4, plenty of time, but not a lot of bodies now that can be thrown at this defense.
Adam very fortunate he got the down onto Wolfsburg because that air jab left him vulnerable. And this is one thing that 100 Thieves have done better, though. That's a really good instance where they're taking fights where the trade ability's not there for 1 of 30. 100 Thieves are being more proactive on the defense. They're pushing, taking these 1v1s, winning it. And then 1 of 30 can't get that flood game going and that trade game going because they're not the ones initiating the contact. Still over a minute remaining in the round. Mike W has only died the one time. Has come to the close of the half very briefly. We'll see if he can maintain that. And if he does, it might be because 1 of 30 can somehow bring this back. But it's going to be difficult. And still a nitro for Adam available. Got to find this. You got to find a pick really in the next 20 seconds. Got to get lucky from above. And that's what Mike's trying to do.
Ooh,
Let's actually go
could be
horizontal.
as well.
Main stairs with the pistol. 40 seconds, 2v3.
100 Thieves still have a decent amount of information they can potentially play over the belt. Still up, Archives waiting, both being monitored. Packer under pressure. 30-second time now becoming a big concern. And that pick up above for Mike could have been big, but it does not land, compromising the final push of this attack.
Yeah, probably needed that one. Now you're down a player, can't just flood, trade over towards site. Packer does have the kit, but running low on time into the last 10 seconds of this round. And Gomez will shut down the blitz. Mike does get another one. He goes to double-digit kills, but the time will run out. It will expire. 100 Thieves will get their second round to close the half.
Yeah, 4-2 half. 100 Thieves probably walking away feeling pretty content. There were definitely some warning signs across that half, but they were able to make good there in the 6th.
Well, we go into roll swap, a halftime break. Let's see what the desk has to say.
Thanks, guys. A good start for 1 of 30, Lax. We said they needed to show up here and tell us that they could take down a team like 100 Thieves on the attack. 1 of 30 made it work.
Yeah, they absolutely did. And I said this, starting on their attacking app, I wanted to see adaptation. I wanted to clearly see a sense of direction, a sense of urgency being changed from one round to the next, or even into the mid to late round. And that's exactly what we saw, even from round 2, where they end up losing the round. Me and Fox were talking about it. A shield would have made that attack so much easier. They ended up losing a lot of bodies due to the fact that they just couldn't enter the building. What was the problem solved? What was the solution? Immediately the next round, they bring a shield. They use that Blackbeard from Bino. They get into the site, they get into the map, they force players, they course players into line of sight, and they would just slowly collapse and constrict that defensive half that 100 Thieves was trying to go for. Overall, they've been very strong on their attacking half, and Mike W has been playing exceptionally well.
Yeah, I mean, Mike W has been getting the trade almost every single time. I think that's been the name of the game when it comes to 1 of 30. Yes, very creative operators. I mean, we saw Mike W on the Cali. I didn't think we would see a Cali on
Cali's
border. But that being said, not only are the operators very creative, they're constantly adapting, but Mike W is always there for the trade. And some of those rounds were make or break, where he's consistently just out trading his teammates that are dying, and it puts 1 of 30 in winnable situations. And if we talk about trades, I think we have to mention that 100 Thieves is doing very bad on the trades. Every single one of their defenses, it's 1v1 after 1v1, even when they're all grouped up in CCTV. And we were talking about Alex, sometimes 1 of 30 is just walking through the break door and Yogg is in the CCTV by the windows and not helping. Situations
simply
shouldn't happen. And I think that's the biggest thing going into attack that 100 Thieves needs to make sure, worst comes to worst, just trade each other. This basics. I'm holding 100 Thieves right now in the same realm as I talk about Outlast.
1 of 30 have shown us that they have that adaptability, right? They're changing it up on the attack. Now for 100 Thieves, we're going to have to see the same thing. Back to you guys.
Well, we head into the second half in this best of 1 matchup. It's tense now for 100 Thieves. We spoke about it pre-match, guys, in terms of the storylines developing for both of these two teams so far through NAL Kickoff. Must win this match for both. 1 of 30, 3 rounds away. 100 Thieves going to the attack. They'll see if they can bring the same firepower that we saw of 1 of 30 in the first half. They're going to need to. Otherwise, you're staring down the bottom of the barrel, being in the last place position, which will get you grouped and not even a chance at playoffs.
So the bands come through then. It's Glaz, Blackbeard, Azami, and Goyo. And the question now posed, how heavy into shields does Spirits wish to lean into for the second half, with both the Blitz and the Monty up and available? And on a map like Border, those shields can really get to work. They can be quite useful in gaining the initial control, contesting the likes of Top Beast or Break. At least at first glance, it didn't seem like that was going to be the selection of choice here, though, for the opening attack. We'll see, though, if that ends up being changed. But we've got to see the trade game specifically for 100 Thieves to step up here into the second half. It's been a big strength for 1 of 30. And if they can continue that and flow that into defense, the path forward for 100 Thieves does look pretty rocky. Equally, though, there's an opportunity, if they're able to refine things, to get back into this map and look very competitive.
No, we did our podcast the other day, actually. We were talking about 100 Thieves, and we didn't have them in certainly a major qualifying position in NAL. There's just quite a few other teams, I think, that are above them, but I certainly wouldn't have had them in last place. Oh, Adam! Oh, shot through the barricade, headshot onto Packer, onto the smoke as well. That's a great start to the half for 100 Thieves, looking to get out of that last place.
Loading new magazine!
Yeah, I think, certainly heading into kickoff, probably not quite in that top 4, but 100 Thieves, if they can link it at the right time and find form at the right moment, provided they make the playoff bracket, it's not otherworldly for them to crack into that top 4. It is, just as you mentioned and kind of alluding to, very, very competitive. And we haven't quite seen them at their best just yet, but very early days for this project. 2 minutes to go then in round number 7, and good information on the exterior from Mike W. The Yokai drones to facilitate that, but the Dokkaebi to disrupt. In the meantime, Pamba finds 1, and now 1 of 30 need to try and get active, but as they try to do that, they fall 1 by 1, and it may well be a flawless start for 100 Thieves. In fact, it is, and that's quite a statement in the second half.
Yeah, on Armory Archives as well, attacking half to get flawless. A wonderful start to the half for 100 Thieves. They had the 2-minute break, just being able to collect their thoughts and figure things out to go into the second half. And boy, that is the response so desperately needed after being down 4-1. 4-1. They've gone and strung together 2 rounds in a row. Closed out the first half on Bathroom Towers and then attacking into Armory Archives flawlessly. And now it's only 4-3. Now it's game on. Now it gets really tense for both of these two teams. Packer a little bit unfortunate, but it's the risk you run when sitting right at the window. Attackers at times will look to just kind of shoot through it, and you can cop a straight bullet.
So into the 8th round, and it's Workshop, the objective of choice for 1 of 30. In a similar vein to their opponents, they'll elect to bring the Solace. Packer this time around to fulfill that role. Trying to cut down information through the early to mid round, and then position dependent can maybe look to disrupt plant from above or relay that information to any other remaining defenders as well. On the side of the attack, we do now see the shield play activated from Spirits. He'll jump onto the Blitz for this round. Of course, they didn't ultimately need a shield at all to help facilitate the entry last time out, but that was a little bit more of a off-meta opportunity, I suppose, in a bit of an extraneous circumstance. So with a more standard defense lineup here, in terms of position, we'll see if they can try and leverage that blitz for the initial map entry.
And a big change up when it comes to the lineup for 1 of 30, only keeping the Aruni from the opening round. They look a little bit more active though with this lineup. Now, obviously Packer on the Solace is going to need to stay alive. He'll be important in trying to help locate that kit. I like Volspro on the Thorn. Mike W as well on the Warden can help, you know, deny some of the quicker entries towards this top floor. Nitro thrown out from Bino. Doesn't connect. There is Mike W who's got the kill onto Pambazoo, but trade does come through swiftly. 100 Thieves are bringing the heat on border to kickstart their attacking half. It's been an onslaught. Wonderful clear of the top floor. Spirits knows exactly where Packer is. Good use of the impact to just dislodge Spirits. Finish him off with the SMG, but now in the 1v3, bottom main stairs, they know exactly where Packer is. Here comes Adam from above. Make it 3 straight for 100 Thieves, and we are tied here on border.
Okay, they're bringing some flair now. I'm liking what we've seen so far from 100 Thieves. The intensity of their attacks has been really quite astounding. When they work really hard, then they grind away and find that opening kill. They snap immediately into action. They're leveraging that blitz really nicely. They're then pushing the defense into preoccupied positions around the map for pretty easy and straightforward picks. They're layering enough utility where they're not overly reliant on it, but again, it's dislodging this defense really nicely, and you culminate all of that together. And I wish we had some kind of way to measure it, like a pressure gauge, for instance, because it feels like 100 Thieves, if that were to be the case, would be close to 100 at the moment in these first couple of rounds. They're not giving any breathing room at all to the defense, not allowing any repositions, not allowing any counter utility. It's been really, really quite clean to watch so far. And so now with the 4-4 scoreline, it's just about maintaining that, being able to ride that momentum and continue forward.
Window is
So back to Armory Archives, and again, it seems like the good news for 1 of 30 is they're pretty much aware of the fact they're going to have to adapt. They know 100 Thieves are playing pretty quick. They're flooding. Their aggression is through the roof, and they're just committing. Or whatever happens, if 1 or 2 players go down for 100 Thieves, doesn't matter. They'll push forward. So they bring Silo on the Allah, the Grizzmont Mines, to just, add in with the Thorn and the Malusi Banshees. Like, you've got so much more trap utility that's been brought in this round, and it's in response to how 100 Thieves have been playing.
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to note it if you didn't. It's all about trying to slow down this attack and disrupt it as much as possible, not allow any kind of tempo building throughout the round. Even if 100 Thieves were to get a pick or get some ground, then being able to stall them out and not allowing them to snowball and roll forward as quickly through these rounds and find as much map position as they have across the last couple of occasions. We'll see if they're able to lean into that utility, how effective it may be, and what 100 Thieves now do in response. Early Nitro from Mike W, that doesn't quite land at the mark inside of Archives currently. Already, they're doing a little better in withstanding this pressure. That being said, 100 Thieves, it's more so groundwork, it's drone heavy, activating the Twitch. Posturing maybe for Archives could suggest that we see something a little more direct as opposed to the map clears that 1 of 30 have now become accustomed to.
90 seconds has already elapsed. Better for 1 of 30. That's a win for them. And these rounds have been typically over by this point. W did take some damage. Volsberg wants to get aggressive, times it nicely, runs right into Gomez. Gomez was not expecting that swing out of break. Opening kill goes the way of 1 of 30. Logic Bomb activated from Spirits, and he makes his way up main stairs. But the nuisance of the trap utility clearly playing a factor, but yet gets up anyway and shoots Mike W in the back. Spirits has taken control towards lockers. Does not matter though. 3 of his teammates fall at the same time as 1 of 30 should now make this 5-4.
Wow. Big blow landed then from 1 of 30. Spirits left with little in the tank. Not really any win conditions now presenting themselves. He tries to be patient. He tries to wait for the push. The 1-by-1, but it's not coming his way. 1 of 30 staring down the barrel now of returning to a lead position. It will also mean that neither team's been able to net 4 rounds in a row. 10 seconds on the clock. Spirits knows it's round over.
Good discipline. Really good discipline. I mean, you're not really going to lose that 4v1. Spirits is so low on health. I understand that. But just the discipline of just saying, hey, yeah, we got this round wrapped up, but we all don't have to run around and do silly things. Hold our positions. Stay tucked in. And just close it out. 5-4. So the run of 100 Thieves comes to an end at 3 rounds straight. 1 of 30 bounce back. And again, it's on that adaptation where they're figuring things out as the rounds play out. What's the issue? 100 Thieves are just able to rush into us with bring trap utility, and it works. You even just saw the push up main stairs for Spirits, and he was successful actually in still getting up, getting in, and getting the kill onto Mike W. But it's delayed, it's not as clean, it's not as easy, and certainly others having issue too, and that gives 1 of 30 a better chance to find kills. None more important than this though from Volspa. He gets aggressive on the defense, swings out a break, and here is Spirits pushing up, and again, he's getting shot at, he has to deal with utility. Even though he's still got that kill onto Mike W, it's not clean. He's not able to go and get more from that position, and he was then wounded heavily. 2 rounds to go for 1 of 30. On the defense, they take out the primary site of Armory Archives, and we go towards Vent Workshop for the 10th round.
So that breaks the momentum of 100 Thieves. Now once again put in a position of pressure, and we'll see how they look to respond. On this workshop side, Solid Snake selected from 100 Thieves. It's a little bit of an unorthodox composition here from the attack. We once again see Kali in play. The boys on the desk during the role swap timeout. A little surprised that we saw Kali on one occasion from 1 of 30. Well, we'll see it for a second time. This time in the hands of 100 Thieves. It's Spirits trading out his typical shield play for the sniper in hand, trying to establish some long angle dominance. Could actually be quite a useful tool for clearing this pillar position over towards security. We'll need some accompanying pressure to dislodge Silo, but Spirits will be able to win this fight. He is in the favored position with that sniper and the long side accompanying it.
It's interesting though.
Utility as well.
Yeah, Kali is not exactly a staple pick by any means, but it certainly has been used on this map many times before, and for these kind of positions, funnily enough, that Adam is actually sitting in right now. You think about that push in towards Archives where you try and get that quick plant down. The Kali can be very useful in just sort of holding the angle. It can cut off a lot of angles towards the window positions from balcony. It certainly has uses on border.
Yeah, Border is a small map, but there's definitely a collection of niche long angles where the Kali could be useful. As Gomez, in the meantime, pushes forward. Break pressure here from 100 Thieves, but Osprey again, early round. Good up close, and that's the sniper that we've been talking up off the board in the grave. 5v4 in favor of the defense.
Spirits in that position towards 90 though on the Kali, that's questionable. The trade elsewhere, though, as Adam is able to even up the numbers. They deal with Bosper towards Fountain. Lovely drop shot from Mike W, though, onto Pampers, who completely outplays the Solid Snake. Logic Bomb rings out from Gomez. Desperate times now for 100 Thieves. Swinging towards main. The timing, though, is not caught by Gomez. A second here or there, and maybe finds that kill from top main stairs, but is unable to. Yellow ping intel. They want to go hunting onto Mike W, and they do collect. He was stuck towards Armory. 3v3, under a minute remaining.
Oh, I love this position from Bino. Just aggressive here against the drop. Will win this fight if it goes unchecked by the attack. 100 Thieves do have a decent pocket of time though. 40 seconds. Do they have the information required though? Drone late here from Yago. It's quite a distance away from the site, so this will take time to garner. This is a calculated risk from 100 Thieves to get good late round information, and it's disrupted. It gets a little bit, but it's not much.
That's the one and only flash.
Oh, he survives.
They've got available. Not dead at all. Oh, you got early. But it's traded immediately by Packer. One of the more crucial rounds playing out here in the 10th. 15 seconds. 100 Thieves need to win this, or 1 of 30 will have 2 match points as Adam will go for the plate inside a server. Gomez caught in the flank from Silo. Packer up close. Well, the nail is in the coffin. The question is, can 1 of 30 hammer it shut?
Whoa, that was a massive round. There were so many close moments for both teams there. But 1 of 30 just with a little more polish, a little more refinement, and able to win out that round. They were able to leverage the clock nicely in the late round, eventually able to force that plant down, then converged on the plant position with some good timing, some good teamwork. It's been a tantalizing tug of war between these two so far as we look back at the highlight package. Spirits, the push down 90, high risk, and unfortunately for 100 Thieves, it was low reward. A 3 versus 3, still a winnable position with Yoga getting a little fortunate, but the trade work, it's been a big storyline of this map so far. The trade ability from 1 of 30 has been quite good. It serves them well there. Now with match point and a couple of opportunities to close this one out in regulation. And if 100 Thieves fall and walk away with no points, as we do see a DC, it makes that path forward to the kickoff playoff bracket very, very tough.
Well, that's going to give us a little bit more time to dissect things heading into 2 match point opportunities. Yeah, and I was just looking at some of the statistics. Yeah, a 6-4 lead It's only 2 rounds, but it's deserved. You look at the opening kills, it's 6-4 in favor of 1 of 30, so they've won that department. In terms of multi-kills, 1 apiece each. Mike W got a 4K, Gomez got a 3K, that's it. For a map like Border, actually, the multi-kill category is quite empty. Typically, you can see individuals get 3 or 4 kills in rounds often enough. Only the 1 flawless round, which was midway through that 3-round win streak for 100 Thieves. And then you kind of look at plants, and this is actually the most one-sided statistic. 3 plants in the first half for 1 of 30, and they won those 3 rounds as well. 0 for 100 Thieves through 4 attempts. Now, they have won 2 attacking rounds, so it's not the end of the world, but that is quite a stark difference, and in favor of 1 of 30. With 2 opportunities to close out, they're definitely looking like the more likely of the 2 to win this map. But 100 Thieves have shown their ability to string rounds together quickly. When they were 4-1 down, they won 3 in a row. With 6-4 down, can you win 2 in a row? It's certainly doable.
Yeah, this kind of position they now find themselves in, disrupted a little bit by the technical pause, it is going to test their ability to close out. A very winnable position. They haven't been able to do that so far. The result against Shopify Rebellion back in play day 1 was very, very close, an 8-7 loss on that occasion. M80, they were never in a position to win. It was a 7-3 loss. So they'll be looking to try and flip their fortune from that first play day where they weren't able to quite get the job done. Unfortunately, that was actually on Clubhouse, and in overtime they were unable to obtain the defensive round required, funnily enough. So let's see if they could do it here on Border in not quite a commanding position. I think it would be very unfair to frame it in that way, but I think it certainly can be described as strong. That they are playing like the better.
Well, they've been the better team. Yeah, that's the thing. They've been the better team, and that's where the concern is for 100 Thieves. Sometimes you can actually lose a game where you think, oh, we've done a lot right. And to be fair, there has been a lot done right by 100 Thieves. You think about the last 2 rounds as a good example. It's because 100 Thieves won 3 in a row, and the way they certainly started the attacking half in the second half, that caused 1 of 30 to change up the way that they wanted to play in terms of operator lineup, bringing more trap utility. That's off the back of what 100 Thieves was doing. So it's not domination in the usual sense where you see like 7-1 or 7-2 results because one team's just so much better. It's kind of been a little bit back and forth. At the end of the day, 1 of 30 started hot. That forced 100 Thieves to change things up. It worked. Then that forced 1 of 30 to change things up. That's worked. And so we're kind of now into what will be the final stage of this, which is seeing whether or not we can see 100 Thieves change it up once again. It seems like this tech pause is taking a little bit longer than we had anticipated. Unfortunately, it's never a good sign when we see players get off the chairs. We'll take a very short break here for NAL Kickoff. Big game, don't go too far. 6-4 lead for 1 of 30. Well, we return right where we left off. 6-4 lead for 1 of 30 against 100 Thieves. Two teams that have not found a win so far for NAL Kickoff. 1 of 30 now on the verge of finding their first win, and that would cement 100 Thieves at the bottom of the group, heading to what would then be their last game against M80.
That would not be a comfortable position. And even if they go on to potentially push OT in this matchup, that too will compromise the total number of points that they can gain as well. But it would still be a salvage effort. But they have to do it. Yeah, absolutely. It's the lesser of two evils, really, at this point for 100 Thieves. They've come against some stiff competition, though, this afternoon. I think it can be said that, sure, they haven't had the greatest game of Siege ever played, but I think it would be very fair to frame this match, what we've seen so far, as 1 of 30 playing some really good border overall. It's been really impressive to watch. I think that, you know, some of the early entry play from Mike W was great. Some of the team play that we've seen develop over the course of the last couple of rounds especially has been good. Their ability to break the 3-round streak that we saw as well from 100 Thieves when it felt like they were maybe building towards a map win as well was really impressive. So for 100 Thieves, it's a culmination of a lot of things not quite going their way, but of course they themselves will probably be the first to put the hand up and say they haven't played to the best of their ability either. There's still an opportunity here to push this game to overtime. They put spirits on the Monty, tried to find some comfortability. Let's see if they can combine and make it work, but Mike W will find yet another opening kill. This guy has been absolutely on fire.
Yeah, he's been the difference. He's been a big factor for 1 of 30 that 100 Thieves haven't had something similar.
Yeah.
Round's not done, long way to go. But without Gomez, without that Docker beat, less information acquired for 100 Thieves in terms of the logic bombs. I mean, 13-6 now for Mike W. More importantly, 4-1 on the entry. Volspa trying with the Nitrocell to dislodge Spirits. That one just falls short of the mark and leaves Spirits fully intact. 1 of 2 Nitros used now for 1 of 30. Leaves the other with Bino. Packer with his final gas babe. 90 seconds left. No more gas babes left for Packer.
Yeah, Packer's been really good here. Patient, disciplined, not exposing himself to passport, and so it's so difficult for 100 Thieves to get it clear. But a fight elsewhere will go their way. Finally, something goes their way. Minute 20 on the clock, 4v4, and now potentially in a position to start contesting this control up above. Flush out those on the second floor. Packer maybe looking to respond. That's an eager push through waiting, maybe in combination with Bino, but it doesn't quite connect, and the drone will force them out.
And forgot to mention this, but Gomez was the only one with digit kills for 100 Thieves. Packer has just sat still beautifully. Good pop-up. Let that Monty go by. Gets the kill then onto Pampazoo, but Spirits does a tremendous job to then win the 1v1 against Packer and brings it back to a even 3 versus 3 into the final 45 seconds in a do-or-die round for 100 Thieves.
It's still a 2-1 split here from the defense. Bino's side, the other two still up above in a position to rotate late, try to catch off this attack of 100 Thieves. So the clear is not complete. And there's only 30 seconds on the clock for 100 Thieves to try and hit this side.
Drop down from Silo. Volspa shot in the back though by Adam, who's having a very good round. They've got the player advantage. They don't have a lot of time to work with, but you do still have Spirits up on this Monty. So a chance to get the point down is still there. As you mentioned, the Nitrocell available for Bino, but he opts to push into Bathroom. He hears the plant going down. Nitro's thrown out, but way too low. Got shot out. That plant will be successful. And even though Spirits isn't able to get up and play that shield in the post plant, it is still at least a post plant.
30 seconds. Oh, Silo hits the shot.
Oh, no. And Yoga's so far away, he's not going to make it in time. It is indeed it. It is indeed over. 1 of 30. Take down 100 Thieves. They get all the points from this as they win it in regulation. And 100 Thieves are now sitting at the bottom of Group A with 1 match left against M80. It's not been a fun time for the new organization in their debut season. Kickoff is brutal. It is very difficult. And it is now looking unlikely that 100 Thieves have any chance of making the major. We go to the break here. We go to the highlights. Big win for 1 of 30.
Five seconds remaining. Attackers are activating diffusers.
You can catch me in the pit. I'm breaking necks and I'm wilding out.
1 of 30, take down 100 Thieves. We wanted to see both of these teams perform better. We definitely saw that for 1 of 30, and we've got Mike W here now on the other side of this win. Mike, congrats on this one, man. This was a big performance from you guys, your first win here in the NAL. How does it feel to be on the other side of this?
I mean, it feels great. You know, it's my first win. I mean, most of our first win in Tier 1. I'm excited, getting to show what we can really do. I mean, I'm just happy. I mean, we're all taking, I think, a great approach to it. We're all just enjoying it, you know, being present in the moment. Yeah, I know, just really enjoying it.
Well, I hope you enjoyed today a little bit more than the other days, because not only did you win, but you had a blowout performance. One of the things that was a big takeaway for me was you were constantly there to trade your teammates. All of those attacks, you were always able to be in connection to each one of your teammates that was dying and instantly get that trade. Is that something where it's a part of the strategy that you're slowly trying to be within arm's length of your teammates, or is that something that you just noticed in today's matchup on how you could back up your teammates' worst case scenario?
I think it's something I've started to work on recently with our team. I noticed that, like, sometimes we have an issue pushing the round or having someone to push the round. And so if I'm doubled up with someone, I'm a player who, I mean, has the ability to call or, you know, understand when conditions, what needs to be done in the round. And so I can, one, push the round by being with them. And two, I think it's something we sometimes struggle with, is making sure we do have someone stacked with us. But if I take the initiative to do that, then I think it helps with that a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you did a great job, Mike. I want to congratulate you once again, you and the boys, on your victory. I kind of want to ask a little more in-depth question from game day 1, game day 2, and into game day 3. What have you guys been talking about? What has been the lessons learned, and kind of what have you guys been incorporating to make sure today was going to go the way that it did?
I think the biggest thing is, let's not get down on ourselves with the loss, right? We're playing world-class teams. Shopify, I mean, you know, they have Troy and so many other players, world-class players. I mean, all these teams have. And I think we've just been focused on keeping a positive outlook. We understand those are hard teams. We kept the Shopify game close. I mean, without my blunder, you know, we win that game, right? And I think the biggest thing is, I mean, we're not letting those blunders, those moments where we're, you know, feeling the pressure get to us. You know, Packer has a reputation of being someone who, you know, can tilt easily, but we all understand we all have our issues and we all work on it together, and he's made great strides to, I mean, keep composure. I mean, you could see it yesterday after I team killed him. He's just laughing it off, right? Like, yeah. I've known Packer for a few years now. I don't know if at any other point he would have laughed that off. He would have lost his mind, right? And so I think we're just, you know, keeping a positive outlook on things. I think that's important.
Well, with growth in mind, how has Siege, you know, changed for you, changed for your entire team to go from, you know, Challenger Series to now, to go from, you know, playing in the occasional amateur tournament to competing against guys who are doing this for a living, 9 to 5 grinding Siege? You know, how has that changed all of your lives in the last couple of weeks?
I mean, honestly, it hasn't. We're not getting paid. I mean, we're still orgless. You know, we're looking for an organization to represent. You know, get paid like those other teams. But I guess, I mean, you know, I guess maybe that also brings the drive to an extent. Is, you know, we're hungry. We're new to this. We want to win. But I mean, I don't know. I don't think it's not changed too much. I don't think. I think everyone's still. Routine's fairly similar.
Yeah, well, you mentioned Packer having a good time. We actually have some evidence of that we just wanted to show you. I mean, like, talk to me a little bit more about that, right? How that mindset has changed. I mean, you look at this guy as a leader on your team. I can imagine one of the few players with that pro league experience. I mean, what is it like to have him at the helm of this team, kind of guiding you guys through?
It's great. I mean, you know, Packer's a good friend of mine. I love seeing his growth as a person and as a player, and like that's exactly where those two meet. and I think Packer's a great leader. In like outside the game, and in qualities that are not identifiable in the game. I think he's a great leader. But he's also very what's the word? I mean, he takes critique well, I think. And yeah, I don't know. He's just been a great influence on this team. He pushes us to be better every day.
All right, well, thank you so much, Mike W, for your insight, and congrats on the win. Look forward to talking with you a lot more over the course of the year.
Thank you.
All right, well, a fantastic win here for 1 of 30, guys. I mean, it was that turn up that we wanted to see from them, Lax. It was that difference, right? They did face a little bit of adversity there. 100 Thieves, I mean, they did play a decent game, especially through the middle of this map, but the adaptability that we've talked about, 1 of 30, just outplayed them at the end of the day.
Absolutely, and it's what we needed to see, and I am really glad to hear, what they were taking from game 1 to game 2, and it was really just about keeping composure, staying on track, having the same goal in mind, and as Fox was talking about, just being able to set up those trades, with him also acknowledging, it was something that he's been working on, it's clearly paying off. These are the strides that we want to see these newer players, newer teams be able to make early on, and they really have been going toe-to-toe with these bigger teams, and I am glad to see that things are paying off. It can really be detrimental when you lose game after game, when you're so close to a win, when you had it, you end up losing to yourself. That can play a big factor on some players' overall mentalities. It can play a factor in terms of just overall team success, but they aren't letting it get down on themselves. They aren't getting down on themselves. They're focusing still on what's necessary to win, and today was a great showing of that.
Yeah, I think it was a night and day difference in the way each team was winning rounds. 100 Thieves, when they were winning rounds, it felt like they were just outgunning their opponent, whereas the trade game was so important when it came from the side of 1 of 30, constantly there, especially on a map like Border, where sometimes it limits you to certain areas of the map. Mike W and the rest of the team were always there for the trade, the retakes that they were doing, great calling from Bino. But I really want to highlight Mike W, because to come in, to have your first essentially NAL season, and to say qualities like that, in practice I've just noticed that we've had an issue, and you not necessarily being the IGL or someone who has to think about that, to take it upon himself. We've been impressed by individual plays, Silo's 1v3 against M80, individual plays from these new stars, being able to highlight them and say, wow, this is the makings of a great player. And I think today was a good example for Mike W and how he has those little things that can slowly transition him into being a great player that we see, hopefully, more than just this stage.
On the 100 Thieves side of the coin, Fox, before the match, we talked about seeing if they would be able to stop dying individually, right? Playing a little bit more unified. It was something they struggled with on the attacks. Did you see the change you needed to see from that team to have at least high hopes of them going forward?
Nope. No, not at all. I think a lot of the gunfights that 100 Thieves was playing, their defenses, we saw it. You're supposed to have an easier time trading on defense because everyone's next to each other, and still somehow they weren't trading. On attack was where the more glaring issue was. Specifically, round 10 shows exactly what I'm talking about, where they have the opening picks. They understand what they need to do to go for the site, but they just lose pick after pick. And look at the worst part about it is there's nobody there to go for a trade. In what part of the strat is Pamba supposed to go for a 1v1 here? Okay, now you're a man down. They get the pick back, and then they decide we're going to go for the site hit. Yogg dropping with no teammates around him. In what part of the strat is this here? He's a great player, so he gets one, but boom, trade from 1 of 30. And then they retake the site. And again, the last 2 remaining 100 Thieves players, one's planning, unfortunately, but it's just start to finish 1v1, v1, 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 v1. At a certain point, 100 Thieves has to be able to realize, like Mike W has, if I just play up on my teammate, or if I just play back and tell my teammate to come with me, maybe we win most of these rounds. We won't see that here today, and they have one more opportunity because now they're in dead last in their group, and it's up against M80. So they have to really wake up fast.
Well, speaking of waking up, right, we're trying to see the resurgence of these young teams and what they're capable of. Our next matchup is 2 teams looking to do exactly that, SSG and Cloud9. SSG hot off the heels of a fantastic victory in that second game of Kickoff. It's exactly how they wanted to evolve as a unit. Lax, we've talked a lot about the leadership of Dream. We've talked a lot about this team and what they've been able to do. But just over the first 2 days, it's clear we can start to have higher expectations for what this team can do.
Yeah, definitely. And yesterday was a big contribution to that. You know, going against a team like Wildcard is already going to be very hard. And from the match that we saw versus DarkZero, we didn't really get to see too much success on their attack. They looked a little disjointed. They looked a little lost in terms of their understanding of how they wanted to get to step 1, step 2 to step 3. But ultimately, that match specifically against Wildcard, we would see them come together in sync perfectly, forcing Wildcard's hand, forcing them into unwinnable gunfights, and playing a magnificent trade game through and through, cut, clean, and concise.
Oh yeah, we've been talking all day about how trades are so important. SSG, the way that they were setting up their executes was phenomenal. All together, being able to put in their pinhold players to cut off the middles of the site, and then they would have their entries of Aiden and Ray to be able to go in. They get the first pick, and this is the hardest part. SSG would slow down. Wow. It's that simple. But SSG made it look so good. They would slow down and wait. They used the whole time that they could because they had that advantage. And what did Wildcard do? They overextended, and SSG was set up to catch them. And that's why so many of those rounds, it was one pick, and it snowballed into SSG dominating Wildcard, especially on the attack of Clubhouse. You would have thought it would have been on defense. You would have thought Wildcard would have had some responses, but SSG, because they set up, they took their time. And it's a very mature strategy to go for, and that's what Dream's been bringing, is the ideology from old years of Siege. With new players, you set up the old guys, Giddy, Dream, holding angles, or they're droning into their players into position, and then you have Raid and Aiden able to go in, and man, did they have an amazing performance yesterday as well.
Well, yesterday was also our first opportunity to see the new Cloud9 roster. 3 rookies coming in, trying to see what they can do as this entire Kickoff field continues to take shape. Lax, it was clear that they showed us some moments of promise. Yes, they didn't take the win, but that's not necessarily what we expected out of a young team like this.
No, absolutely not. And to be fair, the first 2 attacking rounds, I was honestly impressed. It already looked like a completely different team, especially with, we already talked about, the more experienced players coming from Eddie and the side of Kixro. I wasn't expecting a whole lot, but again, the first initial attack, the push that they had in mind, the play from below from Focal, forcing players out of position, disrupting the setup, to then center, doing a very good job on this Blackbeard, taking a lot of the brunt, taking a lot of the distraction away, getting into sight to be eventually able to go for a plant, and then they played the post plant perfectly. I love this from center, constantly in a linchpin right here, getting it done through and through. But this is where it, again, slowly then fell apart for Cloud9. And as we've talked about with newer teams is, again, these older teams aren't going to expect anything crazy from you. They're just going to try to figure out what your game plan is. And sure, in round 2, yes, Cloud9 does get these wins because DarkZero is slowly understanding what the approach is going to be, how they're going to facilitate these rounds, and what it's going to look like from mid-round to late round. And that's where things immediately then would start to slow down for the likes of Cloud9. And it's similar to what we were just talking about in this last matchup with 1 of 30, is the ability to be able to adapt. Yes, you're going to get some rounds underneath your belt. Yes, it's going to be important, but it's always going to come down to being able to adapt. You can't just rely on the prep that goes into the game. Things never really go according to plan 100% of the time. Something has to change, something has to give, and that really is going to come from the IGL being able to understand what's in front of them and what the next objective is going to be to get them one step closer to getting these rounds into their favor.
And you mentioned that preparedness. A lot of that comes down to what map are you ready to play on that given day, and what maybe are you learning about your opponents before you get there. Fox, take us through the map here. What do we expect to see from these 2 teams?
I mean, when you're looking at the map picks, it's going to be Fortress with the decider. I mean, SSG's banning out Labs, so Cloud9, you know, eventually just inevitably has to play on a map like Fortress. It's a new map. There's obviously going to be a lot of things that have been untested with 2 new teams. The strength of Fortress that we've slowly seen in the meta grow is the entry game. You're always going to have your shield. You're always going to have 2 players walking behind the shield to get positioned very early on. That's something that we saw saw from C9. Even though Eddie is their IGL, I really did love Center. I cannot praise him enough with how quickly he was able to take position with the Blackbeard, be able to pinhold positions for the rest of his team. He allows so much grace for the rest of his players to be able to play around him. We haven't really seen a shield player come out of SSG, which will be the big question. But man, do they have two amazing entries? So if we get a drone, I was gonna say if we get a dream, if we get a drone in front of Raid and Aiden, I could imagine they can do the exact same thing with taking those quote unquote shield areas without a shield.
Well, we'll definitely see that drone, and we'll definitely see that dream. SSG and Cloud9 take the stage on Fortress, Guz, and Xenox. Over to you.
Well, two big organizations going head-to-head in a pretty big game as well. SSG, the new look roster, Guz, so far has started very nicely after they were able to get their first win on the board. The same can't be said, though, for Cloud9.
Yeah, you're right. It's two massive organizations, but in terms of the players within both teams, still largely untested at this kind of level. I think I'm very intrigued to approach this match from the SSG angle of Dream and the kind of old school flair that he may be able to inject into this matchup. But it's Fortress. It's a new map in the pool, as Fox was alluding to. So many untested ideas here on this map. So will that be a strength? Will it be to their detriment? Let's wait and see. SSG, though, firm favorites.
In terms of the importance within this game, top spot, very unlikely. Both of these two have already lost to DarkZero, who sit atop the group for Group B. They both play Outlast as well, who currently sit last. So if I'm going to be completely brutally honest, it's not the most do or die clash, but it may actually end up determining who finishes fourth. If SSG win this, they would go to 6 points. You imagine Wildcard, of course, are going to pick up quite a few more points to come. They actually have today off. Wildcard still play DarkZero and then Cloud9 as well. So there is emphasis on certainly getting a result here, but it may not be the do or die nature of, say, trying to top your group or potentially avoid last place. What it does do, though, is it determines your seeding going into playoffs and certainly your form as well.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. For clarity, in terms of the main bracket here for the NAL kickoff, if you finish fourth in your respective group, you are automatically seeded in that lower bracket quarterfinal. You will not get a second chance when we enter the best of three portion of this particular tournament. So finishing second or third is a significant leg up in giving yourself that opportunity to maybe go one game down. I guess just for further emphasis, if you do actually go on to finish first, you get a one match advantage in the upper bracket semi-final, but not really in the realm of discussion for these two rosters.
Well, maybe SSG
on a map like Fortress.
Like, that's the thing.
Maybe, yeah, that is true.
Gotten a win.
Yeah.
They beat Wildcard. That's a huge result. Now, they win this and then they win against Outlast. They would still have to hope that DarkZero lose their remaining game, which would be against Wildcard. Not totally out of the realms of possibility. SSG maybe having a little bit more on the line in terms of what they can achieve in this group. In comparison to Cloud9, it's making sure they don't finish in that fourth spot. Can they get that third or second spot, for instance? So a big game for both teams, ramifications on the cards as we get underway. Fortress, the map of choice. SSG kind of had a choice actually between Labs and Fortress, opting to ban Labs instead. And they go on the attack first up.
The bans for this first half initially will be Hour of Thorn, so double trap from SSG. And then from the side of Cloud9, they respond with Glaz and Monty. Shields are becoming increasingly impactful on this map. The meta shifting towards that kind of in a border-centric manner. A lot of really tight corridors where there's multiple angles and the shields can protect you from that. You can gain information and begin layering utility, etc. at those choke points. And so with the Monty stripped away, Cloud9 will need to, SSG will need to adapt accordingly. They bring the Line and the Grim for this opening round, so info gathering potential, bit of hard breach, the range from Giddy. Aiden as well on the Flores Roteros to counteract, namely the Azami on the opposing side. And as expected, it's a map sweep across called by Dream.
Was Command Bathroom the first site choice here in the opening round, courtesy of Cloud9. Stairwell positions are going to be important to keep intact for the defense. Raid on the roam through games into briefing. On the Deimos.
Deploying a drone.
Fortress typically the way that it's played thus far since coming into the map pool is very much on the slower pace side of things. 90 seconds gone, not really has much happened. Focal able to keep that wall reinforced. No more Salmas remaining either for Giddy. In fact, with no secondary hard breaches available, that wall is going to stay reinforced.
And all that's going to do is just increase the strength of these choke points for the defense of Cloud9. So we need to see SSG adapt, try and maybe find an alternate angle that can be played down below, for instance. The vert can be impactful here. But it does limit their options significantly in pressuring that bathroom position. So there's an emphasis on Raid here, trying to find value. Is some pressure, doesn't land shots, but at least elsewhere, Aiden does net a kill. Focal in the grave.
Well, this is where Cloud9 now need to be careful of a potential collapse into the site with the extra player advantage for SSG. Finding that opening pick onto Focal has set up Space Station potentially steal this round after it's been rather slow pacing. Well, Rival did at least get center. Hayden, though, and Rival now have gotten one apiece. Keeps this advantage for SSG from that opening kill. Eddie over towards tower stairs as Uzi is going to shut down Aiden, brings it back to a 2v2, and most importantly, time becomes a factor. Good shot in the back, Rival on the move, slips in towards side. I don't have the kit. Uzi, though, just had to hide. Little did he know the kit was not really fully acquired. Low time running out.
Yeah, it really does show how quickly it can get messy on a map like Fortress. We saw SSG spring into action immediately in response to not being able to open up that bathroom wall. I think that their ability to quickly adapt and shift their game plan instead of just kind of standing there getting stalled out and contemplating plans, they immediately sprung into the backup plan, and I think that served them well in being able to continually apply pressure to this defense. Good clears over towards the horse section of the map as well. 2 versus 2, 10 seconds. Eddie got isolated too. Uzi went searching, perhaps a little difficult for him to have a read on the state of the game comparatively to the information, of course, that we have available from our perspective. Some clean shots landing there from SSG. And I think a good example of when an attack doesn't quite go as well as you would expect in the mid-round, showing good ability to adapt. And that's further emphasized on a map like Fortress, where typically newer maps are much harder to attack into, and finding plan B, plan C, and actioning that appropriately is even more difficult. I think they definitely deserve props for that round.
Yeah, very solid round from Space Station Gaming. Just got on the move, started to get active, not even midway through, kind of just under a minute remaining is when we saw the first kill. Yeah, Fortress can play like that. Sento going on to the clash. Spoke about the shield, the lack of Monty available for SSG. Well, this just kind of doubles down then for Cloud9. They don't even have to worry about the Monty. You bring the clash, but just shore up the defense. Certainly a lot of heavy focus on the defense with the operator selections, the Tubarao, the Goyo, Kaid as well for the wall reinforcements. Storm's games, slight choice for the second round.
Device is set.
So another map clear being set up here by SSG. Again, very typical on these top floor attacks into Fortress. The sweep across, typically largely uncontested by the defense until you reach the choke point at the midpoint of the map. That is seemingly the case largely here from C9. That being said, Center was lurking a little bit initially on that clash, and in fact, getting aggro inside of bathroom, has support from Focal, but they'll peel back. No point taking massive risk at the midpoint of the round here for the defense when they can establish this utility. They can play into the Goyo late, the Tubarao. They've got double Nitro. There's no reason really to play super aggressive on the opposing side of the map when they can fall back into this util.
Again, just over a minute remaining. 2 Nitro cells available for Cloud9 on the defense. One thrown out by DarkZero. SSG won the first round, but did struggle with the walls. Taking their time again here in the second. Nitro prepped from Uzi. SSG are just going to back themselves in, though, on their preparation setup. Got the air jabs in from Dream, eventually look to flood in towards the site. Yeah, the bolt's going out now from Aiden on the Capitao as well, just trying to dislodge Center's position. Logic Bomb activated from Raid. This seems to be the go time now for SSG. Going in for the plant, in through dorms, so far successful. No denial opportunity really for Cloud9. It's as easy as you like for Dream. And Cloud9 never even looked likely in being able to deny this plant. It's been a wonderful setup attack from SSG once again.
Attackers need to protect the
And the retake is going to be really tough. Can they leverage the clash? Center's being able to cross. What can SSG do now to hold on to this advantage?
Oh, they've just lost Oozing and Focal at the same time. Eddie was able to get one back onto Giddy, but Cloud9 falling apart here on the defense. It's been a wonderful start from SSG. The time is very much expiring. Center's just going to have to stick it. He gets knifed in the back from Aiden. 2-0 to start for SSG.
Yeah, lovely attack. Really like the util layering there of the Capitao to help transition for what was a pretty simplified plant in the end, but sometimes simple siege is good siege, and kind of ties into the storyline that the desk was chatting about, you know, the Dream-esque playstyle, you know, injecting some of that older mentality. And whilst at times that may be considered outdated, I think that's a good example of where it can work really, really well. There was kind of one key piece to the puzzle that C9 weren't able to activate in that particular round, and that was probably Uzi. He was the only one with the Nitro Cell still available late round for any kind of denial potential, and that kind of lob denial, plant denial utility was probably their best bet, because getting line of sight onto the planter was near impossible. But unfortunately, he was isolated over towards the briefing position, and with the crosses established and the breaches open by the attack, he was never able to really navigate into a place where he could lob that Nitro. And so again, that's good play from SSG to perhaps consider that kind of plant denial from range and to have the systems in place to deny that. And then even in the post, they played it well. There was maybe a brief moment there where I was getting a little concerned that maybe there's a world in which Center gets that shield on the deck a little earlier, and that facilitates a pick or two and it begins to unravel, and maybe they can go for some kind of cheeky counter defusal, as we saw the attempt there late. But again, they were switched on. They had those crosses established. The breaches opened up. They played those positions correctly. Their timing was on point. And they look like a well-oiled machine so far in these first couple of rounds.
Yeah, Fortress is going to be a map that evolves over time as it's made its way into the map pool at the start of the year, but you kind of look at the numbers since the start of the year. It's been played 18 times across all competitions, including, of course, 6 Invitational. It's the second most defender-sided map in that time frame. I think it's been spoken about. I know we've spoken about it. Typically, when maps come into the map pool, defense will kind of have the edge as teams figure things out.
Are heading out to defuse a bomb.
It's actually trending in that fashion. It's gone down 5% from the 61% total figure of the year to just the current stage of kickoff across all regions, down to 56. But it is still largely in favor of defense. And so a 2-0 start for SSG on the attack. Well, pun intended, but it's a dream start.
I don't suppose you have the stats for the tertiary side, because we're heading there next. Waiting room cafe. Does that deviate much from the primaries, or is it?
It's actually the most defender-sided site. Okay. It's the most, actually, hang on, let me add an extra fun fact to that. It's the most defender-sided site with the highest plant percentage, though, a whopping 33%.
Four.
Haman and Sitting, by the way, which is the ultra tertiary, has only been played twice since the map has come in.
We don't go there. That's
hey, 50% win rate.
No, that's certified meme site until I see otherwise. Say it's around 3 then. I like that you've highlighted the plant stat there. 33%, quite large, but you combine that with the win stat for defense, perhaps indicative that getting the plant down may not be the most challenging part of the round, but holding on to the post, oddly enough, could be a threat, given the nature of the side and the way it plays out, the ability for the defense to try and recontest up above. At the moment, though, it's old tower focus here from SSG. Vert to follow with the sledge to be deployed.
Well, the concern right now for Cloud9 is probably in the mid and early portion of this round. They're just not active on defense. Fortress doesn't really give you a lot of freedom, you know, similar to like a border, to be able to go and get early kills on defense. You stay far more closer to site, far more compact. It's more of a waiting game for the attack. But you're talking about a 52-second opening kill in the first round, an 8-second opening kill in the second round. But those both came from SSG. So you kind of just, because you're sitting back waiting, it allows the attack to formulate the attack. And so they're more likely to then get those opening kills, have the numbers, play the trade game. Here is that plant attempt now from Dream inside a cafeteria, 50 seconds on the clock. Spoke about that plant percentage. It's going to be increased as Dream gets that down successfully. And they found 2 kills as well to go alongside it. So it's not like they just forced plant, lost numbers. They got both. It's a 2-for-1 for SSG.
And they've been able to escape the site. It's completely vacated. They can lean into the vert. This round is all but over for C9 as another player falls. It's Focal and Center to try and salvage, but it's looking like it may be flawless until that kill comes through. Center tries his best. It's an LOL in the chat, and it's 3 rounds in a row for SSG.
Yeah, and the concern is clearly right now with Cloud9, because again, they're just sitting back, they're waiting, they're playing the map. Don't get it twisted. Like, they're playing rather how Fortress has been kind of playing. You sit back, play site, wait, you know, but you have to be far more prepared for when that push is actually happening, and that's where SSG have just looked so good when it comes to the site executions. They have not made a single mistake. They droned, they prepped, they used the utility, they go for the plants 2 in a row now. Dream has been able to get the plant down successfully. And so those are real big concerns for Cloud9. It's one thing to lose rounds. It's another thing, though, where you're just getting absolutely decimated. Plant +4 alive in the second round on Dorm's games. And then you get Plant, and pretty similar as well in terms of players alive in the third round. So it's back-to-back rounds that SSG have just looked absolutely switched on. No mistakes, clean attacking siege. And on a map where defense does typically prevail, that just puts a further dampener for Cloud9.
Bomb located by attackers.
That's a rough one for C9. There was maybe a small opportunity there for Eddie to actually find Plantanol inside of the smoke. I think he shot a couple of times, neither hit, and kind of gave up on that, then tries to push forward to confirm the kill, got caught in the cross. So there was potential there maybe for a Plantanol, but perhaps a little low percentage, and could have played out quite differently. I wonder what the backup plan may have been there for SSG. If the plant gets denied, did they then spring into action and flood, or was it a full reset? I guess we will never know as we prepare for round number 4. SSG looking to keep this streak going for as long as possible. The more rounds that they're able to accumulate, especially from this point onwards, it makes it very, very, very difficult to see a path forward for C9 to win this map.
Yeah, I mean, they're already backs up against the wall. 3 opening kills straight for SSG. Plants down in the last 2 rounds. 4 alive in the last 2 rounds. No multi-kills, which is actually probably a good thing for SSG. It just means that it's being spread evenly. Aiden's got 5, Rival's got 4, Giddy's got 3, Dream has 2 and 1, but he's playing also the support role, and so he's also getting plants down. Add that to a tally that you can't really see in the game. Finally, a potential opening kill, not converted just yet, and it will be now from the gas babe of Center. Cloud9 on the board with the first kill for the first time in this half.
Yeah, well played there by Center. He held his nerve against the frag grenade from Raid, then catches him out of position. Critically was able to dash away and avoid the trade attempt as well from Dream. Doesn't overstay his welcome, and on top of that, was able to confirm the kill.
They lose Eddie. Ooh. Not the best frag grenade from Dream. Aiden actually able to get rid of Center though, and the SSG retake the numbers advantage. And this is the round, though, that's opened up things a bit more. Cloud9 probably sensing that they have to get a little bit more proactive on the defense.
Keep it active.
I feel worried for them, though, in the face of that Blackbeard. In the meantime, Kickoff does find a response.
Oh, Aiden. Oh.
That's disgusting.
Sometimes the spray and the pray, the prayers get answered. 3-2 now. Down to Focal and Uzi. So much info.
SSG, they have a double smoke to play with on top of the util here from Giddy. Dream will just tell them to wait, relax. Let's set up this utility, layer it correctly, and then think about getting this plant down with coverage.
And this is where they've been really good as well in the first 3 rounds, SSG. It's this actual site execution. There's nothing Focal can do. He's just completely flamed out from Giddy. Uzi does get the trade, but now he's got to deal with the Blackbeard and Aiden. Dream wants to go for this plant as soon as possible. Force Uzi out, gets off. They've got 25 seconds, so Dream's aware of the time. He knows he can get off plant. Blackbeard, they start with Uzi wins the 1v1, but Aiden's there for the trade. And Dream is very happy about that one. Uzi gave it his all, almost able to pull off a huge clutch. But it's 4-0 to Space Station.
Dream dies there, but he does enough. He stays alive for just a fraction of a second. Longer than probably it looked like it was going to be on paper. And that fraction of a second opened up that trade window for SSG to win out that round. They had to fight so hard to get control over towards this tower hallway position, but once they did, the flush out onto Focal was so clean. They then set themselves up the platform in the 3 versus 1 to trade these picks out. Uzi tried his finest. Dream just dashing enough to give Aiden that trade window. A valiant attempt, but not quite enough. And with that, SSG 4 attacking rounds in a row on Fortress, looking very challenging for C9 to now get themselves back into this map.
And that's the round I'm most concerned with now for Cloud9's hopes, because that's the first round they got an opening kill. It's the second round since the first where they denied the plant, even though Dream probably had a chance to really get that down anyway. He could have stuck that if he really wanted to, but I think he made the better option instead of leaving it a chance that Uzi can swing that, maybe get the kill, then the kit's in a bad spot, and then if the trade is not imminent, then it's a straight 1v1, time running out. Aiden gets a 3K. Aiden wins the 1v1. He's 8-2. He's been sensational, and so is his team. 4-0 on the attack of Fortress was not what I was expecting. I certainly would have had SSG as the favorites coming into this game, just not in this kind of fashion.
Yeah, absolutely. They've looked really polished across the board. They've kept it pretty standardized in terms of the map sweep approach, but then I think Dream, who's been commanding the troops late round, has done a really phenomenal job and just ensuring positioning is correct. Their timing has been on point. They've leveraged the likes of the Capital really nicely so far and laid utility well. I like the push ban that they introduced as well, just to help in alleviating some of that stall out potential on offer from C9. This has been a really nice display of Fortress so far from them.
A long way back now for Cloud9, but you've got to keep the mental in check. 2 rounds still to go in this half. You put 2 on the board, you stop this onslaught, you get the scoreboard looking a little cleaner. Still opportunities for Cloud9, but it has to start now as Kickoff play close against Dream. Dream will keep himself tucked in. He's got company on the way, but it's Giddy that lost his life. Opening pick for Cloud9. Dream was able to get the trade, but they also lost rival elsewhere. So Cloud9 with the advantage. Can they capitalize on said advantage? Were unable to do so in the previous round. And Dream is now also incredibly low on that Blackbeard.
Yeah, one breath of a gas bay when he's down and out. This round looks very difficult. It's relying on Dream finding something at range and finding value at range on Blackbeard, which is easier said than done. And then Aiden and Raid need to be the ones to try and find 1v1s that are favorable. In the meantime, Cloud9 have repositioned, a couple of tuck anchor positions available for them now defensively.
Raid's the one, though. He's got the logic bomb, 2 flashes.
Yeah.
He's going to have to be a facilitator in the last 40 seconds. As you said, you got to win your 1v1s. Oh, that doesn't help. Yeah, Dream gets caught. Again, it wasn't going to take much for him to go down. Aiden has been able to win 1 and then 2. Low on health, and a shot from Uzi brings it down to Raid, who did ring out that logic bomb, used a flash as well, and has 1 left. 1v2, you win this round. Oh my goodness. It would very much dispel any kind of hope for Cloud9 if Raid is able to clutch this up. Has acquired the kit, runs into Dorm, 10 seconds. And this is where you've got to think your way through this. Plant or go for the kill. He opts for the plant, gets off. Now he's got to commit. He cannot get back on this plant. Otherwise, Center will get the freest kill. Raid doesn't even get a chance. Cloud9 will get their first round.
Went for the cat and mouse approach, but Center able to hold his nerve, and with that, C9 finally able to have impact on the scoreboard. Credit still to SSG to keep that round close when you consider how low on HP Dream was and the kind of position they found themselves in up against the utility from the smoke as well. Mind you, it was tough. They showed pretty good resilience, but C9 were rewarded. They did a better job through the early round in denying the map sweep, especially in the face of the Blackbeard. This moment right here was quite pivotal, minute 30 in the round. Dream was taken really low on HP and they had the 4v3 to lean into. Focal was able to reposition, drops Blackbeard, and whilst the overswing there was well shut down, it left it in a 1 versus 1 where Raid ultimately had to try and get the kill and didn't have enough time. Maybe give him half a second more and he perhaps would have been able to net the kill, but you only get 3 minutes to work with.
Yeah, and a much-needed round win for Cloud9. I'll be happy that they've been able to get some reward for effort, because in the previous round, you know, Center getting that opening pick, they were certainly more lively on the defense. But in the end, as the sort of mid-round fights continued to play out, SSG just got on top. And then this time, Cloud9 was able to stay on top throughout the vast majority of that round. Yes, it comes down to a 1v1, but low on time, not in a post plant, and it just gives Center the chance to be able to win, and he played that really nicely. Didn't rush, didn't panic, didn't overinvest when that kit was going down initially. Could have started to run around. Good plays, Cloud9. If you get one more, 4-2 is not the end of the world. You can bring it back in the second half. Aiden, though, continues to be on a heater. 10-3, double digits, first to do so in the lobby.
Yeah, Aiden certainly has been impressive to watch. Decent operator pool so far. He's dabbled in the Flores and the Capital. One occasion each. The Grim, this is now its second appearance, and we saw Twitch back in rounds 4 and 5. So pretty deep pool, a couple of different roles being achieved. And look to him to have impact here in the final round of the half. Such a strong opportunity here for SSG to put themselves in not quite an unlosable position, but not far off it. They'll lean heavily into this executal again with the Ying and the Capital, and it's Aiden.
Speak of him.
Answering the call once more. Yeah.
Usually it's the caster curse. In this case, it's the caster blessing. Aiden just cannot be stopped right now. He's 3-0 on the entry. He's 12-3 with the KDA. His kick throw will fall. Aiden is looking for the ace at this point. He's got 3-2 to go. Why not give it to him? This will put an end to this half with a 5-1 lead to SSG, because there is no stopping Aiden. Center and Focal, the last two alive for Cloud9, and have not been able to get involved at all. Just watching as their teammates get absolutely decimated by a single player. Well, they shut him down. Aiden went for it, and hang on. Center finds Raid as well. Sharp reaction keeps this round alive. 2v3, 50 seconds. Flash to go out. Center holds his position as Dream starts to make his way through Infirmary, but it's Center that's up close. They got the ping intel, but Dream hits the shot onto Vocal.
Surely from here, Center can't get the job done. 3 members of SSG standing 30 seconds.
Oh, shot in the back. Giddy on the move. It's SSG that do close it out. Aiden kickstarted it all. A 5-1 attacking half on Fortress was not surely on the cards, but it's delivered by Space Station nevertheless, and it puts Cloud9 in an awful position heading into the role swap. Halftime coming up.
For a map that has skewed defender-sided up to this point, as Xenox was saying, Lax, SSG has made a statement here. 5-1 on the first half.
Yeah, honestly, I really enjoy what we're seeing here. It kind of reminds me of the old iterations of the DarkZero and SSG's rosters back in the day and how they played. It was very methodical, it was very slow, it was very textbook. And you can see with each and every single attack, they have an idea of where they want to approach. They're looking at the setups and they're slowly picking it apart. They're slowly making their way, taking control, playing these trades, and then it comes down to that mid to late round execute, where when you're all of Cloud9, you're pretty much a fish in a barrel at this point. There's not a lot of room for you to move. You feel you're being constricted, so you force a movement, and then you just walk into a line of sight from SSG. And I really like this play from them. It really is a night and day difference from what we saw from Playday 1, and now we're just seeing the exact same thing what we're seeing from Playday 2 now being implemented here. I mean, this is really strong from their attack. And for Cloud9, I mean, they kind of just look lost. They don't really look like they trust each other fully on how they want to thwart off these attacks.
Yeah, I mean, every one of the last 3 or 4 clips that we're seeing, and we talked about it before the series started, what is the strength of Fortress? You get a shield, you have somebody behind him. I didn't think Dream was going to get on the shield, but he's been doing a great job on the Blackbeard and just consistently having someone behind him to get that trade. SSG, that's their bread and butter right now. They take their time, Just like you said, it's like a snake slowly wrapping around, taking their time, and they go for the execute and they hit it. And Cloud9, they're kind of just giving it to them. They're letting them take the control, sitting in sights, sitting in corners, and then their gunfights seem very lackluster. They have no utility. They've already used it all to give up positioning to fall back, and they're left in sight with nothing. Now on the attack, I'd like to see Cloud9 just get really aggressive. I'd like to see them shake something up here, because from what we've been seeing of them slowly letting SSG take control, now SSG's on defense. They're going to have the control. Cloud9 can't just be passive aggressive and let things happen. They need to spearhead a push. I'd love to see Center on that BB himself if it doesn't get banned.
SSG clearly looking good. Aiden, we heard from him yesterday. Got to imagine he's feeling good as well. Guz, Xenox, all you.
SSG now onto the defense, and you'd imagine from here it's likely that they'll be able to get the job done. And if that does transpire in that direction, Guz, it puts Cloud9 in a awful position moving forward here for kickoff stage of NAL. The good news is they play Outlast next, Playday, for Playday 4. The bad news, though, is if they lose that, you're getting grouped. That becomes a do or die must win for both of those two. Unless, of course, Cloud9 can have an attacking half akin to SSG.
Look, I certainly wouldn't rule it out. I did not anticipate SSG to get off to such a strong lead on the attacking half, and that's no slight on them as a team or a roster. I think they're highly skilled and well led by a Dream, but it's more so the nature of this map and what we have seen throughout competition so far, whether it be at SI or Kickoff globally. It's a really tough map to break down, but I think that they've been well served as the lads on the desk were breaking down and being really slow and calculated, and that's not to be confused with being stalled out. Two very, very different things in Siege, especially on attack. It was calculated, it was constricting, it was drawing out utility from Cloud9. So I do wonder, do we see a similar approach now from Cloud9, or do they just throw aggression, as Fox was kind of alluding to, try and pick up the pacing, try and throw off SSG and their timings? Let's wait and see. They do bring the operators to maybe suggest that they're aggressive, right? You've got Solid Snake, you've got the info gathering of the Deimos as well. You can layer the utility as well with the other three operators.
The thing is, you can't bring back a 4-round deficit in one round. You don't want to put too much focus on the deficit you find yourself in, and more so just play your game and play how you would have played this half regardless of the scoreline. You got to back in your system, back in your fundamentals. So whether they've potentially moved away from that, I mean, I don't imagine that would be the case. These operator selections aren't really all that I've seen. But from a playstyle sense, it can't feel rushed. Santa just gets caught. Now, wonderful shot from Raid. They've easily been the better team so far for SSG's sake, and they kickstart the second half really right where they left off.
Also, Diffuser grounded as well, so a really, really rough start for Cloud9 in this round. They're looking to respond with some util layering elsewhere, but SSG will look to consolidate this advantage midpoint of the round. And not much of a foothold established here with the stall-out utility from the Goyo. You combine that with the Gas Babes from Dream now using his last.
Deathmark tracker out.
And there'll no doubt be a second layer of trap utility. It's going to be really rough. Yeah, it is a big death mark, and it does facilitate, of course, the diffuser recollection. So that's one job on that checklist ticked off. And Solid Snake now getting info down below as well.
I would go just hunting. I mean, there's a minute left, but Kickstore and Uzi can combine, get rid of Raid, bring it back to a 4v4, then turn the focus towards the site. You have to do it kind of quick. Raid's playing this perfectly. It's 4-1 split where he's just playing the solo roamer on that first floor. He's just giving that sort of down to the back minds of Cloud9, who are very much now turning the attention towards the site, and it has worked. A double kill to open things up, but here comes Aiden, the man of the hour, the man of this map, and the man of SSG's dreams. Gideon Rival in a 2v1 against Solid Snake. Uzi's got some information courtesy of that radar. 30 seconds remaining as well. As he clears through, Gideon Rival not making a move. Trying to make this as difficult as possible. Clear in towards bathroom, but Giddy's ready for it. 6-1 lead for SSG. Aiden continues to be the hero.
Big hero play. C9, the march down cannon, it initially looked quite threatening. I think it was probably one of the few win conditions that they had remaining in the round to try and overload that position, try and flush out that particular power position. And Aiden had to step up. That was another moment for him to really excel and have a big individual play, and he was able to deliver. This march forward looked dangerous. Bang, first kill, uncontested. The immediate trade attempt didn't quite land, but that was because Aiden was kind of preoccupied trying to find the initial target. He quickly followed it up onto the second, then laid it into the third. Uzi gets left in the 1v2. Even if he finds that first kill bathroom, he immediately dies for the trade anyway. Good systems from SSG. They have looked really clean here on Fortress. And honestly, based on what we're seeing, at least in this matchup, take away from it what you will, given the strength of Cloud9. But I do wonder if teams are looking at this particular map for SSG and like, maybe second guessing it for future matchups.
So far, the map haul for SSG, they lost 7-4 on Lair against DarkZero back on the opening play day. They beat Wildcard on Clubhouse and on the verge of dismantling Cloud9 on Fortress. 3 games, 3 different maps, 2 wins. It's a really good start to kick off the new look Space Station roster. 16-5 for Aiden. 3-0 on the entry, a 100% cost as well. Here's a whopping 219 EPS. He also has a clutch in there as well and 3 multi-kill rounds. If there's an MVP for the day, he's in the box seat.
Yeah, we'll probably take something pretty big in the final matchup, I think, to be knocked off that pedestal at the moment. Hasn't just been Aiden, though. It's been a really good 5-man effort led by Dream. Some of the calls and the comms and the U-tool has been really, really impressive from SSG in this matchup, giving so many win conditions. Well, so few win conditions, I should say, to Cloud9 throughout this particular map. So the peel back from SSG after the early contest. Looking pretty comfy. Cloud9 leaning into the Blackbeard for this round to see if that can aid in some of this clearance.
Unfortunately for Cloud9, there just hasn't really been a lot of hope in this match. The sole round that they did win was a 1v1. The majority of the rounds that they've lost have been pretty convincing, or not ever really in a winning position that then they subsequently lost. Therefore, the 6-1 scoreline is, well, very deserved for Space Station. Radar activated from Uzi, certainly giving a lot of information for his team. Minute remaining in the round. There's Kickoff and Code looking to push through bathroom, open up this wall with the Selmas. One will get the job done, and an impact to deny. Giddy will deny once again. Now to Selmas. And with no secondary hard breaches, that wall's not opening up. They do have a sight line, but that's all.
I mean, positionally, the peelback is somewhat similar to what we saw from Cloud9, but the big difference is the sheer amount of utility still remaining, especially if there's still Goyos remaining in combination with the Fenrir util, Razor Blooms, etc. This is going to be a rough final push.
Aiden with a early impact into the shield, the center, and then fall back, keep a barrier. Raid finds the opening kill onto Eddie. Focal goes down as well. 5 versus 3 in favor of SSG. It's Aiden at the forefront of all of the action. Never really got a shot, but what he did do was actually keep Centaur shield up, stuck in the corner. Gives his life away for the team. 4v2, 10 seconds. Time runs out for Cloud9 as the map is very much on the verge of coming to an end, and an SSG will pick up all 3 points. Dream cleared by Uzi. 2 seconds left. No time. It's a 7-1 demolition job from Space Station against Cloud9. It does mean now for Cloud9, their next match on Play Day 4 against Outlast is a do or die. They will need to win that, or they face getting grouped here for Kickoff.
Yeah, pure domination from SSG. Well deserved. Those attacks on Fortress, probably some of the best I've seen. And again, I'm curious, going forward, are other teams going to take the gamble of sending SSG to this map?
Well, we keep the speed, the pacing of Play Day 3 Kickoff here for NAL at a high tempo. Our third match of the day is done. Short break, and the boys will break it down on the other side.
A strong 7-1 win for SSG as they keep the momentum rolling off of their win yesterday. We've got Dream with us now to talk this one over. Dream, what a win. 7-1 is dominant. We heard from Aiden yesterday, his perspective on the energy and kind of what the vibe of your team is like. You, though, are the daddy of this team, basically. So what is your perspective like? You know, like, how has it been with these youngsters, with this new core, with this new roster, trying to take shape into what it is right now?
Well, real quick, I just want to say happy birthday to Aiden. He just turned 19, part 2. So I'm really happy for the kid turning 19. But yeah, I mean, it's been, yeah, part two. It's been a lot of fun. I mean, playing with a lot of young guys, there's a lot for them to learn. And I don't know, I enjoy like everything that comes with that, like all the challenges. I mean, they're incredibly mechanically gifted and they just need to know like the actual core of the game itself. And that's why I'm here.
Well, Dream or Daddy, as Jonah would call you, congratulations on the 2 wins recently. I mean, they've been beautiful. I kind of want to talk about Raid in particular, especially in this map. Now, on the scoreboard, it wasn't like super pretty, but in terms of the versatility and flexibility that he brings in terms of the operators, whether it was Deimos in this game, whether it was the Dokkaebi, whether it was the Ying, how much impact does he have in these rounds that kind of sets up the tempo and the executes for you guys to have such a flawless looking ending half?
I mean, honestly, when we first got Raid, I didn't really know what to expect. I knew he was like really mechanically gifted, but like I didn't expect him to be as dominant and as good as he is. And now in these rounds, like I know Aiden said in the previous interview, but some rounds you can't get this guy to shut up. Like he just going the whole time. So it's I love the energy from the kid. And honestly, he does help a lot with his flexibility and all the different combinations and styles he can run. He can play fast, he can play slow, he can play cheese, he can just pick a gun and run at them. Like it's beautiful out of him, really.
I love it.
Sounds quite good, Daddy Dream. That being said, you guys are off to a hot start, right? Your next game, I believe, is just against Outlast. So you guys are sitting pretty going into the next phase. That being said, everyone knows that the hardest thing about Siege is being consistent. So what is some of the things you are telling your players, even though they are fairly new, to keep them grounded, or things to focus on to continuously keep playing well?
Honestly, I mean, you know, Fox, it all starts in practice. Like, you have to keep a level head, treat every single rep in practice like it's going to be on a game day. You shouldn't be doing stuff that you wouldn't do on game day in scrims. Like, don't be trolling rounds. Like, if I see you TK a teammate after he plants the bomb and you want you just to be funny or whatever, like, that's a standard check, buddy. I won't say that happened, but maybe it did. Nah, it's just, yeah, keeping a level head through scrims and treating everything super serious and having a good time.
But I mean, you were saying that in practice, you know, if they do something, you keep them in check. Are they malleable? Like, they understand and they listen to you, because they all are rookies. So
that's the biggest thing, is like having that team culture, right? And they have to believe in their leader. And at least so far, it feels like they believe in me and they respect me. And it's a good system we built. To be honest.
What's the punishment that you would give if they weren't listening to you? Just curious.
It's purely spankings. Like, I just put them over my knee and I just tap that ass. So.
Okay. My final question, Dream, is Aiden tweeted out today that he was LFT. So I just wanted to know if that was something that happened. You know, you guys decided to replace him right before the game day, or what's going on?
I'm not sure how much I could say, but let's just say, yeah, no, I actually don't know how much I could say on that. I don't want to be leaking. That's part 3. Yeah.
Well,
sorry
Dream,
about that.
You're gonna have to show them the old OXG etiquette of all of us. You know how we were when we were living in the house. You got to teach them.
Oh yeah, I've been teaching them a lot of different tricks, to be honest. So I know Aiden's taught me a few. Yeah, we've been doing tricks on it, so it's been nice.
Tricks on.
Well, Dream, it is always a pleasure to talk with you, man. Congratulations on the win. You got a bye next play day. We'll see you again as you play Outlast to wrap up the group stage. Thanks so much, man.
Thank you, guys.
Well, what a win for SSG. It is always good to talk to Dream. He's feeling good. This team, we heard it from Aiden yesterday, they are clearly feeling good. 7-1 lax. That is the way to make a statement against an up-and-coming roster.
Again, 5-1 on their attacking half. I said this in the halftime. if they play similar to how the old DZ and old SSG played, where, like I said, it's slow and methodical, they are going to be one of the most annoying teams to play against. Because back in those days, if you let those teams set up, you let them get map control, you were going to get punished through and through. And I would believe a 5-1 half on that attacking really goes to showcase how punishing it is if you let this roster get set up, give the map control that they need. They are going to dismantle your entire setup.
Yeah, everybody on SSG looks to fit their role perfectly. I mean, you got Dream and Giddy that can flex to any operator that they must need, and then you have your classic 2 entries, and you have old styles of Siege, which is just put a drone in front of your gunners and go shooting. But then they also are using the new metas of Siege, running the shields, being able to get past each layer of traps. They're constantly evolving as a team, and I think that just goes with Dream being able to teach everyone, and everyone on the team being teachable and coachable and learning. And I think we're seeing it. Hopefully it continues, because we all agree that consistency is the hardest thing. So this standard for SSG is what I can't wait to see, and hopefully we'll see against higher tier level teams.
I'm talking about the standard of play here. 16 kills for Aiden after we heard from him yesterday, his great performance yesterday. Lax, we talked a little bit about Raid when we were chatting with Dream. Obviously, the numbers aren't necessarily there in terms of the KD, but the versatility that he's been able to bring, you have to imagine that is so much value that everyone on this SSG roster can benefit from.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not always about kills. It's not always about putting up big numbers. It's about what you're leveraging within those rounds. And as I said, Raid being able to flex between multiple operators, multiple different play styles, as Dream was talking about, I mean, that's going to be far more important than just getting a few more frags on the board. I mean, it really enables the rest of the team to find success, to be able to go for these executes. And I think it really speaks dividends just for the overall success of today's match in these attacks. And Aiden, again, I mean, the birthday boy dropping 16 kills, that's an impressive feat already.
Yeah, happy birthday to Aiden, I suppose, here on the NA broadcast. We saw him yesterday. He says birthday's tomorrow, so I believe him, although I have no idea what part 2 means, or this eventual
part 3 means either.
Or this exactly, or the eventual part 3. But our fourth part to our third day here of Kickoff, we'll be taking another look at M80 and 5 Fears. Yesterday was our first look at this M80 roster and what they could bring to the table. And Fox, it seemed clear that with Ashen in place of Kino, it was a positive change and they were able to make it work.
They sure did. It was a positive change. They won pretty decisively. There were a couple of rounds that got a little scary, but that being said, I don't really have a full opinion on M80 just yet. They only played 1 game. I'm looking forward to seeing them play more, but there's a couple of pros and cons that I've kind of written down after watching their game. The pros is Gunner on support. I was worried about it. He was looking pretty good, pretty comfortable. Not a role that I would imagine him being on, but he has had experience being on it for the old Sonics roster. They had a lot of very flexible operators. Ashen was joining in on that flexibility. I mean, he was playing Ying, he was playing Blitz. There was a lot of rounds where Ashen was joining into this ideology that M80 has, which is more utility, more utility. Cotton, he has an easier ability to call on his new roles of being able to be a flex as opposed to being on hard support or being on that shield. So that seems like the pros. The cons are, it's a worry for me that Ashen may not be used to his full potential, because we all know that Gavini is an amazing entry and he's going to be the main entry for M80. So I'm worried a little bit for Ashen, how that will impact him. And I also have worries for Hot and Cold. If he gets overwhelmed on this new role or with having so much talent, one of the main things for an IGL is you always have one backbone. You know where he's going to be. You know what to rely on. On this team, you don't really have that. I guess Gunner's holding that torch and being that support, that he's going to be the person that's always going to be in that position. But that is a worry that Hot and Cold may have difficulties keeping track of everybody. And again, Gunner on support. I want to have more sample size to be able, before I form an opinion, but those are my pros and cons for this M80 roster.
Yeah, thankfully we already had their bye, so we'll be able to see them every single play day from here until the playoffs. Fox, though, quickly, obviously you've got that pro-con list. Where do you think it falls for you kind of in the overall balance? Like, end of last year, did not finish the way they wanted to, right? Great domestic performances, not so good at SI. Does it feel like this team has the potential to outshine last year's M80? Is this heading in the right direction for them?
That is a great question. on paper, talent-wise, you'd imagine that they would be able to reach the same highs, win a major, win an invite potentially. I don't know. I don't think I believe in this M80 version just yet because there's just...
We've only seen one game, though, right?
We've only seen one game, so it's hard to predict, but we know that when super teams are made, they don't really succeed because somebody has to be getting the short end of the stick. So I don't know. I need to see more from it, but they have a lot of entry power, and if they can just steamroll their way to a title, I mean, why not? I could see it happening.
Well, this is a great chance to see them in full form again because the team they're playing against here, Five Fears, we didn't quite know what to expect coming out of the gate, but Lax, they walked in here with incredible energy, with some wild plays, and they took a win to open the stage. Now, obviously, a very different caliber of opponent.
Yeah, absolutely. But before we even jump into the whole team thing, I also want to just more focus on the interview of what JJ was even talking about, because it really spoke to me. He said after, you know, the time on Envy and when the team fell apart, he really took time to develop as a player, develop as an IGL. You know, now he's putting in 10 hours a day. They bring on Forrest. He's now becoming, Forrest is now as his mentor. He's learning from him. He's taking from that. And then he also, which I think is a big thing that really stuck out as well, he said all of the players are contributing and adding their input, whether it's in practice, whether it's in scrims, whether it's in dry runs. And that's just something that clearly wasn't present during his time on Envy. So it really is good to see that every single player on this team is putting in the work, putting in the effort to achieve these goals. Now, granted, it was only one game. It still was a great display, but there's still a lot more seeds from this team that we have to see and to start really get behind and say, okay, everything is coming to an end goal of being one of the best, if not the best. But again, that really is going to be decided on how this match is going to look and everything going forward.
Well, you mentioned that Envy core who've come over now to this Five Fears roster through the first game. What do you make of this potential and where they can go from here?
Yeah, I love to see the core still be able to work together. It shows the trust, it shows the confidence that they have within in one another. I know Snake changing his name to Captain. Hopefully it's not Captain this time around, but I mean, Snake did a phenomenal job going 12-5, JJ's 13-7, Rival 10-4. And again, when your IGL is performing above the rest, it does amplify everyone else's performance. Everyone else wants to step up. Everyone else is having a good time. We saw multiple times in the cameras whenever it swapped to them, everyone's laughing. JJ's jumping up, air humping, doing all the things that we're used to seeing him do. That's the energy and vibes that you need to be able to thrive and have success and have fun, because when you're having fun, it usually is an indication that things are going well. So I want to continue to see the exact same attitude and the exact same approach and animatedness that they have within one another, and have it just speak through into their gameplay.
Well, Fox, let's talk maps here. Five Fears, M80, both of them playing their second best of one here of Kickoff. They already both had their bye, and we go to Fortress as the decider here.
Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense to go to a map like Fortress, just because Five Fears, I mean, we just saw exactly what SSG can do on it with running that Blackbeard. I mean, we got Forrest, we got JJ that can both equally run those shields. So that's something that I'm expecting them to feel comfortable on it. We saw Five Fears beat 100 Thieves on Fortress, and they looked pretty decisive with getting those opening picks, being able to get position, taking that main staircase with the Blackbeard. If you're M80 though, you gotta assume that Fabian has done that prep work, right? This isn't a situation where it's DarkZero running Lair for 3 times in a row. This is Five Fears. How much do they have in the tank since picking up Force? It'll be a good litmus test to see that question answered.
Yeah, I love that you talk about limit tests, because I think obviously in their matchup versus 100 Thieves, I don't really think it was a limit test at all. The rounds they did lose, it was really just them getting too antsy, getting too cocky, and losing some of those fights, or just losing the round in general. And for me, when I'm looking at this Five Fears roster, the biggest thing is what I want to see is those mid to late round adaptations. We did see that, however, in their games versus 100 Thieves, notably in that round of round 8, where all 100 Thieves was holding Museum, they were holding Bathroom, they were holding off that initial attack, and you would see Rival just come up from the back, enter into games and immediately make that call and say, let's switch, let's go for this rotate, we aren't going to be met by anything, and let's take the site. And you would see everyone, could clearly see the connection that was made from there. Everyone rotates, everyone did such a good job at collapsing and taking control of the site. That's what I want to see in this. Now, it is going to be harder. They are going to be tested here. It's not going to be cut clean like how it was versus 100 Thieves. And then on that other end, I also want to see Forrest find far more success again on the shields box. Both me and you saw numerous times where Forrest died on that initial entry of shield where he shouldn't have, whether he overstepped, whether he didn't look in a direction of a player where a line of sight was being held. I want to see a little more coming out of a Forrest and getting far more utilization from those shields that then will amplify everyone else's performance behind it.
Well, we've talked a little bit more about JJ and Forrest Fox. This is kind of this dynamic that is starting to emerge on this 5 Fears roster. I mean, you've been on teams as the dynamic has shifted. How difficult is it for an entire team to kind of change, who they look to as a leader, or at least have somebody else, right, as that second voice, right? What is that dynamic like as, new teams have to welcome players with lots of experience?
Well, usually there's going to be a little bit of a respect aspect. So Forrest, of course, he's joining the team. You're going to want to listen to the ideas he brings because he has reached heights that you've watched him reach that you hope to then reach. So you're going to listen to him. You're going to listen to what the information he brings, but it's not too much of a shift. I mean, when you're in a series, you're going to trust your teammates. It doesn't necessarily need to be the IGL that's going to make a game-winning call. Whoever sees it and has that ability to visualize it and communicate it to the team needs to be able to have that reign to be able to call it. So if anything, it's a learning experience for JJ to have to share that spotlight or to understand that sometimes somebody else will have the right answer. And I think he's been doing that exceptionally well, especially with being able to give Forrest a lot more power within calling and trusting his vision. And so far, we've seen that trust pay off. It's just a matter of time before it continuously gets better. And it's something that everybody on the team should have the ability to do, is call a game-winning play if you see it in front of your eyes. But it's a skill that not many players actually can grasp.
Yeah, that's great insight. To get some more insight on this game before we dive in, we're going to pass it over to Guz and Xenox for one more time today.
Thank you, boys. Yes, last game of the day already. It's been a quick one here for NAL Kickoff Playday 3. M80 versus 5 Fears on Fortress. We go again, Guz. These two teams have both played it once since its introduction to the map pool. For M80, it was against G2 back at SI. They lost that one. For 5 Fears back on Playday 1, they got a successful result against 100 Thieves, a 7-4 victory on Fortress. But as is the case through the social predictions, M80 heavy favorites coming into this match.
Yeah, understandably so. They have such strong pedigree on that roster, and they go in with the expectation to do well here on Fortress. I think the desk has outlined this map quite nicely. For this matchup specifically, a lot of big focus around the shield play for both respective rosters, probably a little bit more so for 5 Fears, given some of the strengths in that department for them. But then on the side of M80, I'm probably anticipating a performance in a similar vein to what we just saw from SSG, where their systems and their structure and the IGL capabilities of hot and cold and the adaptability that they really have on offer now. It's one of their big strengths and versatility in terms of the role shuffle that they've been able to undertake. That, for me, should overwhelm their opposition. And thankfully, we get to see them attack first. A really good opportunity for them to display that, again, similarly to what we saw from SSG earlier.
And probably, thankfully, for 5 Fears, they're very happy to start on the defense first and just try and navigate their way through the opening half, try and pick up 3 to 4 defensive rounds, and then see where they're at going into the second half on their own attack. Into the ban phase we go. Did see Gunner dropped out, so we might have a temporary pause at the end of this ban phase. Solid Snake gets banned away, so does the Kaid along with his army and Ying.
And that means that critically, all the shields are going to be available in this opening half. So open slather for M80. They can lean into the Blackbeard. Of course, they may even look to combine that with the aggression of the Blitz, or a bit more safety with the Monty, and helping lean into that to gain map control and provide protection at those key choke points here that we have seen develop on Fortress. So quite an intriguing approach there. We'll see what 5 Fears have to offer. They're the ones, of course, on defense looking to counteract that inevitable shield play, so expecting probably trap heavy, expecting those power positions to have support and double ups in terms of defense. It's important that they do not let shields dictate the tempo of this first half.
I gotta say, it feels weird seeing Ashen in a M80 jersey. It hasn't quite sunk in just yet for me, but now this our first day for NAL. Yeah, it's I don't know. I just felt like Ashen and SSG were just like this combination. But I think going back to Six Invitational and Ashen's performance, then I thought he was just outstanding. And you know, it's a strange one to probably see that SSG roster break up and Ashen makes his way over to M80, but I think it's a big step up in his career that he can now be on a roster that will be fighting for trophies. Certainly, it almost seems like it has to be a certainty that they make the international events, but then they also have the strength to be able to go and win those trophies like we saw back in Munich, especially with Fabian at the helm. So joins a very strong competitive outfit. In saying that, I think, you know, I think it was what Fox was saying on the desk. He's not quite sure about M80 moving forward. I still think that they're a danger in any tournament that they participate in, and it'll just come down to the events on the days themselves.
Yeah, I think it's completely understandable to have some trepidation. We've only seen them play on one occasion so far. It was a 7-3 victory, 1 of 30. Pretty straightforward result for them there. We'll probably only get a really strong indication as to where they're at in the bracket. Maybe prior to that, if we want to take best of ones somewhat seriously in the final play day, they'll take on Shopify Rebellion. That could be quite a good tester for M80 to maybe get a better indication as to
that
where
might be the battle
really
top spot.
Yeah, that could be a massive game. And of course, finish top spot, you get that advantage of playing one less game. You'll start in the upper bracket in the semi-final position as opposed to the quarters. Fortunately, Gunnar has returned to the server. All 10 players are ready. Let's jump in.
Oh, and underway we go. Last match of the day. We played 8-3. And for those that maybe missed some of the prior results, we saw some pretty good results, honestly, that we probably expected. DarkZero far too good in their opening matchup. Obviously, we just had SSG Cloud9, where SSG were way too good, and maybe I wouldn't say upset of the day. Like, I mean, technically, it has to be considered upset of the day. 1 of 30 over 100 Thieves. Considering SSG over Cloud9 and DarkZero over Outlast were probably more closer to the expected results. But it's 1 of 30 in second place in Group A, which is the group we come back to now with M80 versus 5 Fears. The Deimos employee from Ashen. Of course, Solid Snake banned away, but we did see
no shield.
Its usefulness in the previous map.
That's really the big takeaway from me, is at least in this initial opening round, we're not going to see the shields deployed here from M80. Will that be a trend throughout the half? Potentially. I mean, there's a lot of talk on the desk, understandably so, because of all the data that backs it up from the limited amount of play Fortress has gotten since it's entered the pool. It's been so shield heavy. The choke points are so critical, and the shields, of course, are a perfect counterplay to that. But M80, they're looking to take a different approach here, looking to stack util. The Brava as well is an intriguing addition. Obviously a good counter onto the likes of the trap utility on offer here. So we'll see how much value Gav's able to extract. Gunner as well on the Twitch and the shock drones. So it looks like M80 are trying to cook here.
Straight past the Razor Bloom, hot and cold. Not going to be wasting any time from Old Tower into games. And we're going to get this top floor battle. It's only one player, FO, and gone on that first floor. Otherwise, 4 stack for 5 Fears on the top floor. A 1-for-1 trade kicks things off. It is Asher that technically gets the opening kill. Did lose his life immediately after that. Gets rid of the Warden though. Job done. Just over a minute remaining. And so far, difficult to probably gauge who's in the better position heading into the final minute.
Go on, ready.
Yeah, 4 smokes still available here for M80, so the Warden off the board, that is now arguably strengthened in terms of being able to deny angles and create pockets of space for the attack, potentially even be used to mask a plant attempt later in the round. I say later, but we've only got 40 seconds to go, so M80 need to kick into gear here.
A similar pacing to what we saw in the first half of our last game, SSG Cloud9. One more gas babe available for Rival. M80 are happy to just take their time though. They're not panicking, they're not forcing something that isn't there, but they just lost 2 in quick succession. Diffuser and Hot and Cold go down, leaving it just down to Gavin and Gunner. Outnumbered and low on time. Gunner does have the kit. Gunner finds the kill. Swing around the corner for Gavin is successful. 7 seconds though. That's where you got to keep the attention at, which is now the time. In Bathroom, the plant can go down. Fence to try and make the push. Easy kill. And it gets the second as well for good measure, as 5 Fears will take the opening round.
Yeah, nice little confidence booster there. Very strong defensive round. And at least my assessment on paper, based on the personnel on this team and the kind of playstyle that they look to deploy, it can definitely be vibes-based and very momentum-based at times. So being able to find that stability early is nice. Yes, of course, you take it with a grain of salt. It's Fortress primary defensive site. They should arguably be winning that out. Don't get it twisted. But the way in which they've done it has been really, really good. Early fight didn't necessarily go their way, but some good resilience from Forest. And we see them roll that momentum forward by stalling out the clock really, really nicely, not giving away any of those anchor positions for free on site, and not giving M80 a proper opportunity to layer any kind of utility and actually then flush out that objective.
Jammer ready to activate.
Yeah, solid start. M80 a little bit slow on the pace, but that's to be expected on Fortress. Especially if 5 Fears defensively aren't going to really offer too much. You know, it's interesting in contrast. This is always the fun nature of kind of getting the same map back to back, as you can compare it directly to the game before. And we saw at times when Cloud9 were on the defense, you know, I think it was Lax that was talking about the constriction and being kind of stuck on site. And in theory, M80 were obviously trying to do the same kind of thing against 5 Fears, but just when it came towards that execution time, 5 Fears looked far more switched on. It looked far more ready for those fights, and even aggressing themselves sort of at the moment of impact. So they take the first round. Head to Dorms Games for the second. And that's really what you kind of need here in your 5 Fears. These first couple of rounds are so important. Just builds the confidence. You're on defense. You need to be winning these kind of sites in this half. Expectations all with M80. So 5 Fears get off to a good start. That'll be a big boost.
JJ about to be under the pump. It's a stack. Over towards Old Tower, spearheaded by the Monty. So we see the shields now in play. The Glaz of Ashen layering that smoke utility in an attempt to maybe help garner some map control. Doesn't seem to have initially been super successful, as M80 take another pause, gain additional information. They want flank watch down below, and so Diffuser's position in said position. Drop still hasn't come into fruition. Gas Babes in retaliation from JJ. M80 drawing out quite a bit of utility, having to expend some themselves, so it's a bit of an even trade at the moment, but now it's Boots officially on the ground, on the second floor, hot and cold, getting up close and personal, relaying this information to the rest of M80, who will no doubt drop once this next Gas Babe diffuses.
JJ gets the reinforcement off. It's Gunner that gets the opening kill onto Rival. Fens, quick trade onto Gavin, gets rid of the Ace, and so they don't have any way of actually opening up any of these walls down. No secondary hard breach. It's a happy trade if you 5 Fears in being able to get rid of the Ace just for the Aruni. Ashen trying to play off of this smoke, of which, by the way, there are none left. This is the last power play, if you will, for the Glaz, and at least Ashen makes the most of it. Gets rid of JJ, as Captain Jack will fall to the pistol of Hot and Cold. And poor old Forrest now by himself in 1v4, as M80 have systematically been able to break down this defense far better in this second round than in the opening. Forrest trying to navigate over towards Hot and Cold, taking his time, but and time will expire for him as Ashen gets the final kill. M80 on the board. A big bounce back in the second round from M80.
Yeah, a very calculated attack. It was quite a lengthy standoff over towards Old Tower initially, where we saw some of the util drawn out from the smoke of JJ. And then eventually, once that was able to be fully expended or drawn out by the attack, we eventually saw the push to follow. The smoke layering was pretty clean. Good work outside on Breach as well to net a kill. And then Ashen was able to get to work on that Glaz in combination with that Monty, which is a really tricky combination to counter here if you are the side of 5 Fears. So now it's an even scoreline, one apiece. We head down below to waiting. And the Warden now, funnily enough, to be brought into this comp for the defense, likely in response to the glares that we saw last time out. No guarantee that that will be persistent though, and it doesn't seem to be the case here for round 3.
Well, I do want to add in more of the narratives for this game than what we spoke about before. One extra narrative to attach to this is if M80 were to lose this, guys, if is the key word, we're a long way to go in this, they would play 100 Thieves, which if they were to lose that, would then find themselves last in the group going into their match against Shopify Rebellion. So it's a lot of ifs, and I still think that they'll probably get the job done here, and they certainly should have the better of 100 Thieves. But they just got to make sure that they don't have any stumbles. These are best of ones. Funny things can happen. You don't get that chance of a second map and then potentially a third. 5 Fears have started well. I mean, M80 win the previous round and certainly comfortably. But 5 Fears are not just going to be a walkover.
And also some good drone work here initially from M80. Yeah, I mean, they have a good read on this horizontal spread from 5 Fears, who have lent heavily into this Marm side of the map at the moment. M80 looking to feed into that though directly, and then start pressuring the side cap finds. The first and the second may well follow in a moment's time, but somehow Snake has actually been able to net a kill from that position.
Oh, Ashen is so good.
Yeah. Well, they finally break it down. It got a little messy there for a moment, but M80. Really clean read, good drone work, good conversion, and really in the blink of an eye, it's left in a 1v4.
Yeah, Ashton's ability to know when to go shield up or gun up is really, really good. That's just a good power play from Fens with the impact to disrupt Ashton. Oh, he hits the headshot. He's full white. I think he was running into the wall at the end there. He was completely blinded, but he found that kill. Made it a 1v2. And hot and cold as per usual. Little to no expression. Well, they had that round, I think, wrapped up well and truly in the 1v4 until it did get a little dicey. But M80 make it 2 rounds straight to take the lead here on Fortress. So far, so good. 3 attacking rounds from M80, 3 opening kills. They got plant down in the second round. So the only blemish really was that first round. Other than that, it's been 2 consecutive dominant performances from M80 as we head back over to Bathroom and Command, which was won successfully by 5 Fears in the opening round.
Yeah, it was a very aggressive horizontal stage there from the defense. But M80 off the back of some good drone work by activating Ashen at the correct time with the Blackbeard, having that trade potential in place, we were able to flood it rather effectively. Got a bit dicey there at the end, but no harm, no foul for M80. In terms of the additional bans then for the remainder of this first half, Denari taken out by M80. And 5 Fears committing to leaving all shields up. They'll take off the Glaz, which was used in both rounds 2
10 seconds left.
I was going to say 2 and 3, but it was actually just on the second round. Ashen did have big impact though on that particular operator, and so that will be stripped away here for the next 3.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and
also just the operator pool for M80, 3 rounds played, and every single player on the team has played 3 different operators. Now we've seen the same operators in different rounds, like the Grim, for example, has been played by Diffuser and Gunner, etc. But in terms of the individual player, they've all played 3 different operators in the first 3 rounds. That is super. That is a super thing for this team to have. The operator pool that you see there in that instance is not something that you see in other regions like APL, where teams will have players that typically might only play 1 to 2 ops.
Yeah, it just gives you a lot more versatility and comfortability. Maybe feel more comfortable playing a particular operator for a particular strat or on a particular side, or in response to whatever the team wants to do or the opposing team is wanting to do. And that depth won't just serve them well potentially domestically, but also if and when they are to qualify internationally as well. So certainly a good observation. As we head into round 4. Yes. Yeah, they've definitely been mixing it up.
Let's see the right now.
So a cut-off position there from Gunner long range. In the meantime, Ashen's been able to find 5 potential deathmark victims. And Hot and Cold's now spearheading the attack Old Tower side. Was some util layering, so 5 Fears will well and truly be aware of this. Has Hot and Cold cleared hard right here? And Snake is inside of games, now pops up, but the deathmark will give away his position, forced to fight, taken down, good clear from M80.
Yeah, I mean, a good start for sure. It's another opening kill for M80. That's 4 straight. They did lose Diffuser, don't have the Kwan Hive launcher for the latter part of this round. Forest on the Clash was absolutely needed to bring this operator in this round. And the Denari got banned away. The Monty's now starting to be utilized. A double kill for 5 Fears. JJ and Fens combine. Ashen and Gunner will fall. It's looking like once again this site seems to be the tricky one for M80. 2 versus 4 with Hot and Cold having to go pistol out. Fens with the drive-by. He's 8-2. He's been really good. 4-5 Fears as Gavin's by himself. Air jab to try and push back this clash. 20 seconds, no kit. It's looking like a 2-2 scoreline's on the cards. This has been a difficult site for M80 as JJ puts an end to the round. And Fans is pumped, and they know that they're in this game. There are a lot of statistical factors where you go, well, yeah, it's 4 straight for M80 in terms of opening kills. They got the plant down in the second round. And they've certainly been the better team, but ultimately it's a 2-2 scoreline. So it's just a case of, for 5 Fears, just hanging on, trying to take each round one at a time.
Yeah, the initial clear was quite snappy and good work off the death mark there from M80, but it was the immediate trade back onto Diffuser, who now finds himself 0-3. That kind of staged this round. It perhaps prompted the split attack attempt there from M80, which again was dismissed and shut down from 5 Fears rather cleanly as well. Instead of committing maybe all bodies to flushing out some of those choke points, M80 went for a slightly different approach. And it didn't quite work out. And so at least on command and bathroom, 5 Fears have been rather successful. Can they now, though, find that on one of these other sides, whether it be Dorms Games up next or perhaps down below, Waiting Cafe? They do that. And then I tell you what, they look like a serious shout to make this map very, very competitive heading into the second half. I wouldn't be too convinced if M80 walk away from this 4-2 that 5 Fears can show enough on attack, but all it takes is one of these objectives to go the way of defense here, and it starts to get pretty serious for M80.
I definitely feel like for 5 Fears that they need at least 3 minimum, and 4 would put them in the position where they could very much cause an upset. I think they look really switched on in the mid, late rounds. It's this early round that's maybe on the more concerning side, giving up 4 opening kills to the attack on Fortress. You've got to try and be a little bit more compact early on. There you go. JJ flips the script. He finds the first kill of the round. That's the first time that 5 Fears are going to have a 5-on-4 advantage, and it's onto the Capitao. Hot and Cold eliminated. There's a big operator to take off the board in terms of utility provided to the attacking team. This very well could be 2 rounds straight for 5 Fears if they can just capitalize now on this early advantage. M80 will lock in. They know they're down a player that lost Hot and Cold. They've lost the Capitao, and that others are going to have to step up now to bring this round back.
Yeah, I mean, they're obviously not down and out, but that's a massive drain on their probability of being able to win out this round. A player down so early, so little map control, takes away a lot of the XE utility as well. I mean, you think about the likes of the Clash on board, where spacing that particular operator out can be so important, so difficult, and now there's a lack of frag grenades and, of course, flames after that kill. Starts to look really dire for M80 in this round, so we'll see how they look to problem solve their way out of this position. But if 5 Fears play it correctly, don't give away low percentage ones, there's very few paths forward here for M80.
No gas babes remaining from JJ on the smoke in terms of utility for the defense. They've expended everything. So now it'll be M80's turn heading into the final minute. 2 B canisters left for Gavin on the Kwan Hive launcher. Oh, the swing is unsuccessful though from Ashen. JJ just a little bit more clean. JJ maybe thinking about going for more as Gavin's going to try and deal with him from below, and will do so with the bailiff. That's going to be 2 kills back quickly for M80. Captain Jack though steps up, gets rid of Gunner, keeps the advantage with 5 fears, heading into the dire stages of this 5th round. The Quad Hive Launcher is pinging Forest, and Gavin catches him on the cross. That's a huge pick from Gavin. And now a 2v2.
Is there a world in which Diffuser can get into sight, get this plant down, and Gav able to cover what will effectively be a 1v2?
It's stressful, it's frenetic, but the plant will go down for M80. The cover, oh, Rival, big swing kill. Diffuser's off kit. Rival got them both as 5 fears will make it 2 rounds straight.
You can see the reaction from Forrest there was on the clash to that round, and in some ways pried the round open for M80 as he got trapped out of position. But then the denial on the pick onto Gav, the drive-by as you described it, was massive. Gav was in a good position, but naturally is the case. Late in a round, when the second player has to commit to the plant, it's a 1v2, and with strong mechanical skill or opening up the window for a trade, it always keeps the defense in a strong position. Rewind the clock all the way to the beginning. It's not a part of the replay package, but Hot and Cold died for free. Without that Capital utility late, a lot of these flushes required big effort from M80. And while some of that was gifted across, the likes of the dash across from Forest being an example, it was still difficult with the manpower that they had on the time of the clock to go for a serious win condition there at the end. And credit to 5 fears. They get that 3rd round, and they now enter the realm of being a realistic prospect and looking very, very competitive here in Fortress.
Yeah, first round that they get the opening kill, a little bit back and forth. Certainly the fact that it comes down to a 2v2 in the end, but yeah, 5 fears take the lead for the first time since the opening round. Just puts the pressure well and truly down on M80 as we come to the close of the half, into the 6th and final round. The 4-2 half for 5 fears would typically on Fortress, you know, kind of be par for the course, but I think in a matchup like this and against an opponent like M80, it's a great result if they can achieve it. Captain Jack gets another opening pick for 5 fears. This time onto Diffuser. So no Flores for the remainder of this round.
It feels akin to the last round where it's an early pick, uncontested, untraded, no kind of counter value on offer for M80. They haven't really taken much as a result of that. They lose key utility clearance against the traps and barbed wire, 3 of which, 3 operators in which have that available for 5 fears. That's a big loss. And also maybe a bit of a dent in the confidence of Diffuser, who hasn't really been given much of an opportunity to get going in this matchup. And so much like the last round, it's up to M80 to try and isolate these picks, try and find conditions back into the round and into the site for a potential plant attempt. But if it's anything like the last, I'm expecting some really good anchor work from 5 fears to make this a challenge.
And the problem with being in a 4v5 is this kind of playstyle approach from M80 where they're taking things a little bit more slowly, trying to just work the site, work around the site. That's fine, but then if you've got 30 seconds left, 4v5, you don't have that ability to flood site, use numbers, overtake. What's now important is can they find a pick from above, dislodge someone, force a defender out of position. 5 fears will stay tucked in, side, play behind the clash. This is important now for Forest to be that point of contact for the defense. Hot and Cold just trying to send it through the smoke, go deep, try and get plant down successfully in the smoke. Even if he does get this down, which it looks like he will, no, denied at the last second. Shut down, a combination of JJ and Fens. Fens will get the kill. This should be the round. It will be a 4-2 half in favor of 5 fears. M80 are not going to be happy with the way they've closed this half out as Asher gets a kill to deny the flawless. It won't deny the round win. 5 fears go 4-2 up.
And they're pumped up, rightly so. M80, only 2 rounds in the half. 5 Fears have set themselves up nicely for this second half, Jake.
They certainly have. As we head into the halftime roll swap, we're going to get a word in from the boys very, very shortly.
Well, thanks, guys. This is turning into quite a game here. 5 Fears, maybe not the first couple of rounds they were looking for. Now they hold a 4-2 lead. Fox, what stood out to you so far?
I mean, I can't take anything away from 5 Fears. M80 is playing very good. All of the concerns that I had for them, I mean, yeah, questions are still there, but M80 is doing their job. But we have to look at Fortress as a whole. This map is defender-sided. 5 Fears is playing the defensive side very good, running layer after layer, running these trap ops, forcing M80 to have to bring so much utility that the only real player that's able to sit comfortably on M80 is Gavin when he's going in for some type of an entry. But 5 Fears is set up very well. They're forcing M80 to execute, and even in that last round, it was a beautiful example of how 5 Fears, since bringing on Forest, understands what to do at a top level at approaching against, you know, an opposing attacking team. But now is the hard part. They're swapping over to attack. This really will be the test to how smart 5 Fears are. Are they going to be running the double shields? Will M80 take the shields off of the board? And also, it goes without saying, we have to commend Fence, because it seems like we've talked about everybody on 5 Fears here and there, but we haven't commented on Fence at all, and he is really doing his absolute most, playing these trap operators, always constantly trying to be the thorn in M80's side.
Yeah, I have to agree with what you're saying, and I do want to focus more so on 5 Fears here rather than M80. Granted, they are up, but again, now you have to attack. This is going to be the harder bit. You're going to have to be using the communication. You're going to have to be setting up to go for these executes, and again, that's where we saw them versus 100 Thieves. Granted, they did get those rounds, but a lot of it was also 100 Thieves playing very poor. They weren't really challenging a lot of 5 Fears in certain areas, and then again, Forest being that shield player, not finding a lot of success to open up these rounds. I want to see a lot more from them, and as you said, I am curious to see what those bans look like, but they are removing the glass, so kind of still leaves up the question. Shield play is going to be there, but is Forrest going to be there on those shields to be able to open up a round and then let the others follow suit?
Guess we'll find out. 5 Fears, they shift over to the attack, and as you guys said, this is where the real test begins. Back to you guys.
It certainly does. M80 won't be too happy with that first half, but now get to go on to the defense where they'll feel more confident, more comfortable. But to me, 5 Fears just looking really amped. They're really looking locked in for this game. And they know that while M80 is not on the ropes, win this next round, and that will be 4 straight with a 5-2 lead. And yeah, the ropes are probably where M80 will then be.
Maybe. It's so difficult, though, to predict where this goes forward. It's still attacking into Fortress. It's difficult to overstate, really, how difficult this may end up being for them. It's such a tough map under the right conditions for the defense, so let's see. Obviously, they're up and about. Their confidence is flowing. We'll see if that can maybe help generate some round-winning plays for them on the side of the attack, where you need to show initiation, you need to be confident, and you need to back yourself in to make, at times, risky plays. The bans, of course, have come through. It's Glaz and Solid Snake off the board. So again, at least for the attacking side, all shields available. And so we see immediately the Blackbeard off the rip. Defensively, Kaid banned out, so to alleviate some of the hard breach denial. And then the Clash, which is so strong. And we have seen time and time again here on Fortress in those choke points. I think this looks pretty favorable for 5 Fears. If they're able to activate the shields, which we've seen from them already in Kickoff, and do it again here against M80, that can definitely pose problems for the defense.
Activating drone.
5 Fears getting the last 2 opening kills to close the half as well, along with 3 rounds straight. They have all the momentum coming into this second half now. Outside of Gavin and Ashton, hasn't been a lot of firepower from M80 either. Forrest under a bit of pressure on the Blackbeard, gone up and hits the headshot onto Diffuser. Forrest winds back the clock, hits the shot. Diffuser 1 and 6 has not been able to have any involvement in this match, and that is the Azami taken down relatively early. Timescale wise for a map like Fortress, minute 40 is a load of time.
Forest very low, so too Fens. Both will be susceptible to hot and cold here. Those gas
Oh, yeah,
need to land, and right on cue. There's the thirst. Well-placed utility, but awkwardly, Fens actually survives and will be in a position to be revived. And it's not every day of the week you get downed in a smoke and can be picked up. But as I say that, the shotgun will net the final blow. And so a 4 versus 4, again, with Forest still low on HP and hot and cold with one more gas babe. In the meantime, Rival finds one, Gunner in response, and the trades come through, leaving it all up to Snake / Captain Jack in the 1 versus 3.
Yeah, the Captain Jack. Yeah, I mean, it was difficult, as you kind of mentioned. Forest low on health, Fens low on health. Even though they had numbers, M80 were probably still in the better position. They closed it out in the end. That stops the run of 3 straight for 5 Fears as M80 find themselves back in the winner's corner. 3-4 scoreline. Fens was pumped up going into the halftime break. Looks a little bit more mellowed out now after that one. I don't think you could be too disappointed, though, with 5 Fears. I mean, they still made the most of that round. A good back and forth. They had a decent start. Forest finding this relatively early kill. The downside was just they were very wounded from the initial exchanges. Yeah, technically it was a 5v3, but 2 players basically 1 HP, and then M80 at that moment, as soon as it even went 5v3, started to fire back, and then it never really was a proper 5v3. So M80 switched on defensively. You know, rather than opting to fall back, they kind of ran towards the fire.
Yeah, I think M80 probably still looking at trying to tidy up the early round. On the last several occasions, the open kill has gone the way of 5 Fears. In rounds 5, 6, and 7, and converted on 2 of those occasions. That will be a big emphasis here on defense, maintaining man advantage, and then being able to stack power positions or choke holds and really force out a lot of util and high-risk plays from the attack. Over to Dorms and Games for round number 8. And the spotlight probably on Diffuser in this round, not to obviously cast him in a bad light, phenomenal player, but it's been a rough day for him. We'll see if he can try to get to work here on defense, find some comfort on the 2 Barrel, encountering the ace, and also can be useful, those auto canisters, in terms of denying these choke points and stalling out the attack. So he has a key role to play in this round, not to mention a Nitro in pocket as well.
Breaching sequence activated. Changing mags.
We've seen so many times where teams can cause a little bit of an upset to begin a match, and then the opposing team, the more favored team, ends up just kind of wrestling back momentum towards these sort of rounds, round 8, 9, and 10. And that's going to be where now for 5 Fears. That's what they're going to be mindful. Diffuser goes down again. Another opening death for Diffuser. That's 3 rounds straight where he's been the opening death for M80. 1 and 7. 2 Barrel eliminated. Another opportunity for 5 Fears. This will be their 4th opening kill in a row. And these are the moments where you get to... Well, you don't get this opportunity against a team like M80 that often. You've got to make the most of it.
Exactly. It's not a case of Diffuser being able to deploy utility and get value and then maybe dies an unfortunate death. He's just died straight off the rip. No response. 5 Fears, map control. Don't have to worry about the Zoto canisters. That's a massive boost for this attack. They've now got 90 seconds to work with and start breaking down this defense. In the meantime, keep an eye on Gunner. He goes first floor, so it's high risk for M80 in this round. It's a 3-1 split, and Gunner in a position to flank.
It's over a minute ticking down. It was around this moment last round. M80 then kind of flipped the script. They may do so again, hot and cold with the shotgun. 4 versus 4. 5 Fears. Again, not looking like they will be able to capitalize on that early advantage. M80 not giving them a chance to kind of rattle off a few kills in a row. Yes, they lose one, but then they stay compact, they stay composed, and then they strike at the right time to find a kill back the other way. 5 Fears are just holding and waiting, but you're on the attack. You've got 30 seconds. You're going to have to push in, and as soon as you do, M80 are lined up and ready and waiting. Rival the push up, Old Tower. Hits the headshot onto Ashen. They go for a pinch attempt now between Fens and Rivals, and Fens will get his kill onto Gavin. The round is alive. Keep a barrier to try and be the nuisance at the doorway, especially to block off picking up this kit, of which Rival cannot pick it up because of the Kiva barriers. Breaks them both, grabs the kit. It's a snatch and run. Fens has to cover. He's got to watch both doorways. Hits the shot onto Hot and Cold. Big Gunner slips in, shoots him in the back, and they steal the round.
Oh my god. What a chaotic end to the round. And Gunner comes up clutch. The multi before that, and then the reposition to deny the plant in the midst of what I can only imagine were very chaotic comms for both teams. We saw the snatch and grab and the planned attempt. It was all over the place. It's high intensity inside of the server, and I think as a result, Fabian for M80 has called attack timeout.
Whoa. Poach is what they need.
Deep breaths.
Because they know they got away with one towards the end of that round. They know that Gunners essentially just snatched that one. That plant goes down. I just don't see how that's... Well, I mean, to be fair, even if the plant goes down, Gunner's always in a position to get that kill anyway. Then it's a straight beeline 1v1. That plays a bit differently because Fens then has the timer on his side. But I think a timeout is definitely needed because even though they've won the last 2 rounds now, guys, both times they gave up the opening death. Diffuse is really struggling in the early portion of these rounds, and he's playing critical operators as well. The Tuber and the Azami, the case point example, you want to keep those alive for as long as possible. And it's just the fact that none of these rounds, even one really for M80, have been all that clean. But yeah, Gunner does get that kill in time.
So close. So close for 5 Fears. You hit the 180 there a little quicker. Or more so, Gunner hasn't repositioned in time, and that would have been one of the plays of the, if not the play of the day, to cover the potential plant. Not to be though. So round number 9, the final before the additional bans are introduced. It's looking a little shaky for both teams at the moment, and I think the scoreboard reflective of that 4-4, difficult to split the two. It's been an entertaining matchup. It's been quite competitive. As we head into this round, it's double shield from 5 Fears, looking to lean even more heavy into the Monty and the Blackbeard duo.
Yeah, and all tied up 4-4, but it swings of momentum so far in this game. Nice little bounce of the frag grenade, forces Gunner back. And Forrest trying to take space. Gunner trying to now get himself into a safer position, and does so successfully with the help of the keeper barriers. Logic bomb activates out from Snake. Captain Jack. Razor Bloom goes off, and it's really kind of the point of the round right now for 5 Fears is to just navigate through this utility without really losing anyone, losing a lot of life on the double shield setup. So far, I'd say job done.
Just chipping away at this map control, full commitment to the horizontal from both teams. All 10 players essentially outside of Snake. On this first floor position, he'll head above for maybe some low potential elsewhere and a logic bomb to follow. Beautiful look on the overhead there as to the ground that 5 Fears have been able to chip away at. M80 haven't had to take great risk though in defending this. A lot of it was preset trap utility. Very few gunfights. 70 seconds on the clock, and now we start to see some pressure closer towards this side. And Diffuser, 1 and 7 in a key position. He needs to find something here, right now.
He's got the Kiva barrier. It's Ashen that's actually going to be the opening death. Yet another opening kill for 5 Fears. That's 5 rounds straight, but they've not been able to capitalize in the last 2 rounds. Snake pushed back down main stairs, gets rid of Gavin. 2-player advantage with no immediate trade from M80 on the defense. 40 seconds left into the round. Gunner up close, and he gets sliced. And so does Hot and Cold. This may end up being flawless, if not actually for Diffuser. He gets one, but then immediately traded by rival. 5 Fears retake the lead, 5-4 up. Worrying signs for M80, who have already used their tactical timeout. They cannot win these early round battles.
I wish we had a coach cam right now, because I feel like Fabian might be starting to see the little bit. His patience probably beginning to wear thin. The opening kills are damning. That's now 5 in a row for 5 Fears. They haven't even been able to convert all of those opportunities. Only 3 out of 5 have gone their way, but that's enough to be the tiebreaker here. To gain the lead, to gain some ascendancy, and hopefully for them a bit of confidence heading back to the primary sites. That for me is the one saving grace for M80, is they now get to return and potentially push at least overtime in the primary sites. But I mean, at least in terms of the regulation discussion, they'll need to win out this side if they are to return, because Haman won't be on their strategy book, I imagine. So yeah, it's certainly frustrating times for M80. Can they reset though, heading back to these primary sites?
Most importantly as well, if 5 Fears even get to 6, you don't get all points available moving forward from this match. Really not ideal, considering in this group, Group A, that top spot is very much achievable. Shopify Rebellion has picked up 2 wins, but both of those were in overtime. So there is, an opportunity still in Group A to go atop the group. Right now would be the case for even both of these 2 teams. If they can win in regulation, would set them up nicely. Of course, for both M80 and 5 Fears, both have only played the one game, won that in regulation. You win this in regulation, you go top the group.
Well, this could be a quick
lose.
We see the Blitz, the Finker, the Ying.
Straight up. Oh, they pull white
into the water.
Do get the kill onto Hot and Cold. There goes another opening kill for 5 Fears as fans get through to Ashen, looking to re-aggress from down below on tower stairs, and Forest will just keep the pressure going. Full steam ahead, but right into Gunner. Diffuser's got one, but Gunner goes down. 3v2. 5 Fears want to bring the heat, and so far so good. Gavin will fall. Diffuser gets the trade. That is an absolute onslaught of a round from 5 Fears as they secure at least a point. OT at minimum, and M80 have got to win 2 straight, or they're going to drop a huge match here in Kickoff.
Yeah, straight away when I saw that composition, I was like, this is going to be a definitive change in tempo. We saw the Ying for the first time. We saw the Blitz for the first time. We saw the Finker for the first time. And they stacked, snowballed. And I thought initially they were pushing into the water. And that's why I was like, oh, this is probably great for M80. They would have wished, they would have loved to have had Hot and Cold on the Warden in this position. May have given him potentially an opportunity to slow down this push, maybe find a pick and disrupt. But it was not the case. The pressure was absolutely relentless from 5 Fears in that round. So many crossfires established from so many positions so quickly. They were able to leverage those operators and that utility really well. It's pretty infrequent we see fast, speedy attacks like that on Fortress. Perhaps that was partially why I caught off M80, but even if M80 were ready for that, I think purely based on execution, it was really, really good and very difficult for them to tame.
5 seconds left.
2 rounds straight needed for M80, or they face a shock loss to 5 Fears. Again, it would put M80 4th in the group, only ahead of 100 Thieves. And who do they play next on Playday 4? Well, it's 100 Thieves. So I was talking about pre-match in terms of the narrative for M80, is if you somehow lose this, then the next game is actually so incredibly important for both 100 Thieves and M80 that the loser of that game would be in a grouped position. M80 play Shopify Rebellion on the final Playday. And I thought maybe that would be a match for first place, or that could end up being a match for M80's survival. Not done yet. And again, if there is some solace for M80 if they were to come back and win this, the Shopify Rebellion atop the group right now, only 1 in overtime. So even winning this in overtime would still put M80 in top spot. As things stand right now, it is 5 Fears looking to go atop the group.
Pressure mounting. Now it's about conversion and closing out a map. 2 opportunities here in regulation, the first of which to take place over towards Dorms and Games, the Blitz Blackbeard combination. So that Shield
Diffuser's back.
heavily being leaned into, but Diffuser is back.
Oh, he's so back. It's like 1 and 7. He's now 6 and 9. Gunner shuts down Fens, who's been the best for 5 Fears. Well, there was an onslaught from 5 Fears in the previous round as M80 pick up the pace in this one, facing match point, facing the potential loss here on Fortress. They've stepped it up. 1 of 2 match points, seemingly looking like it will be dealt with. Rival in the 1v3 on the Blackbeard with over a minute left. Always have to give these players an opportunity. The best chance for Rival will be to try and create a couple of 1v1s first up. And Gunner's the one that is solo. Gavin, Hot and Cold will play together. Gunner is going to be able to find the information from below, though, as to where this kit is going down. Rival actually, he's going to move forward.
Yeah, there we go. I think this is the right play.
Oh, the
the
timing and the
timing.
positioning doesn't get it, and M80 closed it out as expected, and we go 5-6. Well, that's 1 down, 1 to go for M80. Tactical timeout for 5 Fears. They got 1 more opportunity to try and secure all 3 points.
Certainly one of those circumstances where having the tac timeout in the pocket ready to go for a match point scenario like this is great. It gives you a really thorough opportunity over 60 seconds to discuss what is the strategy for this next round, put all the chips out on the table, go all in for this round in an attempt to get it across the line. A couple of refinements, I'm sure. Probably going to be a discussion as to whether or not they are committing to the shields as heavily in this round, or if they go for a pivot. And once they come to that determination, it will then be down to how they actually play around that respective strategy.
And this is where the pressure actually is on both teams. M80 facing the prospect of losing this game, but more importantly for 5 Fears, you got the prospect of winning it. That's pressure in itself, where you think, damn, there's a lot on the line in this one round for both teams for 2 completely different perspectives. The benefit for 5 Fears, of course, is that they've got at least overtime locked up, but win this in regulation, it can go such a long way when it comes to the group stage. They play Shopify Rebellion, 5 Fears, and then 1 of 30. I mean, I wouldn't discount them in either of those 2 games for sure. Shopify Rebellion have only won in overtimes. 1 of 30, of course, won today. Group A is proving to be a very competitive group. Group B is the one where DarkZero kind of just running rampant. Outlast is struggling, Cloud9 is struggling.
10 seconds remaining. Device activated.
This has been the hot group. M80, here we go.
5
Match
seconds
point.
to insertion.
Second and last for 5 Fears to see if they can close this in regulation. Otherwise, points will be split.
Yeah, that will certainly throw some more permutations in towards the standings. No doubt about that. Compositions for this final round of regulation. Couple of traps on offer here from M80. They'll be looking to get more value from the Tuberal here in response to the hard breach here from 5 Fears, who have elected to just go the solo shield this time. They've found good success in the Blackbeard thus far, playing it in the vast majority of the rounds this half. Forest given that license to initiate the push Old Tower side to initiate the map sweep. Drones dealt with on the opposing side, and so M80 should initially have a pretty strong read as to what the push now is, with no contact on the side of the map. It should be map across, and if they've come to that assessment, it will, as we can see, be correct. Ashen gets caught, the Zoto canister not deployed to counter the Deimos, and he pays with it with his life.
And Ashen started 5-1, now 7-10, so hasn't really been able to kick on from what was a really good start. Another opening kill for 5-7. 5 Fears, sorry. Well, it might be 5-7. Maybe that's an omen. Maybe that's a spoiler. As they've got the extra player, another opening pick. That's 7 of the last 8 rounds. So dominant in that category for 5 Fears. as time starts to dwindle down.
Yeah, for me, I'm now looking at Forest. How do they leverage the Blackbeard? May not even be required. Fens drops Gunner.
Oh my,
Diffuser
what?
falls. It's falling apart, it seems, for M80.
A Rotero! Oh, that is just going to boil the blood of Fabian Rival. What a headshot on that angle. It's done. M80 are going to lose this in regulation. They will be 4th in the group, playing 100 Thieves on the next play day to try and avoid being last in the group. As 5 Fears, guess what? They're heading up, baby. They're going to the top of Group A. They are undefeated, 6 points from 2 games. There's no fears for this roster. They're looking hot for NAL Kickoff.
Yeah, honestly, it feels like the sky might be the limit for this roster. They're a fun team, they're easy to root for, and they played some really high-quality Siege today, so I'm very excited for their prospects here in Kickoff. But that's us done for the day, Jake. It's been an absolute pleasure to join the NAL. Let's throw it back to the desk to break it all down. Have fun, lads.
Thanks, guys. What a finish. Oh my goodness. 5 Fears. They are locked in for the playoffs. The first team to do it out of their group. What a performance. A 2-0 start and 100 Thieves because they are trailing just that far behind. 5 Fears, they are good to go. They're heading to the bracket lax. I mean, this is maybe what these guys expected, but from the outside in, starting this kickoff, you did not expect this team to be the first team out of this group to solidify that position.
I would have never guessed it, and I'm sure for the side of JJ and the boys, I'm sure that they are thrilled. I mean, given how close they got last stage to be able to make playoffs and only lost out at the very end of it, and then now to secure themselves early on with 2 really convincing victories. I mean, one thing I really liked from this matchup in and itself was the change of tempo between both teams. I don't want to discredit M80 by any means, but both teams were quick at understanding of what the other was trying to do. M80 was doing a good job at understanding the splits, and then understanding the aggression that they were going for. 5 Fears, or a couple rounds rather, wanted to get really aggressive, but didn't really seem like there was a purpose. Then they would fall back and play into their layers. I mean, it was just a really good, fundamentally sound game from both these teams, quick to adapt, quick to understand what their course of action needed to be, and it really just came down to 5 Fears in the end, just understanding what they needed to do to close out that last round, and they did it flawlessly.
Yeah, I'm really glad that you're really painting the picture as it is. It wasn't M80 playing bad by no means. Yes, they are trying to shake off getting Ashen in and being settled in, and I think the new role changes is something that they are definitely trying to adapt to, but they were playing at what I'd imagine M80's standard is too. As for 5 Fears, I think Fortress is definitely a map that they understand it very well. Just the way that they go around the map with such confidence, and they're always able to find these picks, find these openings, stall out the rest of M80. I think they just had such a good understanding, and you could just see the confidence out of all of them, especially Fens.
Well, listen, we've got our interview ready to go. Rival is standing by as we could chat with him after this victory. Dude, first team locked in for the playoffs in this group. Coming out of nowhere, you guys now undefeated to start off the stage. What is the, I mean, it looks like you guys are having a lot of fun. What is the vibe like right now on this team?
The vibe's insane, man. I think this team right now, our energy through the roof. Our energy has no limit right now. It's how we're playing. I think this game's just a show of it. We walked into this game with good energy, good vibes, and we came out, I think, even higher than went into it. Seriously, it's insane. The energy's unreal.
Yeah. I mean, you can see it. We can see it watching your guys' camera every single time after. I mean, we've seen some questionable things from JJ, but obviously you guys got to do what you got to do. That being said, when it comes to, you know, congratulations first off on qualifying for the next phase, but when it comes to getting these wins, especially against a team like M80, how much has your guys' transition been amplified from getting a player like Forrest? Because sometimes you'll feel that pressure, sometimes you'll feel that stress, but it doesn't seem like that affects you guys at all. Has Forrest been an impact onto that, or is that something that you guys have just kind of clicked in your minds, like with the practice that you've been doing?
With any team, I feel like full of us 1-year experienced players, you would think picking up a vet, like you have to impress or you have to do this the right because you're going to get like yelled at or nervous. But I think picking up Forrest was honestly the least stressful thing that's ever happened in my career, and I'm sure on everybody else's career. On the other, Forrest makes everything so easy and so easygoing. He is like the best vibes I think I've ever been around as a player. And like, even if you're going 0-11 in scrims, he's the only guy there always talking to you, just like, keep playing, head up, you got the play, I'm opening a gap for you next round, like I'm getting you involved. He makes everything so easy on us players, and it just shows in game. Like, it's just so easy flowing, conversation wise, play wise, even out of scrims, just talking to him, right? Makes everything so de-stressed in anything Siege related. It's insane.
Well, Rival, congratulations on putting yourself one step closer to Salt Lake City. I kind of want to go more on a personal level with this question. I mean, obviously on your time on Envy, it really started out low. There wasn't a lot of success there. Then you go into stage 2. You guys came so close to making playoffs, fell out. Just in your own personal experience, I just want you to let us know, I mean, what was going through your own head? Did you had your own self-doubts? Did you think that you were never going to achieve much? Did you think everything was always going to be at the bottom? Or yeah, I mean, just kind of just run me through what you've gone through mentally as a player.
I think stage 1 is probably some of the lowest siege mentally I've ever been at. I think having, let's just say, like no time to really put in the game. Like I think JJ said it in his interview on 2 days ago, we put in like 9-10 hour days now, and we only had max 3 hours stage 1, right? We went into stage 2, then we had like the pay to do things. We had the ability to put in more time, and it did show. And individually, coming from me, I kind of like label stage 1 as like stage 1, didn't have the time, let's say, like not used to it. Stage 2, I think individually I underperformed, right, as a player, and I walked into the LCQ trying to prove that like we've improved as a team, as individuals, and now I'm walking into this stage, right? I want to show I've improved as an individual, and I want to show this team is where we're at. We're this high of a standard compared to the rest of the league. And I think also all the individuals on my team, JJ, Snake, the people I've been playing with for years, we all want to show we have improved, and we are continuing to do so. And I think that's done worlds on our mentals, our heads right now, so clear. And then also we can thank Forrest for that, and our coaching staff. Just everything this year is just up in levels compared to the other stages.
I love to hear, and I'm sure you guys got a lot of fans underneath you guys watching and hoping for the success. But I also then further that question, what would you give tips to players that, you know, want to be where you're at and seeing where you came from? I mean, what are the challenges that you even did yourself to make sure that you could be the best player you could coming into the stage?
I just personally have always thought I never did enough. I think playing the game's one thing, right? But going into this year, again, the LCQ, this stage, coaching staff's been on, VOD, notes, weekly goals, player meetings, like things like that make you do better, right? And I know some people don't have the access to those things, and it's kind of hard to do that by yourself, but our community's great, man. Like, look at you and Fox and everybody else. People, they could go into your Twitter DMs and ask for a one-on-one meeting, and you guys are probably generous enough to do it, right? You can reach out to people like Fett or whoever else to do those things and improve. But like with this year specifically, like we have VOD, we have homework, we have player meetings, things that just improve you so much without actually even realizing it. It's insane. Seriously, it's nuts.
That's awesome.
Rival, if there was anything you could put your finger on and say, like, this has been my personal difference maker from last stage to kickoff, or this has been the team's biggest shift from last stage to now, what would that be?
It's just like, I think me personally, like the role I'm on and what I do for the team individually, I need to always just be there and be prepared for the moment. So like, again, knowing my timings and knowing what I need to do and being able to like improve at a steady level with the rest of my team. I think just holding the fort down, just being composed and not panicking in the spots that I need to be composed in is going to help my team go further and help me go further as a player.
Rival, thank you so much. This was an absolute pleasure to chat with you. Congrats on the win. Congrats on playoffs, and we will see you, in a couple of weeks as you guys continue to perform. Looking forward to it.
Thank you, man. Have a good one, guys.
Thanks, Rival. What a win for 5 Fears. This is a team. They said it themselves. The energy, the vibes are high, Fox. They're playing out of their minds, and they're able to take down an M80 roster that we expected to be able to perform at even higher level. But as you mentioned, Fox, right? It wasn't just M80 missing a step. It was 5 Fears taking that extra step every time.
Yeah, I think Rival really explained it very well. I mean, just the amount of effort that they were putting in throughout last year to now. I mean, going from only being able to scrim, a little bit during a day, and to now having the ability to scrim all throughout the day, is essentially swapping their 9 to 5s. you can drastically see the difference. And it's not just when it comes into the confidence department, but you can see how much of an impact Force has been, because you're right, there are a lot of veteran players that join a team, a rookie team, and if you make a mistake, you know, they're very difficult to work with. Just like Lax was when he joined Parabellum. I'm sure he was hard to work with, but aside from the fact, I think Forrest is such an easygoing guy, and he's given so much confidence to his players. On top of that, being able to put in that amount plus of time into scrimming, you can just see that they're confident. They know that they're the best players in the server. Now they're getting the opportunity to show that to us.
Lax, were you difficult when you were on Parabellum?
No, but I mean, one thing that really stuck out that he was talking about, without saying the word, is complacency. I mean, that's something that Fox experienced on his time on OXG and why he got removed. But I think it was just important for Rival to acknowledge that he always can do more, that he feels like he can do more, even if he wasn't able to. And again, what he said throughout that interview really just showcases the improvement that not only for himself, but the entire team is showing and putting on display for us. Again, M80's a hard opponent. By no means, and even what Fox said, did I think that they were taking it easy on them, that they were playing bad that day. I just think Five Fears really has been putting in the time and effort and making sure that what they do in-game and outside of game is all going to be impactful no matter what way. And they have a bright future. If they can keep this sort of mentality, they can keep this consistency going, this is what creates and breeds success. And I can't wait to continue to follow the road and just see what they achieve with this team and kind of what the heights, you know, what's the limit for them.
Well, love that they could be the story here to end the day. I mean, looking back, day 3, we are officially halfway through, more than halfway through now, on the group stage here in Kickoff. It was DarkZero. I mean, they are continuing to perform. They opened up the day against Outlast, 1 of 30. Fox, another one of the big stories here. These young teams performing well. SSG did the same. I mean, quite a day to set things up going into the final week of groups.
Yeah, it's making things that much dire. Also, with Five Fears being able to beat M80, that keeps M80 within contention to potentially be battling for the last place seed with 100 Thieves. So that's the importance that Five Fears was able to win, because if M80 won today, 100 Thieves would have been confirmed the last place team and would have gotten eliminated from getting an opportunity to go to Salt Lake City. So what a way to end the day, with Five Fears keeping everything alive to now go to play day 4. I can't wait to watch the rest of this season.
Yeah, we'll take a look at Group A standings after the end of the day here. As we mentioned, Five Fears at the top. They cannot be passed by 100 Thieves. They're locked in for playoffs. 100 Thieves, on the other hand, they no longer control their own fate. They have 1 game left because they haven't had their bye yet. They'll play M80, but if M80 can get any other points in addition to that, 100 Thieves will be the 1 team eliminated from Group A. Group B, on the other hand, is a little different. You do have 1 team locked in at the top, that's DarkZero, but at the bottom, Lax, both Cloud9 and Outlast have yet to get on the board with any points, so the battle for that last spot, that elimination spot, is still up for grabs.
Yeah, those are also some of the most important games for these guys. It's only 1 shot. You need, I mean, in this case, they literally just need 1 point at this point to put them above the other, but it still, you know, begs to differ. Who is going to be that team to make it? Who is going to be the one that's going to prosper and then find themselves in playoffs? And that's where we're really going to see teams really kick off, because it's going to be best of 3s. There's no more best of 1s. You have a lifeline. So always at the end, who does end up clenching that spot is always fun to watch. But again, it also is heartbreaking when you're at that very last moment and you just can't cross that finish line to continue your race.
Now listen, 2 more days of groups. Then we go into a double elimination bracket, and then all of a sudden, the Salt Lake City Major is upon us. We're back next week, Thursday, April 9th at 5 p.m. Eastern. That is when we will see day 4 of the NAL kickoff. Plenty of exciting Siege to watch right here, though, on twitch.tv/rainbow6 between now and then. Thanks so much for watching. For Foxy, for Laxing, our entire crew, I'm Jonas Willinger saying thanks so much. We will see you on Thursday next week to continue the group stage here in Kickoff.
Necks and I'm wilding out. Throw my elbows up in my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. I'ma keep it going till